Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1501 Chapter 1501, The Name of Linglong. You dare to kill me, you all have to die. God Clan's primordial spirit, trapped in Suzaimo's palm, emits a raw Suzaimo expression, indifferent, unmoved. The light ball in the palm spread out a path of demon chi, quickly wrapped around God Clan's primordial spirit, and started searching for souls. Ah! God Clan the man expressed pain. The primordial spirit curled up, trembling constantly. Every scene came to Suzaimo's mind. Suzaimo frowned gradually. The scenes are a bit fuzzy due to the interference of a mysterious power, but all the environments in this man's memory are a little strange to Suzaimo. There are obscure text, strange architecture, and weird language. Everything is strange and incompatible with Suzaimo's previous cognition. Of course, Heavenly Desolate Continent is vast and there is no lack of strange things. There are also many areas that Suzaimo has not set foot in. In some areas, it is not surprising that such a scene exists. Before long, this God Clan man's primordial spirit suddenly burst. Soul search failed. The whole process was extremely short, and Suzaimo didn't get any really useful information. Nianchi and Jihuo also came over at this time. Both of them were body fusion great experts. Although they were severely hit, taking a break for a while was already a barrier to movement. How about it? What's the gain? Jihuo asked. Suzaimo shook his head, pondered, then said, "The origin of this God Clan is a bit weird. It's not good at this time, but it should not be from Heavenly Desolate Continent. Young Master, Jihuo Sr., come here." Just then, Nianchi walked to the edge of the wall not far away and suddenly called out. Suzaimo and Jihuo walked over and looked up. A lot of handwriting was left on that wall, but it was not covered by the dust and cobwebs. Suzaimo gently waved the sleeve of the robe, magic power surged, and the dust on it was wiped out, exposing each and everyone's delicate handwriting. This row of handwriting is very neat. The first line is only 4 words. "I am Linglong." These handwritings were actually left by Fairy Linglong. Suzaimo was so shocked that he continued to watch. After a long time, 3 people read the messages on this wall and looked at each other, all expressing their emotions and sighing. Fairy Linglong really has good intentions. Nianchi sighed softly. Jihuo was also nodded, saying, "I am afraid that only such a woman is worthy of the eternal human sovereign." No wonder Fairy Linglong does not have conferred the sovereign title, but it can be passed down by 10,000 ancients. Through the message of Fairy Linglong, Suzaimo 3 talents understand the origin of this secret realm. It turned out that when the War of the Ancients broke out and the human race was losing ground, human sovereign at that time had not yet reached peak, and it had not reached the point where it could suppress the Major Ferocious Clan sovereign. Under the attack of Major Ferocious Clan, human race experts suffered heavy casualties. Fairy Linglong went to Kunlun ruins alone to help the ancient emperors heal the wounds, looking for a kind of ancient divinity medicine. Kunlun ruins. There is a Kunlun barrier. Fairy Linglong used her powerful ability to perceive a weak spot in this barrier, which facilitates the use of this weak spot to open the tunnel between Kunlun ruins and Heavenly Desolate Continent. This is the prototype of this secret realm. Fairy Linglong opened this secret realm for more than just entering Kunlun ruins. Her real purpose is to leave a trail for human race. If it is the battle of the ancient times, the human race is defeated, and Kunlun ruins is the final retreat of the human race. Because here is the forbidden area of the Major Ferocious Clan. As long as you retreat here, at least you can keep the bloodline of human race, and the civilization inheritance of human race will not be completely destroyed by the Major Ferocious Clan. And in this secret realm, there are a lot of magic tools, cultivation techniques, secret techniques, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which are prepared for human race retreating to Kunlun ruins. If human race really got to that point, it must be a serious injury to origin chi, there will be no 10, and countless inheritance will be cut off. And these magic tools, cultivation techniques, secret techniques, Heavenly materials and earthly treasures can keep human race from inheriting civilization, accumulating strength, waiting for opportunities, and rising again. Fairy Ling Long has no option to carry these treasures with him, because she knew that she would never back down in the battle of the ancient times. Together with human sovereign, she will fight with the ancient emperors to the end. Even if she sheds the last drop of blood, she will keep the dignity of human race and die without regrets. When Fairy Ling Long left here, she was already holding her heart to death. The handwriting here is equivalent to Fairy Ling Long's best. When I read this, Suzaimo III's heart was touched, and deep in one's heart was filled with a touch of admiration. 3 people agreed, and worshipped deeply against this wall. This time, worship the ancient emperors. Worship is eternal human sovereign. Worship is Fairy Ling Long. Worshipping is the countless seniors who fell in the battle of ancient times. They may have no name, maybe no surname, or may have left no records, but it is their blood, their bones, and their spirit of unyielding struggle that created the glory of the ancient 10,000 years of human race. Suzaimo III got up and then smiled at each other. At least, the battle of antiquity did not have the worst ending. The rise of human sovereign, invincible, suppresses the major ferocious clan, and finally led human race to win the battle of the ancient times. This step of Fairy Ling Long didn't work either, so it is still in use today. On the wall, behind these words, Fairy Ling Long left a few lines. I stayed in Kunlun ruins for a few days and found some clues about immemorial war. But time was tight and it was difficult to get distracted to find out. Immemorial war, there seems to be another secret, which does not match the rumor. Not much writing, but revealing important information. If nothing is found, Fairy Ling Long will never say anything, or even leave a handwriting to remind future generations. Suzaimo III people are lightly frowned and looking thoughtful. Immemorial war is too far away today. At that time, no one knew it at all. Only in Kunlun ruins was it possible to learn the truth of immemorial war. At the end of these words, Yiling is mentioned. Yiling is contraindicated, and Fairy Ling Long cannot be concealed. The original intention of Fairy Ling Long was to bring Yiling back to Heavenly Desolate Continent, raise it and grow up, and use it to fight against the major ferocious clan. Kunlun clan, who died in this secret realm, was precisely because Fairy Ling Long took Yiling, and they came after him. They were all killed by Fairy Ling Long here, but just before Fairy Ling Long left here, she temporarily changed her mind. At the same time, Yiling will definitely take a long time to grow up. At that time, the battle of ancient times had reached the most intense situation. There was no time at that time, waiting for Yiling to grow up. 2. Fairy Ling Long is also worried. If Yiling is brought back to Heavenly Desolate Continent by her, it will cause unimaginable scourge to Heavenly Desolate Continent. Then she is the sinner of Heavenly Desolate. Fairy Ling Long did not want to return Yiling to Kunlun ruins. After measuring for a long time, she left Yiling here and let it die. Many years later, Yiling relied on Jihuo to leave the place, was born in this life, and grew up. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1502. Chapter 1502 Storage Ring. Immemorial War, what will happen? Jihuo looked at the wall and asked suddenly. Suzaimo slightly smiled, saying, don't guess, enter Kunlun ruins to unlock all the secrets. Go. Jihuo nodded, it's time to start. Suzaimo laughed abruptly, and said, Master, Yuan's Nianqi injury has not recovered, or take a rest here for a few days, unhurried. Right. Jihuo laughed. When entering Kunlun ruins, I don't know what kind of situation to face and what kind of danger to go through, so I should prepare. Next, Jihuo and Nianqi recuperate in this closed room. 2 body fusion realm per person. Bloodline is powerful. Nianqi even owns God Clan bloodline and has an amazing healing power. But in 3 days, she was cured. On the 5th day, Jihuo also returned to the original. Let's go. Jihuo greeted him. Suzaimo nodded, handed Nianqi a golden ring, and said, it was taken off from the finger of that God Clan man. My magic power touched it. There was no response. Try it. Nian Chi took the ring, looked at it with curiosity, and injected magic power. The ring remained motionless. Nian Chi groaned a little, suddenly bit his fingertips, squeezed a drop of blood, and fell on the ring. This drop of blood quickly melted into the ring. Then Nian Chi expression startled, with shock in his eyes. What happened? Suzaimo asked. Nian Chi calmed his mind a bit, and Shin said, this ring has a lot of space in it, and you can put a lot of things in it, just like our storage bag. Suzaimo nodded, said, as I guessed, this should be a storage ring, but only God Clan can use it. Young master, there are some books and weapons in it. Nian Chi moved his mind and moved these books and weapons. Jihuo took a book with him and browsed around. It's all written and I haven't seen it at all. Jihuo slightly frowned. The text on these books is extremely strange. It is not monster race text or human race text. It is crooked and cannot be recognized at all. Like Heavenly Book. The casting of these weapons is also completely different from the Heavenly Desolate Continent. Suzaimo shook his head, and said, I don't understand. Put these things away first. Nian Chi, in turn, put these books and weapons back into the storage ring. Suzaimo groaned a little and said, Nian Chi, you also put away this storage ring. Don't expose it. They are going to enter Kunlun ruins. They don't know who they will face and what situation they will face. If there are other God Clan in Kunlun ruins, when you see this storage ring, you can infer that the God Clan man has fallen and died in their hands. Suzaimo looked at the bodies of several Kunlun clan great experts on the ground, looking thoughtful. What's wrong, Zaimo? Jihuo asked. Suzaimo said, did you find out that the Kunlun clan that came in this time is different from the Kunlun clan at antiquity time? Different? Jihuo slightly frowned. Nian Chi was also puzzled. Kunlun clan at antiquity time has long been rotten, and there is only one corpse left. Nothing can be seen and there can be no difference. Suzaimo pointed at the waist of several Kunlun clan corpses that came in this time and said, look, these Kunlun clan waists are all tied with grey ribbons, while Kunlun clan at antiquity time, the waists are purple golden ribbon. It does, but what does it prove? Jihuo frowned. I do not know either. Suzaimo shook the head, saying, let's go and see Kunlun ruins. 3 people moved towards the other end of the secret realm. It didn't take long to come to the end of the secret realm. But at the end of this, there is no way. Only cold walls. Suzaimo continuously changed magic arts with both hands, radiating a dowel or force, immersed in every corner, lightly shouted, scatter. The wall in front of me is gradually disappearing, and a passage to the outside world emerges. At the entrance of the secret realm connected to Kunlun ruins, there is a great formation ranged by Fairy Linglong. Hesitating as time goes by, several formation eyes were broken, and God Clan men found the weak spot and cracked it. These days, Suzaimo has restored this great formation again. The foundation of this great formation is still there. There is no need to describe the formation mark. Suzaimo just repairs the formation eye, and this great formation can be reactivated. In this way, this secret realm will not be found again. Suzaimo took Jihuo and Nian Chi, left the secret realm, and entered Kunlun ruins. When 3 people entered Kunlun ruins, they were shocked. On the face is an ancient and wild atmosphere. As if in a flash, 3 people go back in time and return to immemorial era, because of the existence of the Kunlun world. This place is truly isolated from the world. Since 10,000 years, there is only one Fairy Linglong who has been to Kunlun ruins and left alive. It retains immemorial era, the most primitive things and traces. All the buildings here are far from today's buildings. Of course, most have fallen into ruins. Suzaimo 3 people moved towards one direction, slowly moving forward, looking around all around. Wherever you look, all are ruins, bones. All buildings are built on the ruins. Even the vegetation is rooted in the ruins. It didn't take long to go. 3 people expression moved. Not far away, saw another strain of spirit fruit. Nian Chi 4 looked down and found no danger, so he hurried forward, picked this strain of spirit fruit, and handed it to Suzaimo. At the beginning, the spirit fruit outside Kunlun ruins was first given to Jihuo. This one, of course, to Suzaimo first. You take it. Suzaimo slightly smiled. Nian Chi shook his head stubbornly, still insisting. Suzaimo had to put away spirit fruit. The three people didn't go far and saw another strain of spirit fruit. On the outskirts of Kunlun ruins, three people wandered for a long time and battled with countless grudges and ghosts, and they just got a spirit fruit. But in this Kunlun ruins, it didn't take too long to see two strains in a row. In this way, all three of them own this spirit fruit. With the existence of spirit fruit, when three people are impacting the Great Ascension realm and experiencing the fire of the divine ability, the success rate can increase by as much as 30%. Spirit fruit is long gone on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Didn't expect. And three of them get 3 out of Kunlun ruins. The storytelling old man is right. This Kunlun ruins is an unknown place. Although it has great danger, it also has great opportunities. I don't know how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are, and spirit fruit is just one of them. Suzaimo's heart burst into anticipation. Perhaps here, as your lotus true body can grow up quickly. This is why spirit fruit is so common in Kunlun ruins. The biggest reason is that in addition to the special environment here, the people in Kunlun ruins simply don't need it, because they cannot step into the Great Ascension realm. Although this spirit fruit is treasure, it is a chicken rib to them. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1503 Chapter 1503 Lord of the Kunlun. Three people move on. After walking about half an hour, he did not see a Kunlun clan. Strange, where did this Kunlun clan go? Jihuo was a little confused. There's another spirit fruit there. Nian Chi looked around, and saw a spirit fruit not far away. After a short pause, Nian Chi said, however, we have all three. This kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures is useless. No problem, Suzaimo said, pick it down. You can take some of the deceased on Heavenly Desolate Continent when you leave here. Not bad. Jihuo is also nodded. Spirit fruit in Kunlun ruins. No one is fighting, but on Heavenly Desolate Continent, the major sect forces, the major half-ancestor are afraid to break their heads. Nian Chi moved towards here. Without going far, Suzaimo's expression moved and suddenly said, Nian Chi, come back. Nian Chi paused and heard the warning in Suzaimo's tone. As predicted, not far away, there are dozens of silhouettes galloping. The first two people have a strong atmosphere. It is the body fusion realm, and behind them are some law manifestation demonic. These people were aggressive, and went straight to Suzaimo. Three people rushed over, and came near in a blink of an eye, surrounded the three people. Each and everyone looked bad. Not surprisingly, these should be Kunlun clan. Suzaimo's gaze was clear. These Kunlun clan's waists were tied with grey ribbons, which should be the same way as those Kunlun clan who entered the secret realm the other day. Outsider. A body fusion great expert expression on the left was cold, his eyes were fierce, and suddenly loudly shouted, we did come from Heavenly Desolate Continent. Suzaimo was nodded and didn't hide it. Whether they're three people's clothing or their own breath, they are too different from Kunlun clan, which has survived 10,000 years here, simply cannot hide. Outsider. Kunlun ruins. Kill without mercy. The body fusion great expert on the right waved and ordered immediately. The surrounding law manifestation demonic condensed spells, took out magic tool, and then shot. HMPH. Suzaimo coldly snorted, flicking suddenly, at his fingertips. There were two blazing sword chi, white and vast, murderous aura, and moved towards two body fusion great expert. These two body fusion great expert expressions have changed. The sharp edge of heaven murdering sword chi made two people feel a trembling heart. Two body fusion great experts desperately dodged and evacuated backwards, but still couldn't avoid these two heaven-murdering sword chi pukai, bloodlight gushing. Two arms were abandoned high, and Shengxing was chopped down by heaven-murdering sword chi. The most terrifying thing is that the sharpness and destructive power in heaven-murdering sword chi makes these two body fusion great experts impossible to regenerate. At the wound, the blood doesn't stop. You wait. The two body fusion great expert expression panic, throwing a ruthless word, and fled away. Disappearing in a blink of an eye. I'm Huang Wu, Suzaimo said suddenly. You go back, don't forget to quote my name. The other spells in Law Manifestation Dao Monarch's hands have just condensed out, and before they can be hit, they see such a scene, all dumbfounded. None of the two body fusion great experts were able to shoot, and they were beheaded by two sword kis and fled. They dared to move. A magic man from a Law Manifestation Dao Monarch just hit it. Seeing that he was going to hit Suzaimo, the Law Manifestation Dao Monarch was desperate, and quickly changed his direction, avoiding Suzaimo, and returned his magic tool summon. Suzaimo glanced slightly and looked over. The Law Manifestation Dao Monarch was so frightened that it disappeared before the eyes of the three Suzaimo. Suzaimo was motionless and did not go after them. Why did Zaimo keep their hands and let them go? Jihuo asked. These people going back will inevitably attract a stronger presence. If Suzaimo shots with all his strength, how about two heaven-murdering sword chi, and only two arms are cut off? No problem. Suzaimo waved his hand and said, in this Kunlun ruins, there is a divine ability Forbidden Zone, which is the most expert, and it is only half ancestor. If it's just half ancestor, it won't threaten us. Suzaimo's tone, though bland, was a strong confidence. He is cultivation so far, very few in the same level can really compete with him. Although this piece of Kunlun ruins has a special environment, there are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Cultivation technique, secret technique, which can give birth to a lot of heaven chosen, but Suzaimo has this confidence and can suppress all heaven chosen. Suzaimo also said, even more how? When you come to Kunlun ruins, you will inevitably meet the Kunlun family, and this time it is an opportunity. Actually, Suzaimo still has single thought. It's Yiling. Since the war between heaven and earth valley between two people, Yiling whereabouts unknown is unknown. But if Yiling is alive, it is most likely in Kunlun ruins. Suzaimo just reported his Dao name just to spread it with the help of the two body fusion great experts. If Yiling is in Kunlun clan, he must know that he is here. Three people move on. It didn't take long for a path of silhouette to emerge. This time, there are only a dozen silhouettes, but the breath is much stronger. The headed person is a half-ancestor expert, with grey hair and thin body, but monster chi is soaring into the sky. The dozen silhouettes behind him are all body fusion great expert. The two body fusion great experts who were initially cut off by Suzaimo are also in the middle. The arms of these two great experts have been restored. It can be seen that there was an expert shot to help erase the sword chi at the wound of the broken arm of the two people, and the magic power of the two people surged to regenerate the broken arm. Who is Huang Wu? The grey-haired man headed approached and asked slowly, Master Commander. That's him. The escaped body fusion great expert quickly stood up and pointed at Suzaimo. You are Huang Wu. The grey-haired man narrowed his eyes, blinking faint rays of light, wondering what he was thinking. After half a ring, the grey-haired man suddenly said, you follow me. The master wants to see you. Who is your master? Suzaimo asked. Our master, naturally, is the master of Kunlun ruins, Lord of the Kunlun. The grey-haired man proudly said, come with me. After you see your master, you will be understood. Suzaimo's heart moved. Facing Jihuo and Nian, she nodded. The grey-haired man should go first. Suzaimo 3 followed closely behind. Along the way, Suzaimo's heart was a little nervous and a little bit expectant. With Yiling's ability, there is definitely hope for becoming Lord of the Kunlun. Will it be Yiling? Everyone was moving forward, very fast. After walking for about an hour, Not many Kunlun clan people were seen on the road. Suzaimo frowned and asked, "You Kunlun clan? The number should be huge. How come there are so few?" "Because most clansmen have gone to annihilate the traitors," grey-haired man lightly saying. After a pause, the grey-haired man said again, after seeing the host, "Be careful when you speak. What do you say? Otherwise, all three of you will die if the host is angry." "Many thanks Yifeng. I'm drunk to dream fellow Taoist 10,000 book prize. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1504 Chapter 1504, Kneel. 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 Led by the grey-haired man, Suzaimo went all the way. A group of Kunlun clan great experts who followed him looked at the eyes of the three people, all with obvious hostility, and surrounded the three people, seemingly afraid that they would escape. After a long time, a huge and magnificent palace emerged in front of it. There are several hundred li in a row. The atmosphere is luxurious, one brick and one tile, all made of the best heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The architectural style in the palace is also quite ancient. A group of patrolling Kunlun clan passed by the crowd and saw the grey-haired man, expressing respect, and immediately fell to his knees and shouted, "I've seen Lord Commander." "Ah!" The grey-haired man was nodded, the expression was calm, full of style, and he waved, "Get up." Hearing this, the patrolling Kunlun clan stood up and left. The grey-haired man turned his head and glanced at Suzaimo III, coldly said, "You remember, when you see the Lord of the Kunlun, you must worship saluted." Hearing this, Jihua was dismissive. "Who is he?" "The top refiner sect division on heavenly desolate continent. I don't know how many body fusion great experts come to ask for other refiners. He is still a great expert with a side-by-side, with a towering battle strength. How can he kneel casually?" "What? The Lord of the Kunlun? The shelf is big." Jihua was sneaked in his heart, but didn't say it. Nianchi expressionless. She only listened to Suzaimo, and if Suzaimo made her kneel, she would kneel. Suzaimo expression is calm, can't see emotions, can't see what's in my heart. The grey-haired man raised his eyebrows slightly, sneered, and said, "Don't blame me for reminding you, here is Kunlun Ruins." "Kunlun Ruins. There are Kunlun Ruins rules. I don't care what your role is in heavenly desolate continent. When you go to Kunlun Ruins, you will be a dragon and you must lie down." "Kunlun Ruins. The unruly man, kill without mercy." Suzaimo remained silent and did not respond to the threat of the grey-haired man. Neither afraid nor angry. Suzaimo's idea is simple. If Lord of the Kunlun is Yi Ling, then everything is easy to say. Yi Ling didn't let him kneel. If Lord of the Kunlun is not Yi Ling, under these heavens, no one can force him to kneel, not even old ancestor of great ascension. The grey-haired man continued with Suzaimo and the others, passing through the palaces, and a huge altar emerged in front of him, standing tall. Around the altar, there are countless creatures of different races, but each creature's waist is wrapped with a grey ribbon. The cultivation realm is different. At a glance, densely packed, at least has 10 million people. Among them, there are body fusion great expert and half ancestor expert. These creatures are all Kunlun clan. The army of so many powerful creatures is very disciplined, neat and tidy, murderous looking, and looks extremely shocking. Even on heavenly desolate continent, there has never been such a scene. You know, a super sect cultivator counts chi practitioner. At most it is only 1 million. So many Kunlun clan can be roughly divided into 5 huge teams, occupying different areas and surrounding the altar in the middle. Among them, 4 teams are standing in front of them with a horrifying half-ancestor expert, which looks distinguished. In order to annihilate Kunlun Ruins' rebellion, the host gathered 10 troops. Here are 5 of them, and the remaining 5 have been fighting with the traitors in front. The 4 half-ancestor you see are commanders of the 4 armies. Suzaimo glanced. The commander of the 5th army is vacant. No accident. The grey-haired man next to him should be the commander of the 5th army. So many powerful creatures gathered together, condensing a powerful and unmatched aura, echoing around the palace. 10 million Kunlun clan launched at the same time. I am afraid that any body fusion great expert, half ancestor expert will step into pieces. Even Jihuo and Nian Qi, when they saw such a huge scene, were secretly scared and slightly discolored. Of the three people, only Suzaimo always expressed calmness and was not shocked. Of course, the most prominent is not the surrounding Kunlun clan army, but a few people on the middle altar. In the middle of the altar is a seat made of huge bones. Each bone is a keel. Even in the past 10,000 years, it still exudes a powerful dragon chi. This is the true dragon chair, on dragon throne, sitting alone. This is a bald man with a big figure and a strong majesty. He just sits there casually, as if he is the master of heaven and earth. 10 million army, listen to one's life. This is Lord of the Kunlun, said the grey-haired man proudly. In Suzaimo's eyes, there was a disappointment. Originally, he thought that Lord of the Kunlun might be Yiling, didn't expect, but he was a stranger. Although there were many creatures around this altar, he didn't find Yiling's silhouette. Suzaimo narrowed his eyes and looked towards Lord of the Kunlun. The body of Lord of the Kunlun exudes an extremely evil atmosphere, as if it is a huge abyss, which can devour everything. Suzaimo slightly frowned. This Lord of the Kunlun is not a human race, but he can't see what the essence of Lord of the Kunlun is. Behind this Lord of the Kunlun, there are also three men in white robes. They are handsome in appearance. Although disguised, Suzaimo recognizes the identity of the three at a glance. God Clan. These three people are dressed exactly like God Clan, who died in his hand in Linglong Secret Realm. Suzaimo remained calm. At this moment, the grey-haired man had brought Suzaimo three people to the altar. Gxuan, you are back. Lord of the Kunlun laughed, said something. Suzaimo slightly frowned. The Lord of the Kunlun smiled, his ears almost grinned, and it was so big that it seemed to have one's hair stand on end. Pay respects to master. The grey-haired man called Huxuan quickly fell to his knees, respectfully saluted. Suzaimo three were motionless. Lord of the Kunlun's gaze turned, and the smile on his face disappeared. Outsider, see Lord of the Kunlun, why don't you kneel? Huxuan asked fiercely. Kneeling. The 10 million creatures below burst out into a roar. Monster Chi is soaring into the sky, and it is heaven shaking, earth shattering. With such a powerful temperament as Jihuo, I feel great pressure at this time. No such habit. Suzaimo's expression is unchanged, casually said. There was a killing intent in Hook's eyes, and a subconscious look towards Lord of the Kunlun sitting on dragon throne. Lord of the Kunlun expressionless, slowly closing his eyes. Gxuan understood, his face was sloppy, and he jumped from the ground with a tense floor. Chi and blood surged, and moved towards Suzaimo fluttered. Since you don't kneel, just die for me. Hook's full head of hair was congested, and suddenly squirmed, turning into small grey snakes, exposing stinky fangs, spitting out snake letters, moved towards Suzaimo and biting. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1505 Chapter 1505 The New Commander. Suzaimo's expression was cold. Lord of the Kunlun is not Yiling, which means that the Hook commander in front of him has nothing to do with Yiling, so he has no scruples. You think you can kill me? Suzaimo extend the hand palm, moved towards Gxuan's head, grabbed. Every hair on Gxuan's head is a grey poisonous snake, densely packed, horrible to see. There is no way to start. Act recklessly. Gxuan saw Suzaimo dare to grasp with flesh and blood, and he couldn't help sneered. But in a flash, the profound god color changed. Just when Suzaimo's palm was about to fall above his head, in the palm of his palm, suddenly a path of extreme sword chi burst out. A path of sword chi erupted, instantly cut off the grey snake on his head, and blood mist gushed. Gxuan changed his color in horror and fled from the strangulation of sword chi. Gxuan chi and blood surged. The body shape was transformed in a blink of an eye, but it was a pure blood ominous beast hook snake. It was just that his huge body had just been transformed, and Suzaimo had come forward. His palms fell on his snake head, and moved towards the ground fiercely pressed. Bang! Before Hugzhuan could react, Suzaimo hit the altar with the head of a snake. I don't know what heavenly materials and earthly treasures are used to build this altar, invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable. The hook snake's head smashed on it. The altar was intact, but the hook snake was smashed beyond recognition and the skull was broken. Lord of the Kunlun opened his eyes, and there was a stun in his eyes. You must know that commander who can become his 10 armies must be carefully screened, and the most expert in half-ancestor is qualified. Among the 10 commanders, Hukyan's battle strength, although not the strongest, is also in the top 5. Even more how? This Azure Clothes Cultivator is just body fusion realm. And Hugzhuan is half-ancestor. The moment the two sides fought, it turned out that Hugzhuan was defeated. There was an uproar below the altar. In Kunlun clan's mind, the status of major commanders is the existence of second only to Lord of the Kunlun, each of which is unchallengeable and invincible. But didn't expect, their commander master was actually suppressed by an outsider. This is not over yet. Hugzhuan tried to get up. Suzaimo didn't give him a chance at all, stepped forward, stepped on the foot of Hugzhuan's head. Pukai. The whole altar is shaking. Under the gaze of countless line of sight, Hugzhuan, one of the top 10 commanders of Kunlun clan, was broken by Suzaimo's foot. His primordial spirit disappeared, body dies and Tao disappears. Up and down the altar, suddenly fell into silence. Everyone didn't expect it would be like this. Hugzhuan was a half-ancestor expert, and her battle strength was not even half a blade, and she was stepped on by Suzaimo. Hugzhuan did not expect Suzaimo dared to do it. He even didn't expect it, right in front of the eyes, in Kunlun ruins, and in front of the Lord of the Kunlun, Suzaimo dared to suppress and kill him directly. Outsider, you are courting death. Roar. Ow. The 4 big commander below reacted, one after another transfigured the body, burst into roar, descended on the altar, and surrounded Suzaimo. Kill him. Kill him. The many Kunlun clan below also slowly recovers slowly, blood rushing in their eyes, bursts of roar burst out. Pa. 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 Just then, someone gently pats the palm. The hustle and bustle of the altar soon disappeared. In the eyes of the 4 commander, there is also figure trembled, a flash of fear flashed back, and then slowly retreated. In Kunlun ruins, only one person has such prestige. On the dragon throne, Lord of the Kunlun clapped his palms, lightly nodded, and said, "It's cruel enough, absolutely enough, strong enough. I like it." After a pause, Lord of the Kunlun suddenly asked, "Are you Huang Wu?" "Not bad," Suzaimo said. "How did you get in from heavenly desolate continent?" Lord of the Kunlun also asked, "There is a Kunlun barrier here. Normally, you can't enter at all. Originally we were blocked, but for no reason, a node suddenly appeared on this barrier, and we seized this opportunity to enter Kunlun ruins along this node." Suzaimo was well prepared, and naturally he wouldn't say anything about Linglong's secret realm. Oh, Lord of the Kunlun is still expressionless, asking, "Where is this node?" Suzaimo casually pointed in one direction and said, "Even if it is not useful to look for the past now, that node has long since disappeared." "You're lying." The eyes of the Lord of the Kunlun suddenly rises, burst out a path of evil rays of light. Tone barely fell. Lord of the Kunlun has disappeared on that dragon throne. The speed is too fast. Jihuo and Nianqi have not yet reacted. A breath of evil and horror has arrived in front of them. Be careful. Suzaimo drank a little, grabbed everything, pushed Jihuo and Nianqi aside, chi and blood burst out, and within the body the sound of the tide broke out instantly. Boom. 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 Jihuo and Nianqi have just stood. Lord of the Kunlun and Suzaimo have already fought. 2 figures staggered on the altar, hit fast, just between a few breaths. The 2 sides hit at least 100 punches. The bloodline of the Lord of the Kunlun, also urged to the point of blood as tied. This lord of the Kunlun is strong. Jihuo secretly startled. Although Suzaimo did not explode all the power, but in melee, it is rare to be able to fight against Suzaimo to this point. At least he and Nianqi are by no means opponents of this lord of the Kunlun. Suddenly, two people fight again. Just touch them. Ha 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 ha. The lord of the Kunlun suddenly laughed in the sky. A big mouth, almost reached the back of his head, exposed crisscrossed fangs, terrifying infiltration. Happy. Lord of the Kunlun laughed heartily. No anger was seen on his face. Suzaimo's expression is indifferent, just watching Lord of the Kunlun quietly. Huang Wu, why did you come to my Kunlun ruins? Lord of the Kunlun asked. Suzaimo said, I heard that there are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures here. We want to cultivate in Kunlun ruins for a while and use the treasure here to improve the cultivation base. It is good. Lord of the Kunlun said, all treasures in Kunlun ruins are under my control. I can provide them to you as long as you need. Oh, Suzaimo's expression stayed the same, asking, what conditions? Lord of the Kunlun slowly said, Huxuan is dead. You are the new commander of that army. I want you to follow me, suppress and kill Kunlun ruins traitor. Below the altar, there was a stir. Everyone didn't expect that Huxuan died. Lord of the Kunlun not only did not avenge Huxuan, but also suppress and kill Huxuan's outsider, directly promoted to become an army commander. I don't see the body. I don't see the calendar. I just look at the ability. Lord of the Kunlun said, the commander is the one who has the power. Even if you are the outsider, I reuse it. Master, what can Hyun commander do? A Kunlun clan great expert couldn't help but stand up. Don't you agree with my decision? Lord of the Kunlun looked slightly. The Kunlun clan great expert shuddered, expressing fear, and dared not continue. Then you die. The Lord of the Kunlun suddenly opened his mouth, and a huge attracting force erupted. The Kunlun clan great expert was completely irresistible and was swallowed by the Lord of the Kunlun. Two more. Sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1506. Chapter 1506. Rebellious Leader. Absolute silence. The hustle and bustle of the just calmed down. Click, click. In the mouth of Lord of the Kunlun, there was a voice that bit the skeleton, sending cold shivers down one's spine. Scarlet blood leaked out slowly along the teeth of Lord of the Kunlun. Lord of the Kunlun licked his lips and swallowed the blood. All the eyes of Kunlun clan looking at Lord of the Kunlun were full of fear. Suzaimo remained calm. He wasn't interested in what commander was and the Annihilator. But he thought for a while that this was not bad, and that he could take this opportunity to learn more about Kunlun ruins and to find out the truth about immemorial war. Huang Wu, what do you think? Lord of the Kunlun asked slowly. No problem. Suzaimo nodded, his eyes turned, and they fell on the god clan in white robes not far away, asking seemingly casually, These are my guests at Kunlun ruins and my helpers. The Lord of the Kunlun was also extremely cautious and did not say who these people were. God clan. It seems that the traitors in Kunlun ruins are still quite tricky. You can't even suppress them. Have to find a helper. Suzaimo raised an eyebrow slightly. The Lord of the Kunlun sneered, and said, It's just a little character, that's all. But it's just that the rebellious leader can't deal with it. When the time comes to see him, you understood. After a short pause, Lord of the Kunlun faintly smiled and said, Huang Wu, it's not me who despise you. If one-on-one fight, you may not be the opponent of the rebellious leader. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Suzaimo lightly saying. The Lord of the Kunlun was clearly trying to provoke him. Suzaimo said expectantly, but his heart was unmoved. When are we leaving? Suzaimo asked. Tomorrow morning, I will lead the army and personally conquer the rebellion. Lord of the Kunlun said, today, you can just rest for a day. Come, take Huang Wu commander to the palace to rest. Take the most beautiful demon girl in my palace, and reward Huang Wu commander. Lord of the Kunlun waved his hand. No need. Suzaimo waved his hand. Three people followed a Kunlun clan off the altar, moved towards a palace, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This Huang Wu showing off one's ability, decisive and decisive, is not easy to control. Are you really planning to bring him down? A white robe god clan approached Lord of the Kunlun and asked suddenly. The Lord of the Kunlun smiled softly and said, "This man's battle strength is not weak. It's a pity to kill him, but it's better to use him to deal with that beast. When this battle is over, it will be his death." Lord of the Kunlun licked his lips. His eyes showed greed, and said, "I smelled the powerful and fresh chi and blood on his body. The flesh and blood of this person must be the item of great nourishment. Be careful, don't pinch your teeth." Another god clan laughed. Hee hee. The Lord of the Kunlun grinned, and said, "Be assured, I just fought against him. I didn't use all my strength. Besides, aren't you still the three outsiders, can't make any waves?" One god clan suddenly said, "I'm worried about one thing." Oh? Lord of the Kunlun looked over. The god clan pondered then said, "That beast came back from Heavenly Desolate. The three outsiders are also from Heavenly Desolate. What if they knew?" Lord of the Kunlun laughed heartily, said, "How can there be such a coincidence between under the heavens? Even if they knew it, that beast could not support it for a long time. This Huang Wu is not a fool. If he understands the situation, he knows who to help." After a pause, the smile on Lord of the Kunlun's face closed, icily said, "Say back, if he really has any feelings, I will swallow him immediately." In a palace in Kunlun ruins, Suzaimo sits on a couch cross-legged, rubbing her fingers with her brows and thinking. Jihuo and Nianqi searched at 4 places in the palace, and confirmed that there were no dangers or anomalies before returning to Suzaimo. Jihuo asks, "Zaimo, what rebellion do you really intend to help this Lord of the Kunlun fight?" "I see this Lord of the Kunlun, bloodthirsty, not a kind." "I'm feeling it too." Nianqi nodded, saying, "This Lord of the Kunlun temperamental will always turn its head and kill people." "Now invite the young master to become the commander. If the war ends, it is very likely that he will turn his head against the young master." "Ah." Suzaimo nodded, said, "If you are worried, I also thought about it. This Lord of the Kunlun can dominate Kunlun clan and deter Kunlun ruins. The means are not weak. When he confronted me, he did not use all his strength. Of course, I also have reservations. Let's follow the situation first, stay alert, when the time comes, and then adapt." "Okay, Zaimo, since you're prepared, I won't worry about it." Jihuo nodded. "Correct." Suzaimo suddenly asked, "What is this body of Lord of the Kunlun you can sense?" Jihuo and Nianqi both shook the head. "It can deter the 4 parties in Kunlun ruins, and his body should not be an ordinary monster beast." Suzaimo softly muttered. "Will it be one of the ferocious clan?" Jihuo said. Suzaimo shook his head and said, "No. I was on the altar and used divine consciousness to explore it. There is no other ferocious clan in Kunlun ruins." "But it's strange why God clan appeared in Kunlun ruins." Jihuo and Nianqi are also confused. Moreover, the 3 god clan did not know Suzaimo. In other words, it is unlikely that these 3 god clan come from Heavenly Desolate continent. But if not from Heavenly Desolate, where did they come from? Suzaimo's mind suddenly remembered what the storytelling old man had said. It seemed that in immemorial era, it was the 8th ferocious clan, and God clan was not among them. 8 great ferocious clan. God clan, Kunlun, Taboo, immemorial war. Suzaimo has a hunch that God clan must play an extremely important role in immemorial war. God clan may be the key to revealing the truth of immemorial war. However, this Lord of the Kunlun is really scary. Jihuo sighed. If it is not the old ancestor of great ascension and sovereign, this Lord of the Kunlun is more terrifying than any Heavenly Desolate continent super sect. After all, it was accumulated over 10,000 years, Nianqi said. Didn't expect. There is rebellion in this Kunlun clan. Jihuo also said, it seems that the strength of the rebel army is not weak, which can make Lord of the Kunlun so active and motivate. I don't know what this rebel leader is, but he can contend with a half-ancestor expert like Lord of the Kunlun. making him so frightened. He does not mean that. Suzaimo's mind moved. A flash of light flashed through her mind, and thought of a possibility. Is it? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1507. Chapter 1507 Picture. What happened? Jihuo and Nianqi couldn't help asking Suzaimo expression when they were different. Suzaimo slowly said, Yiling. What? Jihuo too was shocked and exclaimed. This speculation is a bit bold. But if you think about it, it is not impossible. If Yiling was alive, on heavenly desolate continent, she would have been looking for Suzaimo. He is most likely to appear in Kunlun ruins, because this land has a 100,010,000 relationship with Yiling. This is Yiling's home. Yiling's ancestors are buried on this land. Moreover, with Yiling's battle strength, if you come back here, you will not be anonymous. It's also possible that Yiling will become a hegemon in a battle with Lord of the Kunlun. What are you waiting for? Nianqi said in a deep voice, let's kill now, and go round with Yiling. No hurry. Suzaimo expression calmly said, at first, this is only my speculation, and has not been determined. In the future, even if the rebellious leader is really Yiling, we are not in a hurry. Jihuo was also nodded, saying, Lord of the Kunlun will lead the army to discuss it tomorrow, which means that the situation over there should be in a stalemate, and Yiling can survive it. We stay here, and we can control the Lord of the Kunlun's every move. It is more useful than killing out now. No hurry, you'll know the truth tomorrow, Suzaimo said quietly. 3 people stayed up all night. Early in the morning on the second day, Suzaimo too came to the altar early. Kunlun clan's army did not leave, and stayed here for an entire night, ready to go. About half an hour later, Lord of the Kunlun and 3 White Robes God clan descended on the altar. You clansmen. Lord of the Kunlun looked around all around and exclaimed, I just got the news. The rebellion has been defeated. My Kunlun army has captured the rebellious nest. Today, there are not many rebellions left, and they are defending God-slaying Canyon. The Lord of the Kunlun shouted, follow me. Kill the rebellion and set foot on the canyon. Kill the rebellion and set foot on the canyon. Kill the rebellion and set foot on the canyon. Below Kunlun clan burst out roar, terrifying. The Lord of the Kunlun pressed with both hands and said, you clansmen, the guests I invited, will also arrive at Kunlun ruins today. When the time comes, we will work with them, and we will be able to kill all the rebellions and kill them all. God-slaying Canyon. Kill, kill, kill. Kunlun clan roared and roared. Lord of the Kunlun also said, when the time comes, these guests will help us break the Kunlun barrier, and we can leave this place and return to Heavenly Desolate. At that time, we can step into the Great Ascension and realize the divine ability. At that time, we could break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, and life essence skyrocketed. At that time, we could dominate on the heavenly desolate continent, instead of being trapped in this ruin, silently. Below Kunlun clan, howling bursts of excitement. I have to say that Lord of the Kunlun's words are very contagious. But from beginning to end, Suzaimo is expressionless. He was curious, who was the guest in Lord of the Kunlun's mouth? God clan? God clan will come to Kunlun ruins? Set off. Lord of the Kunlun waved his hand. 10 million. The army of Kunlun clan rose up and took a huge spirit boat, moved towards the west, murderers looking. Lord of the Kunlun, 3 God clan, 3 Suzaimo, and the remaining 4 commander, all are on the most magnificent warship. The crowd stood on the bow deck, standing up against the wind. How can rebellion be distinguished from our army of Kunlun? Suzaimo asked suddenly. Extremely easy. Lord of the Kunlun laughed. My Kunlun clan has a grey ribbon around his waist, and those rebellions are purpley golden ribbons. You just have to remember, but whenever you see a creature with a purpley golden ribbon, kill without mercy. Suzaimo nodded. After a short pause, Suzaimo asked again, what is this rebellious leader? It seems that this skull is quite prestigious and can gather a large army to fight you. He, Lord of the Kunlun said with a sneer, A beast who came back from the outside is just relying on his bloodline and the prestige left by his grandparents, that's all. Following him are some stubborn. Suzaimo's eyes glanced over a bit of cold light. He was almost certain in his mind that the so-called rebellious leader was Yi Ling. The thought of seeing Yi Ling suddenly became hot in Suzaimo's heart. To him, nothing is more important than Yi Ling. The army galloped with all its strength. About an hour ago, you can see the countless bones piled on the ruins of the wilderness, and the blood flowing into a river has not fallen for a long time. Some bodies have a purpley golden ribbon around their waist. Some are tied with grey ribbons. It can be speculated that this is the first battlefield between the two sides. The battlefield spread all the way. The corpses were everywhere, more and more dense, showing the fierce battle. Not long after, not far ahead, you can see a huge palace, above the Great Hall. It is already broken, leaving only 4 walls still standing there. Here is the rebellious old nest. The Lord of the Kunlun pointed out the dilapidated palace, smiled, and said, however, it has been completely captured by my army. Suzaimo's eyes narrowed. On the wall of that dilapidated palace, he saw a picture that was lifelike and seemed to depict something. What is that? Suzaimo pointed at the picture on the wall and asked suddenly. The Lord of the Kunlun casually glanced and pouted, it's just old things, that's all. About the immemorial war, long gone. Immemorial war? Suzaimo said, I'll go and see. It's up to you, but you are the new commander, don't stay too long, we are waiting for you at God-slaying Canyon. Lord of the Kunlun yelled. He didn't worry about Suzaimo III running away at all. In this Kunlun ruins, no one can escape his control. Suzaimo jumped out of the battleship when he was in shape. Jihuo and Nianqi are close behind. Kunlun's warship Spirit Boat, passing over the palace, moved towards the west. Suzaimo stepped on the bones, stepped on the ruins, and came to the entrance of the palace with a pause. He had a hunch. This palace is likely to reveal the true secrets of immemorial war. Suzaimo took a deep breath, stepped into the palace, and looked at the first picture on the left. The first picture is very simple. It draws a long, deep valley. At the end of the gorge, a huge cave is erected, and the cave is surging with 5 colorful glories, which are unpredictable. Several silhouettes are emerging from the 5 colorful glories. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1508 Chapter 1508 God's Continent. This canyon. Nianqi bowed her head slightly, softly muttered, I just heard Lord of the Kunlun mentioned a gorge called God-slaying Canyon. Isn't it there? Possible. Jihuo nodded. The eyes of 3 people fell on the people who came out of the cave of 5 Kaiguangwa. The characteristics of these people are too obvious. Blonde, tall, 5 handsome. God clan. 3 people look at each other, can see the surprise in each other's eyes. This picture is very simple and unremarkable, so I painted these things. But below this picture, there are 4 small prints. Suzaimo subconsciously softly muttered, God's continent. What do you mean? Jihuo and Nianqi are both lightly frowned and puzzled. God's continent. Suzaimo softly muttered again and walked forward, looking towards the second picture. This picture, the style of painting changes suddenly. It is still in this canyon, but in this canyon, it is red by blood dyed, and many corpses are stacked in the canyon. And these corpses are all the bodies of God Clan. On top of these God Clan corpses, there are 2 monster beasts terrifying, snarling loudly in the direction of the 2 colorful caves. Even if it is just a picture, the 3 people can still feel the horror of this monster beast, as if they can shock the people through the wall. In the eyes of 3 people, all shocked, because this stupid monster beast looks exactly like Yi Ling's body, but it has a much larger body. He is full of purple, with a slim figure. The whole body is golden, and the body is extremely strong. This is immemorial to Buu. And, this is 2 crickets. 1 male and 1 female. Jihuo was stunned, and after a while, he exclaimed, oh my god, immemorial era, there are 2 crickets in the Taboo family. At the end of the gorge, The cave with 5 glorious flashes is still rushing out of God Clan. Each and every one God Clan walked out of the cave and rushed towards those 2 crickets. The picture freezes. This picture is lifelike. 3 people stood in front of this picture, as if back in time, returned to immemorial era and saw the battle immersively. However, in the eyes of the 3, there are still countless confusions. Suzaimo's eyes look down. Below the picture, 4 small words are still written: God Clan Invasion. Seeing these 4 words, Nianchi was shocked. Suzaimo and Jihuo were also on the spot. 2 people turned subconsciously again, looking towards the first picture. If you connect 2 pictures, you will reveal too much information. After a brief silence, Jihuo tried to say, does the so-called God's continent exist as Heavenly Desolate Continent? Should be. Suzaimo nodded. The universe is vast, and there is no world like Heavenly Desolate Continent. In other words, God Clan is not a creature on the Heavenly Desolate Continent at all. It's the real outsider. In this way, there are many things that can be explained clearly. God Clan's bloodline, cultivation technique, and the various races on the Heavenly Desolate Continent are very different. After God Clan bloodline awakens, the bloodline phenomenon is born. The record left by Fairy Linglong, immemorial era, is the 8th largest ferocious clan, does not include God Clan. It is precisely because God Clan originally did not appear on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Suzaimo's God Clan in Kunlun ruins suppress and kill. The strange text in the storage bag is God Clan's text. The world in the memory of the God Clan man should be God's continent. Jihuo looked at the cave in which the 2 colorful flashes flashed in the second picture, and condensed. In this way, this cave should be the tunnel connecting Heavenly Desolate Continent and God's continent. Through this, God Clan can enter Heavenly Desolate. Suzaimo nodded. Keep looking down. On the third picture, it is still the deep canyon, but the calm is restored again. Purple Hu and Golden Hu nestled together, sitting above the canyon. In the arms of 2 crickets, lay an egg quietly. At the other end of the gorge, some God Clan is gone, with a back view in a rush. Below the third picture, there are still 3 words written on it: the birth of Divine Hu. Jihuo said in a deep voice, it looks like this Purple Hu was born, this Golden Hu was taken care of day and night, seized by some God Clan, passed through this canyon, and entered Heavenly Desolate. Suzaimo nodded. With these pictures, it's easy to connect things that happened to immemorial era. 3 people moved towards the 4th picture. The 4th picture. The canyon is finally missing. There are many creatures painted on it. In addition to God Clan, there are Dragon Clan, Kun Clan, and the other 8 ferocious clan are all there. Not only that, there are 4 more scary monster beasts on the 4th picture. The breath is almost the same as Divine Hu. Taboo Dragon Phoenix. Taboo Kunping. Many ferocious clan gathered. Some God Clan stood in the middle, and seemed to be talking to the surrounding ferocious clan. Dragon Phoenix, Kunping. 4 words under the 4th picture God Clan provoked. Seeing this, even if 3 people don't have to continue to look, many things can be figured out. Immemorial era, maybe Divine Hu really kills, is indeed arrogant, and is not compatible with the major ferocious clan, and Dragon Phoenix, Kunping. But the real cause of immemorial war is because of God Clan. God Clan invasion. This is the invasion of another civilization. If it cannot be resisted, the civilization of Heavenly Desolate Continent will all disappear, and all races will be enslaved by God Clan. Divine Hu realized the terrifying of this matter, and then stood in Kunlun and blocked God Clan. However, due to the birth of Divine Hu, God Clan took advantage of it to enter Heavenly Desolate and encouraged the other 2 taboos, 8 ferocious clan, to fight Divine Hu, which led to the heaven-shaking, earth-shattering immemorial war. Nianchi's face was a little pale. Anyway, her within the body, after all, flows God Clan bloodline. How did she didn't expect that she was her ancestor, which caused this Heavenly Desolate Continent's biggest catastrophe, indirectly killing 3 great taboos, countless races. 5th picture. The scene has shifted to the Kunlun mountain range. The male Golden Hu is guarding on the top of Kunlun mountain, and his majesty is standing with 4 monster keys soaring into the sky, and the monster beast is terrifying. His 4 monster beasts, and this myriad living creatures. Many of the 10,000 races are on the Divine Who side. Suzaimo's gaze was slightly condensed, falling under his Divine Who, among the 4 monster beasts and 1 monster beast. This monster beast is very special. Sheep face, eyes under armpits, tiger-toothed human hands, whole body grey, a large mouth, is extremely scary, almost to the back of his head, as if can eat 100,000,000,000,000 souls. I understood. Suzaimo pointed at this monster beast and suddenly said, Lord of the Kunlun should be Tao Tai. This Tao Tai is the ancestor of Lord of the Kunlun. Tao Tai is extremely greedy and eats everything. It is rumored that if Tao Tai initiated a ruthless attack, even the major ferocious clan would dare to eat. Moreover, Tao Tai's appetite is huge. Even ferocious clan food like Dragon Clan and Kun Clan cannot compare with it. Even in immemorial era, Tao Tai's fierce name is not weaker than the major ferocious clan, just because Tao Tai is scarce. Otherwise, it must be listed as one of the ferocious clan. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1509. Chapter 1509 Guarding Kunlun. The 5th picture, opposite the 5 family led by Golden Hu, is led by Dragon Phoenix and Kunping 10,000 taboos, supplemented by 2 ferocious clan, and many army of racial creatures. It's just a picture, but the immense scene of immemorial war is clearly displayed in front of 3 people. 3 great experts per person. Suzaimo is the first evil Indiana 10000 ancient times, pushing the same level horizontally, suppressing half ancestor. If old ancestor is out, it will be hard for anyone to compete with it. But in front of this picture, the 3 people were in the battlefield surging forward with great momentum, and felt themselves as small as a dust. In such a war, they are too ordinary. The moment the war broke out, it might be drowned. Why? Why doesn't Divine Who explain? In Nian Chi's mind, it is still difficult to accept this fact. Perhaps, disdain. Suzaimo looked at the picture, the one standing on the top of Kunlun Mountain, standing upright, facing Dragon Phoenix, Kunping 2 taboos, 8 ferocious clan troops, still without fear of silhouette. This picture is extremely expressive. Even the pride, disdain, coldness, and killing intent in Golden Hu's eyes are fully revealed. Jihuo also shook his head. The situation has reached this point, and it can no longer be explained in 1 or 2 sentences. Below the 5th picture, the words immemorial war are written. Jihuo suddenly frowns, saying, strange. Why is Purple Who not in the picture? With this artist's handwriting, such mistakes will never be made. Suzaimo's eyes subconsciously looked towards the 6th painting. The scene of the 6th painting is back to God-slaying Canyon. In the gorge, a murderous or a monstrous monster beast is blocked, facing away from Heavenly Desolate, facing the Cave of 5 Glorious Brilliance. It is angrily roaring. This monster beast is the female Purple Who. And in that cave, there are countless god clan coming out. Some wore golden light flashing heavy armor. Some ride a double dragon like a giant dragon lizard. Some are riding high-speared horses in armor and holding long spears. This is a god clan army. Previously, God Clan was only tentative. At this time, God Clan really launched an offensive against Heavenly Desolate Continent. The God Clan expert headed by it was terrifying. Even if it was just a picture, 3 people felt that their chests were stuffy and somewhat choked. This is God Clan's sovereign. And, more than one. Below this picture, the same words as the 5th picture are written immemorial war. I understood, Jihuo said in a deep voice, at the same time that Dragon Phoenix, Kunping and the 8 ferocious clan launched an immemorial war against Kunlun, God Clan also launched a war against Heavenly Desolate. The world only knows that the battle of heaven shaking, earth shattering outside Kunlun, but did not know at all. In the depths of Kunlun, there is a Divine Who with his back to Heavenly Desolate and blocking God-slaying Canyon. Fight God Clan alone and protect Kunlun. This is the real immemorial war. 3 people stared at this scene. Somehow, Their eyes gradually turned red. Since 10,000 years, the world has misunderstood Divine Who. Divine Who is contraindicated. But he is not God of slaughter, but true God who guards Heavenly Desolate. Three people can't imagine what would happen to Heavenly Desolate continent without these two heads of Divine Who and guarding in Kunlun. Stopping in front of these two pictures for a long time, three people continue to move forward and come to the seventh picture. The seventh picture, it can be seen vaguely, that the immemorial war is over. Kunlun mountain range has been completely reduced to ruins, with corpses and blood stained. The mountains and rivers are broken, the sky is pierced through the sky, the stars are gone, the eyes are stricken, and it is sad. Up and down God-slaying Canyon, there are endless bodies of God Clan. 5 God Clan no longer walks out of Kaigwenwa's cave. The purple who was paralyzed on the bodies of many God Clan, and was bruised all over the body. The life aura inside the body was passing quickly, his eyes were dim, but he still stared stubbornly at the cave. Golden Who lost, and has retreated to God-slaying Canyon, standing alongside Purple Who. The Dragon Phoenix and Kunping, 2 taboos dropped. The 8 big ferocious clan, hunted down Golden Who all the way, came here, and saw a scene of God-slaying Canyon. As if in an instant, the 2 taboos understand everything. The 2 taboos faced 2 Divine Who heads and bowed their heads, showing remorse. However, immemorial war has been irreparable. 2 Divine Who were seriously injured and unable to return to heaven. This battle has consumed all their lives. Purple Who fights to the end, without taking a half step back, intercepting all God Clan in God-slaying Canyon. 7th picture, Taboo. Dragon Phoenix, Kunping, and 2 Divine Who were hit hard in this battle. Divine Who died. Dragon Phoenix and Kunping, not long after, also because of this heavy hit, crossing tribulation failed, scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. Suzaimo finally understood why Torch Dragon Clan Great Elder had told him that Dragon Phoenix had remorse before he died. That kind of remorse wasn't because of the scars that fell from this battle. It was because of the guilt of Dragon Phoenix towards 2 Divine Who. Immemorial war, of course. God Clan's provocation, but not necessarily the selfishness of Dragon Phoenix and Kunping. As you can imagine, there are 2 immemorial era and Divine Who families, the strongest, and Dragon Phoenix and Kunping must be frightened. They may not have thought of suppressing Divine Who. That's why I was provoked by God Clan and launched the immemorial war. Suzaimo laughed and laughed, saying, please 2 Divine Who, protect Kunlun, protect Heavenly Desolate, but in the end, they have been misunderstood by the world. The saddest thing is that even their descendants have been spurned and disgusted by the world, hunted down by future generations, and almost died at Heavenly Desolate. All because of God Clan. Jihuo said in a grudge, anger in his eyes. Nianqi pursed her lips, said nothing, and her face was pale. Although immemorial war has nothing to do with her, she is within the body-flowing God Clan bloodline. She felt ashamed of Yiling and of Heavenly Desolate as a whole. The 3 went on and came to the 8th picture. This is also the last picture. It was over Kunlun ruins. Golden Who and Purple Who burned their last lives, bursting into a dazzling brilliance, covering Kunlun ruins. The eyes of the 2 Divine Who fell on the Divine Who egg not far away, with deep perseverance and worry in their eyes. 8 words under the 4th picture, Kunlun Barrier. Seeing this, Suzaimo's eyes glanced over. He finally understood the origin of the Kunlun Barrier. He also finally understood the significance of this barrier. The Kunlun Barrier, on the one hand, bans the Cave of 5 Colorful Glory, preventing God Clan from invading again. On the other hand, it is to protect Yiling. With the existence of the Kunlun Barrier, Kunlun Ruins is an isolated place. People outside can't come in, and people inside can't go out. Ferocious Clan wants to step into Kunlun Ruins. It is even more impossible. The remaining races are the old divisions of 2 Divine Who. Only in this environment can Yiling grow up safely and become taboo. When Yiling grows up, He will dominate the old part of Kunlun ruins and become the new lord of the Kunlun. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1510 1510 Son of Divine Hu. Two Divine Hu have good intentions, even if they die. They can't rest assured that God Clan can't rest assured Yiling. They burned their lives and left this Kunlun barrier. It's a pity that under the Yin and Yang era, Fairy Ling Long entered Kunlun ruins, took Yiling away, and put it in Ling Long's secret realm. And this life, when Yiling returned, Kunlun ruins was no longer his under the heavens. Suzaimo looked at these 8 pictures, the expression of which was complicated and did not speak for a long time. 8 pictures, all puzzles are solved, and all the secrets of immemorial war are exhausted. But there are 8 pictures that do not end the tragic and desolate behind this war. If there is no wonderful pen of this artist, if they did not come to this ruin and see these 8 pictures, who would know the truth of immemorial war? The two Divine Hu hearts must have hated God Clan so much that they would leave such a killing intent and resentment in the Kunlun barrier. Nianchi said in a loss. Unlike Suzaimo and Jihuo, Nianchi saw 8 pictures, but was extremely uncomfortable in his heart, and fell into endless blame and guilt. She doesn't know how to face Yiling and Suzaimo in the future. It was her ancestors who launched the immemorial war, indirectly killed Yiling's parents, killed countless races indirectly, let countless innocent beings buried in this ruin. Nianchi even felt that the blood flowing on her body was dirty. Nianchi, don't blame you. Don't think about it. Suzaimo noticed that the Nianchi expression was different, and he vaguely guessed, soothingly. Nianchi smiled strongly, and then bowed his head again, his expression sullen. I understood. At this moment, Jihuo said in a deep voice, Yiling was placed in Ling Long's secret realm at antiquity time. This Kunlun ruins group has no heads. These old parts fight each other there. With the strength of Tao Tai, it can easily become Lord of the Kunlun. And now Lord of the Kunlun is the descendant of Tao Tai that year. Yiling is back. If he wants to dominate the Kunlun family, he will inevitably collide with the Tao Tai today. Therefore, the so-called War of Annihilation and Rebellion will erupt. After a pause, Jihuo said again, it's just, as time goes by, for so many years, the Tao Tai family has long established Supreme's prestige in Kunlun ruins. Even Yiling's return is inferior. Suzaimo nodded, saying, however, Tao Tai was only the old part of Divine Hu. Yiling was the real lord of the Kunlun. According to the news from Tao Tai, Yiling is not alone in Kunlun ruins. Even in the past 10,000 years, there are still a lot of Kunlun clan standing firmly on the side of Yiling. I'm just a little strange. Jihuo frowns, saying, although the number of Kunlun clan on Tao Tai is huge, how can Yiling lose so badly? Suzaimo squinted slightly, remembering what Lord of the Kunlun had said, and his heart moved, saying, it's God Clan. What? Jihuo asked subconsciously. Suzaimo said, Lord of the Kunlun once said that the guests he invited also arrived at Kunlun ruins today. These so-called guests are most likely God Clan. You mean, the Kunlun barrier that banned the 5-color cave may not stop God Clan? Jihuo's heart shivered with cold. It is possible. Suzaimo pondered then said, this barrier, after all, has existed for 10,000 years, and it is normal to have some strength. Remember when we just reached the Kunlun barrier? I crossed the Kunlun barrier. Jihuo nodded. Suzaimo also said, normally, 2 Divine Hu burned lives, and the barriers left, even if I could not walk through. Now that I can cross the barrier, it's no surprise that God Clan can pass through. Suzaimo's expression is cold, and his eyes are filled with killing intent. I silly said, this Tao Tai is not a big evil if it only competes with Yiling for Lord of the Kunlun. But he's colluding with God Clan, and it's unforgivable. Jihuo also became murderous looking, saying, let's go. Let's rush over and kill him. Heaven and earth turning upside down. Without saying a word, Suzaimo leapt forward, and moved towards the western god-slaying canyon. Jihuo is close behind. Nianchi hesitated a little and quickly followed along. God-slaying canyon. Numerous Kunlun clan with purple golden ribbons around their waists, holding on to the entrance of the canyon. Looking down the canyon to the extreme west, you can see the huge caves with 5 colorful lights flashing out of God Clan one after another. These God Clan, armed with a large sword lance, wearing armor, expression is cold, but none of them can pass God-slaying canyon, because, in the middle of that canyon, there is a silhouette of a monster chi soaring into the sky. This silhouette is full of several tenjang, full of purple golden scales, slender tail behind, and extremely sharp tail vertebra, as if it can penetrate 10,000 things. This monster beast has a huge head, like a wolf's head, but it is more scary than a wolf's head. A bit of sharp teeth, flashing cold light. Such a huge skull can burst into an amazing bite force, and with this bite of teeth, what kind of lethality will be unimaginable. Monster beast's 4 feet, flashing purple golden flames, melted the God Clan corpse under his feet. These God Clan rushed forward and were killed by this monster beast. Under his feet, a dead body with God Clan was lying, and warm blood was flowing. Roar! The monstrous of purple golden opened his mouth and burst into the roar of heaven, shaking, earth-shattering cry, killing intent at 5 colorful caves not far away. In this roar, all the Kunlun clan across the canyon seemed to be stunned, but they stopped living and stopped. Ha 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 ha. Just then a loud laugh sounded. Not far to the east, a dark spirit boat rushed forward. On top of a huge warship headed by Tao Tai and the 4 commander, standing at the bow of the ship, Monster Chi billowed, bursting into laughter. The army of Kunlun clan on 10 million is here again. Kunlun clan, who was standing at the entrance of the canyon with a purple gold ribbon, showed a despair in his eyes. They only have a few 100,000. Moreover, each Kunlun clan has injuries. Regardless of quantity or strength, the gap between the two sides is too big. With the advent of Tao Tai, the last help in their hearts was also dashed. Commander of the old part of Divine Hu looked back at the tall silhouette in the canyon, and sighed in his heart. The son of Divine Hu, although young, already has the style of 2 Divine Hu. Without the invasion of God Clan, under the leadership of the sons of Divine Hu, even if Tao Tai's side has dozens of times and 100 times the number of people, they can win in one battle. But the son of Divine Hu could not escape at all. One side is Kunlun clan, one side is God Clan. The son of Divine Hu can only choose. His choice is just like his mother, alone, guarding God-slaying canyon, blocking all God Clan out. Even if the battle is dead, don't allow a God Clan to step into Heavenly Desolate. These 2 days chapters are not easy to write, they are slower. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1511. Chapter 1511. The God of Heavenly Desolate. Tao Tai expression relaxed, looking at the Kunlun clan guarding the entrance to the canyon, shaking his head and laughing. What are you still insisting on? That beast is just a cornered beast, will still fight. It won't last long. Tao Tai, a half-ancestor headed by these Kunlun clan, loudly shouted, standing with his body full of scars, screaming, "You are so brave. The old master's bones are here. You dare to point the swordsman to the young master. You dare to call the young master a beast. Are you really not afraid of condemnation? The old master has a spirit in heaven. If you sense this, even a ray of remnant soul can suppress and kill it here." Above the canyon that is not far away, there are 2 monster beasts up to the hunted Jang. A skeleton golden and a skeleton purple are the 2 Divine Hu of the year. 2 Divine Hu stood side by side, facing away from Heavenly Desolate, and looking in the direction of the 2 colorful caves. Even though there were only 5 corpses, they still exhaled a heartbreaking breath. Tao Tai slightly frowned. 2 Divine Hu have been dead for countless years. It is impossible to say anything about remnant soul. He even scoffed at condemnation. But Tao Tai was still jealous. At that time, these 2 Divine Hu's fierce names were too popular. Even more how, his ancestors were the subordinates of these 2 Divine Hu. In his bloodline, He has an inherent fear of the Divine Hu family. At this time, he would not dare to challenge the Divine Hu family without joining forces with God Clan. HMPH. Tao Tai sneered, saying, Kunlun Clan on the other side, listen, I can give you a chance. If the knowledge allegiance is now owed to me, I can let you go and treat it equally in the future. If it's not yet allegiance to surrender, I will treat you as rebellious. Kill without mercy. Ha 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 ha. The opposite Kunlun Clan half-ancestor laughed heartily, expression of grief, loudly said, rebellion? Really a big joke, a big irony. The young master is Divine Hu, but it is the real lord of the Kunlun. Even if your ancestors are under the command of the old master, you are now boomed shamelessly, and the army is the master. You Tao Tai is the real rebellion. Han Quan, you are really stubborn. Tao Tai said with a sneer. How many years have passed, and you still remember what happened then? I tell you, I am a lord of the Kunlun. Just this little cub is worthy of fighting me. Cold Spring half-ancestor also sneered, Tao Tai, no matter how many years in the past, we clansmen will remember the ancestral teachings left by the old master. Even the two old masters did not let God Clan step into Heavenly Desolate even if they died. And what have you done? What are you doing? Kunlun Clan on the side of Cold Spring half-ancestor has only a few thousand. It is too different from the 10 million Kunlun army on Tao Tai. But at this time, Cold Spring half-ancestor pointed at Tao Tai, pointed at the opposite Kunlun army, shouted loudly, but the army of 10 million Kunlun was absolute silence. Numerous Kunlun Clan bowed their heads and did not dare to look at them. Tao Tai's face was gloomy, and slowly said, yeah, the old master has his back to Heavenly Desolate and protects Kunlun, but their end? All are dead. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. These Kunlun Clan people who follow me die here. After all these years, God Clan recuperates and is better than Immemorial Era and Heavenly Desolate. There are no more two Divine Hu. Even the taboos are gone. It's up to you, just that little boy in Body Fusion Realm, who wants to stop God Clan. You are so naive. The expression of Kunlun Clan at the entrance of the canyon was dim, and there was a hint of despair in his eyes. They also knew in their hearts that Tao Tai was right. God Clan is making a comeback, but they can't resist it. Tao Tai lightly saying, Han Quan, this is the general trend. The general trend is turbulent, rolling in, and anyone who stands in front of it will be crushed to cause skeleton doesn't exist. What bullshit. Cold Spring half-ancestor said with a sneer, Kunlun Ruins has a divine ability forbidden area, even if it is God Clan's old ancestor, dare not break in. Hee hee. Just then, Tao Tai chuckled around. This is the end. The three white robes God Clan no longer cover up identity and breath. The white robes on their bodies have burst, revealing a golden yellow armor. Three God Clan's black hair quickly turned into golden yellow hair. All the camouflage on my body disappeared. Even if there is no old ancestor of great ascension, just our 2 Legion of God Clan will be enough to tie Kunlun Ruins. That is our 2 Legion of God's continent, Body Fusion Great Expert and Half-Ancestor. Divine Sword refers under the Iron Hoof. You must acknowledge allegiance. A God Clan slightly smiled, proudly said, the ones who are entering here now are just some of the vanguards. Han Quan half-ancestor stared at Tao Tai, gritted his teeth and said, Tao Tai, you count the forgotten ancestors. Even if you join forces with God Clan, you also deserve to be called Lord of the Kunlun. Well, worth it or not, you don't count. Tao Tai gradually showed impatience, shook her head slightly, and said, in the end, it is nothing more than winner is the king, loser is the villain. In this battle, you will die. No doubt. Who will remember you? Later generations will only remember me. I am the real lord of the Kunlun. If you refuse to acknowledge allegiance, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tao Tai waved and ordered, icily said, kill. At this moment, there was a long howling in the distant sky, like a thunder, rolling in, the clouds in the sky all receded. This howling is still far away, but many Kunlun Clan present at the scene felt the buzzing in their ears, showing the horror of this howling. Tao Tai slightly smiled, proudly saying, Han Quan, The new commander I just solicited is here. Just to let you see his means. Really strong. Half-ancestor and the other's heart shivered with cold. Hearing this howling, in the canyon, the huge body softly trembled. Who was fighting with God Clan in blood, looked back incredibly. In his sight, he saw the familiar silhouette. Azure-clothed brunette, Divine, whose cold and ruthless eyes were filled with endless thoughts and joy. Raw, Divine, who is trembling with excitement. The two howls echoed each other and echoed over Kunlun ruins. Pukai, a God Clan great expert, took the opportunity to rush forward, and a sword made a bloodstain on Divine, whose body. Divine, who was furious, biting his head back, and tore the God Clan's body in half, and the golden yellow blood splattered in two places. Divine, who is once again in the God Clan army. Suzaimo expression is cold, fast as lightning, usually rushed over. Jihuo and Nianchi are close behind. The three people looked at the silhouette of God-slaying Canyon, the silhouette of which was fighting blood with many God Clan, and in their minds, they could not help but come up with the picture that they had only seen in that palace. In the picture, a Divine who with his back to Heavenly Desolate, is standing in the middle of God-slaying Canyon, standing alone against the army of God Clan and guarding Kunlun. The scene in front of me seems to be integrated with the Divine who in the picture, regardless of each other. The sight of three people gradually blurred. Yi Ling has endured the misunderstanding of later generations, the fear of the world, the hostility of the 10,000 clan, alone, running across the canyon, facing away from Heavenly Desolate, guarding Kunlun. Even if all this, no one knows. Even though, he might have bodied eyes and Dao disappears. Yi Ling still made his own choice. Just like his mother. Divine, who is Lord of the Kunlun, the true God of Heavenly Desolate. I cried at the back. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1512. 1512. Huang Wu's wrath. Huang Wu. Tao Tai moved towards Suzaimo, slightly nodded, said with a smile, "You came right. The beast in the canyon is the leader of this rebellion. If you can kill it, I'll remember your great work." Suzaimo came to Tao Tai, looking at the direction of God-slaying Canyon, expressionless, motionless. "How?" Tao Tai squinted and said, "If you don't do anything, wait for God Clan 2 Legion to come to Heavenly Desolate, suppress and kill that beast, and you won't have any chance to make a contribution." "He can't die," Suzaimo said suddenly. Tao Tai slightly frowned. Suzaimo pointed in the direction of God-slaying Canyon and said, "Do you know who he is?" "Huang Wu, what do you want to say?" Tao Tai squinted slightly, flashing a cold light. Suzaimo said, "He is not a beast. His name is Yi Ling, and it is my brother of Huang Wu." Suzaimo slowly turned his head and looked at Tao Tai, which was close at hand, slowly said, "Bye to the brother." These 4 words fall, the whole space seems to be frozen. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely weird. Suzaimo and Tao Tai, just face to face, 4 eyes opposite each other. Suddenly, Tao Tai suddenly opened her mouth, and a terrifying drawing force erupted, moved towards Suzaimo and devoured it. Almost at the same time, Suzaimo's brows flashed an azure light. Good Fortune Lotus platform burst out, slowly rotated, blooming a path of Xia Guang, moved towards Tao Tai's big mouth, fiercely hit the past. Although Tao Tai has a big appetite, but Good Fortune Lotus platform, he can't eat it. If this one hits, Tao Tai's head will be smashed. Tao Tai is half-ancestor and lord of the Kunlun, in this Kunlun ruins, get countless treasure resources. The response is extremely fast, immediately pull back. But he felt that he suddenly had 2 more palms on his arms. With his explosive power, he failed to escape. 2 people are too close. Below this distance, Suzaimo has 1,000 ways to suppress and kill Tao Tai. He has no chance to escape. Pukai. In the eyes of everyone, Tao Tai's head was directly pierced by Good Fortune Azure Lotus. He banged in through that big mouth and smashed a huge blood hole. This time, Tao Tai's sea of consciousness was shattered. Suzaimo took Tao Tai's arms with both hands and bent his knees. bumping like a galloping fierce horse hitting Tao Tai's chest. Kaka. Tao Tai's chest collapsed deeply and her bones were mostly broken. Sting. Bloodlight gushing. Suzaimo tore off Tao Tai's 2 arms. In this outbreak, Suzaimo shot with resentment and savagely killed the killing intent in his heart. Tao Tai's head was broken, his chest collapsed, his arms were torn, and the corpse fell heavily in a pool of blood in the distance, motionless. It was marked like this, not to mention half-ancestor, even old ancestor of great ascension must be. Body dies and Tao disappears. This scene caused an uproar. Everyone didn't expect that the Kunlun army on the side of Tao Tai had just launched an offensive against God-slaying Canyon, and their lord of the Kunlun was suppressed and killed by this new commander. The whole process is too fast. Just in a blink of an eye, Tao Tai's body dies and Tao disappears. The 1,000-strong Kunlun army has not yet reacted, and Suzaimo has shot again. Suzaimo's body flickered, and he immediately appeared in front of 3 God Clan great experts. Courting death, 3 God Clan great experts surged chi and blood and issued a path of blazing golden chi and blood, which was appalling. Behind the 3, even raised the 3 Tao bloodline phenomenon. Well, oh me. Suzaimo spit Brahman sound, 6 words great clarity incantation all broke out. Below this distance, even God Clan great expert cannot be without effect. 3 God Clan great expert figure trembled, chi and blood are not smooth, and the condensation of the bloodline phenomenon has also appeared an instant stagnation. At this moment, Suzaimo hand printed the seal, 6 paths great clarity Dharma seal, and 6-word great clarity incantation poured down, covering 3 God Clan. Bang! 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 The bloodline phenomenon of the 3 God Clan great experts has not been fully condensed yet. It was smashed by the 6-word great clarity incantation and the great clarity Dharma seal into nothingness. Suzaimo's backhand moved towards the head of a God Clan, and his entire arm, like the nose of a dive elephant, looked soft and weak. Suzaimo's palm is drawn on the cheek of God Clan great expert. Kaka. The head of this God Clan great expert made a dozen consecutive turns around his neck, and then gradually stopped. The neck bones were all broken. This primordial spirit of God Clan was also shattered by Suzaimo. Another God Clan great expert expression was shocked. The flash of the storage ring on the finger flashed a giant sword in the palm of your hand. The 3rd God Clan great expert also rotates his 2-handed giant sword at the same time. 2 God Clan great expert chi and blood. On both hands of the giant sword, golden rays of light are surging, dazzling, and the power is surging. Suzaimo did not shy away, stepped forward, hit 2 backhands, and hit 2 swords in the middle. Great God Clan great expert. In their opinion, the palm of this Huang Wu must be killed by them. In the eyes of 2 God Clan great experts, it seems that the bloodlight has been seen. When, different from their imagination, 2 giant swords were chopped on Suzaimo's fist, not only did not have bloodlight, and even left no scars, the 2 God Clan great experts felt a terrifying force, and the giant sword poured into the inside of the body along their hands. The arms of 2 people burst into a blood mist. The tiger's mouth is torn and 5 fingers bleed. At the Ling Long secret realm, even God Clan half-ancestor couldn't stop Suzaimo's power. These 2 people were just God Clan great expert. Even Suzaimo couldn't stop a punch. 2 God Clan great experts couldn't control their body shape and kept back. Even more terrible happened. 2 people clearly saw that the sword body of their own 2-handed sword was covered with cracks and was even broken by a punch by Suzaimo. Hiss. 2 God Clan great experts. Is this still flesh and blood? Purple electricity storm. Suzaimo squeezed magic arts in his hands and moved towards 2 God Clan great experts. A storm flashing purple light quickly formed and shrouded 2 people. With Suzaimo's today's primordial spirit cultivation base, this Tao Law technique is condensed, and the formidable power is already extremely powerful. But now, the purple electric storm completely shattered the 2 God Clan's 2-handed swords. In the storm, there were many giant sword fragments, And the lethality was even more amazing. The fleshly bodies of the two god clans were constantly torn. During the storm, golden yellow blood splashed out constantly. But between a few breaths, the storm dispersed. Two bodies of God Clan Great Expert fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. They already had 2 sores and 1,000 holes. The sea of consciousness of two God Clan Great Experts are pierced by several giant sword fragments. Divine Soul is dead. Near God-slaying Canyon, there was an instant silence. From Suzaimo's shot to the end, it's less than 10 breaths. Lord of the Kunlun's head shattered and fell on the spot. 3 God Clan Divine Soul is gone. Body dies and Tao disappears. This is the wrath of Huang Wu. Go to bed, brew, and see if you can add more in 2 days. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1513. Chapter 1513 Fighting together. The whole scene is silent. Not to mention the Kunlun clan present, even Jihuo and Nian Qi didn't have time to make a shot. Tao Taya and the 3 God clan were dead. The Cold Spring half-ancestor and the others at the entrance of the canyon is even more shocking and joyful. The Lord of the Kunlun falls, and the Kunlun army on the opposite side has no heads. Even many people may not be able to support it for long. After the appearance of Huang Wu, the whole situation quickly reversed. Master, Nian Qi, you stay here to guard the canyon entrance. I'll help Yiling, Suzaimo said in a deep voice. 5 There are more and more God Clan coming out of the colorful cave. The battle strength is also getting stronger. Yiling has been fighting all the time, and he has been covered with bruises. Even if it is taboo, it cannot withstand the constant impact of so many God Clan. Yiling, this is by the strength of oneself, against a huge and unimaginable civilization. Suzaimo flickered and moved towards God-slaying Canyon. Outsider, how dare you? Although Tao Tai died, His Majesty still has 9 commander, all his diehards, and all our half-ancestor experts. Among them, there are 2 commander leaping up, huge body, covering the sky and blocking the sun, and moved towards Suzaimo to kill. These 2 commanders are pure blood ominous beast, Chi and blood, sharp minions. 2 innate divine ability burst out. Suddenly, mountains bursting and ground splitting. Kill, kill, kill. Revengeful Lord of the Kunlun. The Kunlun clan under the commander also burst into a roar. Kunlun clan from 1,000 to 10,000 rushed down. The dust was rolling, the flags fluttered, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. It was awesome. Suzaimo's body, compared with such a huge army of Kunlun, is extremely small, as if the next moment will be broken. Skeleton doesn't exist. Suzaimo expression is cold, with both eyes jumping with 2 flames. Slowly said, it's just you want to stop me. The words did not fall. Suzaimo continued to squeeze magic arts with both hands. Around his body, 3 different colors of flames instantly appeared. Golden Buddha sect, Scarlet Immortal sect, Black Demon sect. Under the traction of Suzaimo's magic arts, the 3 sects quickly gathered together. After absorbing the refining and free wood, Suzaimo's cultivation base has reached the body fusion realm late stage, and the magic power is vast. Just a simple fire is enough to kill body fusion Great Expert. 3 The fire is condensed. The lethality is even more terrifying. The 2 big Kunlun clan commander heart shivered with cold rushed over, already felt the crisis. But the 2 commanders are half-ancestor experts, relying on the innate divine ability. They want to be hard hit with Suzaimo's 3 secret style fire. HMPH. Suzaimo sneered and hit 3 secret style fire in his hand. At the same time, a blazing fire broke out from his brows, submerged in 3 secret style fire. This is a fire of primordial spirit. If only 3 secret style fire comes, these 2 Kunlun clan commanders can barely resist by relying on the innate divine ability. But integrated into the fire of the primordial spirit, this Tao Law technique has completely transformed. The firelight has great rises, and the formidable power has skyrocketed. The innate divine ability of these two Kunlun clan commander is instantly turned into nothingness under the incineration of the four mad fires. The second Kunlun clan commander didn't even have a chance to escape. Instantly, it was swallowed up by the four fires and burned to scattered ashes and dispersed smoke. "Give me away." Suzaimo opened his mouth, moved towards four and sighed in the direction of the fire. This tone contains the most pure and concise magic power. Call for the blaze of fire spread out instantly, forming a flame storm, soaring into the sky, moved towards the front and swept away. Just after the two Kunlun troops rushed in, countless Kunlun clan was caught up in this flame storm, sending out screams of screams. For the flames of ignorance spread, and formidable power will inevitably decrease. But it is more than enough to deal with two Kunlun army. The Kunlun clan below the body fusion realm cannot stop this power at all. Even if some Kunlun clan great experts can survive the forbidden fire with weak and formidable power, they are burned, torn skin and gaping flesh, beyond recognition. The two Kunlun troops suffered heavy casualties and were in chaos. In part, it was burned to death by four mad Tau fires. Another part is in the chaos, trampled by other monster beast by accident and killed. In the blazing fire, countless Kunlun clan struggled raw, screaming and escaping. This scene is like a Visi hell. A cultivator with dark clothes in azure clothes, walking on the flames, expressing coldness, like the cruel Yan Luo in charge of hell, trial of life and death. For the blaze of fire burned all the way, even going to the Kunlun army of 10 million, burning out a flame channel, leading directly to God-slaying Canyon. On the side of the flame channel, countless Kunlun clan are evading. Many Kunlun clan looked at the silhouette walking on the flames, with inexplicable fear flowing in their eyes, and their faces looked extremely pale under the light of fire. Just in a flash, Suzaimo came to God-slaying Canyon. Yiling was in the middle of the canyon. Since the battle, there have been 100 large and small wounds. Even if his bloodline is strong, the self-healing power is so amazing that he has no chance to rest and heal his injuries, and his injuries will not improve. Brute, a God clan half-ancestor treads the sky standing, holding a large golden sword in both hands, and groaned, "You give up. God's continents light and dark 2 legion, will soon enter heavenly desolate. That's the main force of my God clan this time. You can't resist it." And as your glow came through the sky, and moved towards this God clan half-ancestor fiercely hit him. Cut! God clan half-ancestor held the golden sword with both hands, rounded his arms, and moved towards the front fiercely. When, a loud noise. This God clan half-ancestor is shaking. Gold giant sword is flying. In his sight, he saw an emerald as jade, a crystal clear and near-transparent lotus platform, 7 circles of petals blooming, seemingly weak, but permeated with extremely powerful coercion. Good fortune lotus platform. Good baby. The God clan half-ancestor lost the big sword in his hand, and was not angry and disappointed. When he saw good fortune azure lotus in front of him, he issued chi and blood, the bloodline phenomenon rouse, and moved towards good fortune azure lotus to suppress the past. This God clan half-ancestor wants to take good fortune azure lotus as his own. Act recklessly. Suzaimo walked slowly, with cold light flashing in his eyes. He urged divine consciousness. Good fortune azure lotus kept spinning, bursting out a path of dazzling azure glow, shining the God clan half-ancestor's pyramid natural phenomenon to 1,000 sores and 100 holes, absorbing refining and wafry wood. It is not only Suzaimo's cultivation base that has been improved. Whether it is azure lotus true body or good fortune lotus platform, there are extremely obvious changes. The bloodline phenomenon was broken, and God clan half-ancestor was shocked. Only then did he really realize the danger and wanted to step back. But Suzaimo would never give him this chance. With the divine consciousness, good fortune azure lotus turned into an azure light, directly hitting the head of God clan half-ancestor to be sparse. Divine soul was gone, and he died on the spot. Kill. Many God clan loudly shouted and turned around at the same time. moved towards Suzaima and rushed over. One God Clan half-ancestor is dead, and he can't deter other God Clan's progress. After all, there are only two people in the canyon. God Clan's two big legions are coming soon. Suzaima and Yiling looked at each other. In the eyes of the two, there was no fear at all, but endless excitement and blood. Two people join forces and fight side by side, even if it is a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. What a fear! Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1514 Chapter 1514 Resurrection. Up to 100 God Clan rushed up and took out the bloodline phenomenon. The ancient pyramids appeared in the air, filled with terror and extremely shocking. 100,000,000,000,000 souls, embracing under the top 100 pyramids, expressing piety and praying constantly. These God Clan open their arms and stand on top of the pyramid, just like real gods, flashing with golden light, cannot be seen. Dongfeng, you are unyielding. A God Clan points to the 100,000,000,000,000 creatures under the pyramid, loudly shouted, "As long as you wait to submit to me, God Clan, you will be protected by my God Clan just like these creatures. If you resist, your bones will be suppressed in the pyramid for generations and will not enter the cycle. Accept God's judgment." There was a stun in Suzaimo's eyes. These acknowledgement allegiance under God Clan's pyramid of 100,000,000,000,000 souls should be God's continent to conquer other continents. The phantom left by other worlds. Immemorial era. If there is no divine who here to block God Clan, the fate of 100,000,000,000,000 souls on heavenly desolate continent will most likely be the same as those souls. All generations will be enslaved by God Clan. These creatures kneeling around the pyramids express their piety. Their in the bones have forgotten the struggle. The kind of enslaved mark has been integrated into their soul and bloodline. Thinking of this, Suzaimo's eyes were even colder. "It's just those bullies, that's all," Suzaimo slowly said. "Even if you are true God, dare to set foot in heavenly desolate, I will also pull you down from the altar and crush the bones." Tone barely fell, the magic arts in Suzaimo's hands, constantly changing. A Tao law formula, without any stagnation, is released like a stream of water. Dazzling. Fancy secret technique. Fist of heavenly demon. Doi heavenly dragon is super defa. Flying sand running stone. Great Brahma fist. Of Isi hell. For more than 30 consecutive Tao law and secret techniques, in the blink of an eye, condensed out in the hands of Suzaimo, as the same torrent of annihilation, came suddenly. With Suzaimo's current cultivation base, just a Tao law technique is enough to kill God Clan Great Expert. Now, this scene is equivalent to more than 30 Suzaimo, who shot at the same time, and spell broke out at the same time. This shock is even more terrifying than the 100 bloodline phenomenon on God Clan. Bang! 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 More than 30 Tao law secret techniques, a torrent of coalescence, collided with the 100 bloodline phenomenon and burst into a loud noise, heaven shaking, earth shattering. Kaka. Suspended on those ancient and magnificent pyramids in the air, a path of fissures appeared, and they shattered. The bloodline phenomenon of these God Clan Great Experts has not stopped the spell torrent of Suzaimo. Puh. 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 Each and every one God Clan Great Expert expression dim, hematemesis receded, and horror appeared in the eyes. Yiling's strength was all they expected. But these God Clan simply didn't expect. The cowardly human race in front of them could control such terrifying power. Their bloodline phenomenon cannot support them. Is this the true cultivation civilization of heavenly desolate? Some God Clan's faces shook, and his eyes staring at Suzaimo gradually changed. Pukai. Bloodlight emerges. The head of a God Clan was crushed on the spot by a sharp claw, divine soul died, and the headless body fell from the air. Many God Clan haven't responded yet, A blurry silhouette flashed. Ah! Then a short scream sounded. Another god clan is dead. Yi Ling is out. Just as Suzaimo's spell torrent confronted god clan's bloodline phenomenon, just when the curtain ended, Yi Ling had quietly sneaked into the god clan crowd. Yi Ling's terrifying was not fully revealed until then. Prior to this, Yi Ling alone, traversing the middle of the gorge, could only stun with many god clan, unable to give play to the advantages of the divine Hu family. But now, there is Suzaima confronting many god clan to create the perfect slaughter environment for Yi Ling. Bloodlight is constantly emerging. Yi Ling walks between god clan, just like the god of slaughter in the dark. These broken god clan of bloodline phenomenon cannot stop Yi Ling's killing at all. But just a dozen breaths, just before 100 god clan, has fallen more than half. Suzaimo also moved. His primordial spirit, combined with immortal, demon, Buddha three sects' profound truth essence, the movement of the divine consciousness, truly achieved the legendary magic power boundless. Even if just released 4 fires, more than 30 Tao law, under the nourishment of good fortune lotus platform, the primordial spirit's power is still very strong. Suzaimo puts his fingers together, and moves towards the front to make a slight cut. Dozens of heaven-murdering sword chi burst out, and God Clan, which was moved towards the opposite, enveloped it. The edge of heaven-murdering sword chi is too rich. Not to mention that these God Clan have no bloodline phenomenon protection. Even if there is a bloodline phenomenon, they can't be resisted. A God Clan corpse fell from the air. With the collaboration of Suzaimo and Yi Ling, God Clan in the canyon gradually started to retreat. Not that they want to retire, but have to retreat. Suzaimo keeps on shooting, Yi Ling is walking in the dark, and the trail is erratic. Many God Clan great experts are unable to attend to other things, not both. Many God Clan spirits are slightly relaxed, and they will suffer fatal killing intent. Roar. Just then, there was a roar of angry roar behind the canyon. In this roaring roar, there was a burst of exclaiming and screaming. Suzaimo's heart moved and looked back. I saw outside the canyon, a huge monster beast up to the hunted Jiang, able to support both heaven and earth, all over gray, human face and sheep body, no eyes on his face. This monster beast has a terrifying atmosphere, with a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, as if it can swallow 10,000 things, dancing with sharp claw. Kunlun Clan with a purple gold ribbon will kill 4 and fall apart. Even Jihuo and Nianqi joined forces and couldn't hold back the fierce flames of this monster beast. Tao Tai. This monster beast is exactly the lord of the Kunlun that just died in the hands of Suzaimo. Today, this Tao Tai is back to life. How can it be? Suzaimo frowned. He just shot and had torn Tao Tai's arms and his chest broke. These injuries, Tao Tai can be healed. But there is no excuse. But just now, Tao Tai's head and sea of consciousness were smashed by good fortune lotus platform. Even if Tao Tai primordial spirit has any primordial spirit's magic tool shelter, it can't resist it. How did this Tao Tai come back to life? Huang Wu. Tao Tai's screaming sky is full of endless resentment and anger, loudly said, I want you to smash 10,000 segments, and frustrate my ashes. HMPH. Suzaimo expression is cold, icily said, Tao Tai, I can kill you once, and I can kill you for the second time. I want to see, you still have a few lives to live. Tao Tai was resurrected and led the Kunlun army to attack the entrance to the canyon, but Jihuo, Nianqi and the others couldn't hold it. Suzaimo no longer struggles with the secret of Tao Tai's resurrection, is ready to leave, returns, and suppresses and kills Tao Tai again. At this moment, the 5-cult cave at the end of the canyon exudes a terrifying breath. The void above the canyon trembled. Acquired. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1515. Chapter 1515 Bright Legion. In the cave flashing with 5 colorful lights, slowly walk out of a team of God Clan knights riding on war horses and wearing golden armor. Their steeds are all wrapped in golden armor, showing only a pair of cold eyes. This is no ordinary war horse. These war horses have white wings on their two sides and a sharp long horn protruding from their heads, flying slowly in midair. These God Clan's knights, with golden yellow swords in their hands, expressed coldness, staring at Suzaimo and Yi Ling. Ha 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 ha, a God Clan said with a big smile, "Heavenly Desolate's brutal, you're done." My God's continent's Bright Legion has arrived at Heavenly Desolate. Dark Legion, right behind. These God Clan knights came out slowly, and everyone's body was full of endless brilliance, dazzling. Most of these God Clan knights are body fusion realm. Among them, some are half-ancestor experts. These God Clan half-ancestor also ride on the Pegasus, but they carry a long spear around the golden texture in their hands. The breath is terrifying. The most terrifying thing is that this is a legion composed of God Clan Great Expert and God Clan Half-Ancestor. It is disciplined and full of iron blood. After entering the canyon, God Clan Knight saw the bones all over the ground, and he was not surprised at all. Always expressionless. Just in a blink of an eye, hundreds of God Clan Knights entered the canyon. Bright Legion, there are only more than 1,000 people. Anyone who can enter Bright Legion is the most powerful genius on God's continent. Each knight in Bright Legion is enough to sweep the same level and dominate. With so many God Clan Knights coming together to form an iron army, what lethality can erupt, it is unimaginable. Even more how? Whether it's the armor or weapons of God Clan Knight, they are all made by God's continent's top swordsmith. This Bright Legion can even kill 10 million Kunlun troops and lose their helmets and armor. Yi Ling expression grave. He knows that the test for them has just begun. Before God Clan, what can't be considered at all? This Bright Legion in front of us represents the civilization peak of God's continent. After this Bright Legion, there is a Dark Legion that does not show up. When the time comes, what are the two major legions coming together? At the entrance of the canyon, Tao Tai was resurrected, leading Kunlun's army to approach. Suzaimo and Yi Ling, two people. There must be someone to deal with Tao Tai. Yi Ling, go get rid of Tao Tai. Suzaimo groaned a little and quickly made a decision, saying, I'm standing against the Bright Legion of God Clan. The contrast between the canyons is definitely the most dangerous on God Clan's side. Behind the two were nothing but the power of Kunlun ruins. And God Clan's side is the power of the entire God's continent. Suzaimo's choice was to push herself to the edge of a cliff. Big brother Yi Ling wanted to decline, but just now he was interrupted by Suzaimo. Yi Ling. Suzaimo looked at Yi Ling and said in a deep voice, only you are best suited to solve the problem of Kunlun ruins, and only you can suppress Kunlun clan. From the perspective of bloodline and origin, Yi Ling is the real lord of the Kunlun. There is an irresolvable hatred and conflict between him and Tao Tai. The two must decide whether to win or die. Once Tao Tai dies, with Yi Ling's prestige, it is very likely that the remaining Kunlun clan will be suppressed. But Suzaimo is different. These Kunlun clan do not agree with Suzaimo at all. Even if Tao Tai died, these Kunlun clan would not take orders from Suzaimo. If Suzaimo were to deal with the Kunlun army, he could only kill the war, and it would be of no benefit to the entire situation. Suzaimo said, Yi Ling, you need to suppress and kill Tao Tai by thunderous method, and conquer the rest of Kunlun clan before you can come back to help me. I understand. Yi Ling nodded. Be assured that I will hold on to God Slaying Canyon before you return. I will not let go of a God clan, Suzaimo said firmly. After a pause, Suzaimo warned repeatedly, besides, you need to be careful. This Tao Tai has some means. We only broke his head. He was not dead and alive. I suspect that Tao Tai's primordial spirit may not be living in the sea of consciousness. Big brother, rest assured. Yi Ling finished his sentence. His body flickered and disappeared. When it comes back, it's already at the entrance to the canyon. It's time to race against time. The sooner you suppress and kill Tao Tai, and control all Kunlun clan, the sooner you can rush back to help Suzaimo. Dongfeng's barbarity, I give you a chance. Now submit to me. I can take your income and become a guard around me." A God clan half-ancestor was carrying a long spear, riding a Pegasus, and slowly came out, looking down at Suzaimo. At this point, this bright legion has all entered the canyon, with a total of 1,000 people. Among them, just half-ancestor expert, there are dozens of them. The rest are body fusion great expert. The God clan half-ancestor proudly said, "I will personally guide you, teach you my God clan noble civilization, and get rid of your barbaric identity." "Ah," Suzaimo sneered, said, "you God clans means, but this is the same, 2 times into heavenly desolate, even this canyon can't get through, and his face is in front of me." God clan complexion sank of bright legion. Immemorial war is God's continent's eternal shame. God's continent has conquered many worlds, occupied countless sites, and enslaved 100 million 10,000 souls. Never before has such a disastrous defeat. Today, they are making a comeback with the shame of immemorial era. Dongfeng's barbarity, you successfully angered me. This God clan half-ancestor slowly raised the long spear in his hand, with a path of golden light flashing on it, pointed finger towards Suzaimo, icily said, "Now, even if you bow in front of me, I will not let go you. Today, let me see the power of my bright legion." The words didn't fall, and the lance in God clan half-ancestor suddenly burst out with a golden light. At the same time, every God clan knight in the entire bright legion pulled out long swords in unison. A golden light emanates from the sword. The last 1,000 golden lights condensed in midair, and in the blink of an eye, a golden 10 lance with a length of several 10 jang was formed, which ran across the sky, exuding a heartbreaking breath. Suzaimo squinted slightly, heart shivered with cold. This lance is not the power of 2 God clan. It's the secret techniques that combine the power of the entire bright legion. Pointed to this huge golden lance, even Suzaimo felt a tingling scalp. Suddenly, Suzaimo's warning lights flashed. "I can't think too much." Suzaimo's body, a path of lightning arc emerged, and a pair of magic power wings suddenly grew behind him. In the end, his silhouette turned into a thunderbolt golden light and disappeared instantly. Ethereal wings, electroclosion, golden light vertically. 3 big sacrifice fusion. Suzaimo's speed reaches the extreme. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1516. Chapter 1516 Charge. Bang! That huge golden lance pierced the afterglow of Suzaimo and crashed into the canyon not far away. A loud noise broke out, deafening. Countless rocks rolled down, the whole canyon was shaking, and the dust was rolling. Suzaimo's body reappeared. There was a dip in his eyes. This time attack of Bright Legion has already threatened his life. If only he had failed to dodge, even the 7th grade Azure Lotus true body would be difficult to retreat from, and he would be hit hard. "My ants, I'll see, where else can you hide?" The God Clan half-ancestor sneered slightly, the long spear in his hand raised again. "Charge!" the God Clan half-ancestor ordered. The original Bright Legion, which was still and quiet, suddenly started to run, and 1,000 wings of horses fluttered the wings, which caused the wind to roar, and came on the auspicious clouds. Many God Clan knights, armed with big swords and carrying incomparable momentum, have moved forward and moved towards Suzaimo. Tanma galloping, iron hoofs trembling, the whole void was shaking for a while. Under this kind of impact, let alone as your Lotus true body, even if you add Yiling, Suzaimo too teamed up, it can't resist. Suzaimo expression calm and think about countermeasures. The more this time, the more calm. If he fights normally, he can rely on his body speed and deal with the Bright Legion, instead of slamming his head. But where he stands now is called God-slaying Canyon. It was because of the First World War that Divine who slaughtered the gods and made God-slaying Canyon's fierce name. If he stepped back, Bright Core Head drove straight in, and teamed up with Tao Tai, Yiling, Jihuo, Nianqi and the others would lose. When the time comes, the building will fall. Even if he has countless means, He cannot support it. Light Legion must be intercepted in God-slaying Canyon. Suzaimo's palm. Slap on the storage bag. You have a whole body jade green, like a long bow of jade stone. Ancient treasure. Break the magic bow. Suzaimo treads the sky, gaze as if a torch. Tear open the broken bow. The magic power of fingertips is crazy, and in a blink of an eye, there is an extra magic power arrow on the bowstring. The bow is like a full moon, and the arrow is like a shooting star. The long arrow burst through the air, and soon, the God Clan half-ancestor headed by moved towards shot at it. There was a stun in the eyes of this God Clan half-ancestor. But in an instant, this surprise disappeared and became calm and composed again. In the flash of light, this God Clan half-ancestor actually raised the long spear in his hand, and flicked it in front of him, colliding with the magic power arrow. The magic power long arrow rubbed against the long spear of God Clan half-ancestor, making a harsh noise, fire star flowing in all directions. The response of this God Clan half-ancestor is too fast. Power is also strong enough. You know, Suzaimo, who was still the body fusion realm early stage, failed to retreat from the magic power arrow of the magic bow, and was injured by the Azure Lotus true body. In front of the profound Principal Palace, Suzaimo took charge of breaking the bow, shooting many profound Principal Palace great experts, and even half-ancestor couldn't resist it. And this God Clan half-ancestor was able to shoot in time. Although he could not completely resist the magic power arrow, this long spear changed the direction of the magic power arrow and passed him by. This God Clan half-ancestor's shot almost perfectly resolved the broken bow. Suzaimo expression is unchanged, because this arrow failed to shoot God Clan half-ancestor, but was blocked by God Clan half-ancestor, changed direction, and shot into the crowd behind him instantly. Pukai. A bloodlight emerged. In the Bright Legion, the eyebrow of a God Clan knight was pierced by the magic power long arrow. His head burst instantly, fell from the sky, and fell on the spot. God Clan half-ancestor can react, and the God Clan great expert behind him is completely unprepared. But the damage to a God Clan knight is trivial to the entire Bright Legion. The rest of God Clan knight expression is cold from the beginning, expressionless. The speed of Bright Legion's charge has not decreased at all. Shield. The headed God Clan half-ancestor expression is unchanged, raising long spear, loudly shouted. The words didn't fall. Many God Clan knights behind him, except God Clan half-ancestor holding a long spear, and the rest of God Clan great experts' left hand have a thick golden light flashing shields. These God Clan knights, with a right hand holding a sword, a left hand holding a shield, riding on a Pegasus, expression cold, continue to charge. Suzaimo continuously pulls the broken bow. A Dowlaw force the arrow out of the air. At this time, Suzaimo did not target God Clan half-ancestor with long spear, but instead set the target on God Clan knight with a sword and shield. When a series of Jinj fighting sounded, one after another. In the Bright Legion, each and every one God Clan knight was shot by the broken bow, but no bloodlight emerged. Before long, these God Clan knights leapt up again, returned to Danma, continued to charge, and the chill in their eyes was even more prosperous. Suzaimo slightly frowned. These God Clan knights are all heavily armored, with gold shields standing in front of them, showing few weaknesses. His broken bow, although strong and fast, can shoot these God Clan knights, but it is also difficult to penetrate the armor of these God Clan knights. Even if some God Clan knights are shot and injured, they won't hurt. With God Clan bloodline's self-healing ability, you will soon be able to restore the battle strength and rejoin the charge. After more than a dozen arrows burst in succession, instead of failing to stop Bright Legion's charge, the distance between the two sides was constantly approaching. Ha 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 ha. God Clan half-ancestor laughed heartily, sarcastically said, "The brutality of Heavenly Desolate, you alone, with a broken bow, also want to stop my Bright Legion's conquest." Its ignorance fearless. Suzaimo expression calm, so discouraged. once again pull open the bow, and shoot a dozen arrows. With the help of good fortune Lotus platform, as long as his primordial spirit's power is strong and magic power is sufficient, he can continuously shoot magic power long arrows. Dozens of arrows at this time. Suzaimo did not aim at those God Clan Knight, but shot at the Pegasus under God Clan Knight. These horses are also armored, but their eyes are exposed. If magic power long arrows can penetrate the eyes of these horses, the power in the arrows is enough to destroy the primordial spirit of these horses. The heavenly horse dies, and the Bright Legion is bound to be chaotic, and the charge will naturally stop. Sure enough, a Pegasus couldn't dodge, and was penetrated by the magic power long arrow from its eyes. It instantly shot through the skull, and the primordial spirit disappeared. With a bang, the huge body fell down. This time, in the Bright Legion, it caused a lot of chaos, and the speed of the charge was slightly weakened. Change formation, gun shield great formation. God Clan Half-Ancestor raised long spear, lightly shouted. Many God Clan Knight heard the order and lie on Tanma, leaning against Tanma's back, and protecting the golden giant shield in front of Tanma. In this way, the golden shield shields the bodies of Tanma and God Clan Knight completely behind, without weak spot. The remaining God Clan Half-Ancestor raised the long spear in his hand, led the God Clan Knight behind him, and launched the charge again. God Clan Half-Ancestor shotgun, God Clan Knight holding the shield. Under the sunlight, the entire Bright Legion is blooming with dazzling brilliance, like an invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable all, fiercely rushing towards God-slaying Canyon. Today 2 more bursts. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1517. Chapter 1517 God's First. Suzaimo expression is cold. Each of these God Clan experts has a terrifying battle strength, and when paired with an armor that is almost invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, it is almost invincible at the same level. If it is one-on-one fight, neither Jihuo nor Nianqi may be the opponents of these God Clan Knights. On the other hand, 1,000 God Clan Knights formed a legion to charge. This momentum, this outbreak, this power, even Suzaimo felt it was very difficult. Suzaimo wanted to use heaven-murdering sword Chi. However, these armors of God Clan Knight don't know what material they are made of. They are as solid as a stone, and it is difficult to shoot through even the broken bow. On Heavenly Desolate Continent, there are ancient treasures, divine phoenix bone, worryless flower, good fortune azure lotus, and God's continent. What heavenly materials and earthly treasures are born is normal. Although the killing of heaven-murdering sword Chi was horrible, it was released at this time and the damage caused was also limited. Suzaimo treads the sky, standing, looking at the Light Legion getting closer and closer, motionless, seems to have fallen into confusion, helpless. My ants, my God Clan is the god of the 10,000 family. Wherever the Bright Legion goes, you must acknowledge allegiance. Your Heavenly Desolate Continent is no exception. God Clan Half-Ancestor long spear with one finger, arrogant. Suzaimo smiled suddenly and shook his head. Immemorial era, you have suffered heavy casualties, and you have returned. Today, you still can't. Seeing that the Bright Legion had penetrated into the canyon, Suzaimo's palm fell on the storage bag, and directly moved out of a dark gray mountain, and moved towards the front. Ancient treasure, Black Magnetic Mountain. Black Magnetic Mountain, spurred by Suzaimo's divine consciousness, climbed to 1,000 feet in a blink of an eye. A large shadow shrouded, covering the sky and blocking the sun. In general, the mighty rolling, aggressive, moved towards the rear of the Bright Legion suppressed. Honglong. Black Magnetic Mountain descends and blocks directly in the middle of God-slaying Canyon without leaving a gap. This ant throws a mountain, and he can even throw it away. Black Magnetic Mountain landed without hitting one God Clan, and many God Clans sneered. God Clan commander slightly frowned, softly muttered, "Not right. The castration of this mountain does not seem to suppress the Bright Legion, but it blocks their way. Suddenly, many God clans suddenly felt that there was a very powerful attracting force behind them, constantly pulling their bodies, and flying towards the behind. The entire Bright Legion, 1,000 God Clan Knights, including God Clan Half-Ancestor, and even their Majesties Pegasus are not spared. The powerful charge of Bright Legion disintegrated in an instant. These God Clan Knights were wearing heavy armor and holding swords and shields, and even their horses were tightly wrapped in armor. The power of mysterious magnetism is exerted to the extreme on these God Clan Knights. In the Bright Legion, nearly half of God Clan Knight rushed too fast, and suddenly closed, causing people to turn over and fall from the air. Tanma hissed a painful hissing, unable to control his body, and moved towards Black Magnetic Mountain. Many God Clan Knight cannot resist this mysterious force. Hong Long. Some God Clan Knights have their swords and shields heavily inserted in the ground, and they want to use this to resist the power of Black Magnetic Mountain. But the sword and shield on the ground, drawing a path of huge trenches, can't stop them from moving towards Black Magnetic Mountain. 10,000 things. 10,000 things. The armor on these God Clan Knights, the sword and shield in their hands, although invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable, but it was precisely restrained by Black Magnetic Mountain. The swords and shields used by God Clan Knight are all weighing 10,000. Only bloodline fleshly bodies like God Clan can easily control them. But the heavier these weapons are, the greater the mysterious force they bear. Some God Clan half-ancestor expressions, surprised and angry, urged chi and blood, burst out a powerful force to fight the power of Black Magnetic Mountain, and remained motionless. But their Majesties Pegasus burst into ailing. However, under the pull of these two forces, these horses could not bear it at all. The fleshly body burst, and blood leaked out of the gaps in the armor. Kneeling on the ground, if it were just a Black Magnetic Mountain, these God clans would not be threatened. After all, Black Magnetic Mountain just releases the power of mysterious magnetism and can't hurt people. But at this time, Suzaimo not far away opened the magic bow again. Su. One magic power long arrow turned into a stream of light, and moved towards the Light Legion shot in the past, and it was almost instantaneous. In the Bright Legion, a path of bloodlight burst out. Some God Clan Knights are heavily armored, and they are already struggling to resist the power of mysterious magnetism. One magic power long arrow shoots through their noodle door and directly penetrates the sea of consciousness. Many of God Clan Knights' primordial spirit were shot dead on the spot and fell down weakly. Losing strength, these God Clan corpses were sucked over by Black Magnetic Mountain and affixed to Black Magnetic Mountain, making a loud noise. Suzaimo's broken bow has no tendency to stop. A long arrow of magic power broke through. It's not just God Clan Knight, but God Clan Half-Ancestor. Normally, God Clan Half-Ancestor's reaction and strength are enough to dissolve the magic bow. But under the cover of Black Magnetic Mountain, these God Clan Half-Ancestors have to fight against Black Magnetic Mountain, and their body speed has been reduced to the limit. Some God Clan Half-Ancestor watched the magic power long arrow come over, but failed to dodge and was shot on the spot. With Black Magnetic Mountain, these God Clan Knights have almost become living targets. With dozens of breaths, Suzaimo shoots 100 magic power arrows. In the Bright Legion, there are already 100 God Clan. The arrows are all there. God Clan Half-Ancestor, headed by Anger. These God Clan great experts that make up Bright Legion are the best heaven-chosen monsters on God's continent. Each one has a great chance to step into the Great Ascension realm. And now, in just dozens of breaths, there are 100 places in the Bright Legion. The number of people who have fallen is still rising rapidly. What makes him even more angry is that in the face of Suzaimo's killing, he has no power to stop it. Retreat back. God Clan Half-Ancestor shouted aloud, taking out the bloodline phenomenon, struggling to block a long arrow shot at him, shaking his body, and bleeding a little blood from the corners of his mouth. the entire Bright Legion began to retreat. But their back road has been completely cut off by Black Magnetic Mountain. When the Bright Legion rushed over, aggressive, he retreated in an instant, leaving a dead body in a place with heavy casualties. Just retreating to the feet of Black Magnetic Mountain, God Clan Knight has broken more than 300 people. Many God Clan Knights want to cross the Black Magnetic Mountain, but under the foot of the Black Magnetic Mountain, they are under a strong attracting force, not to mention crossing the past. Even if they want to jump in the sky, it is difficult to heavenly ascension. Blast me this mountain. God Clan Half Ancestor has been a little flustered, loudly roared. When many God Clan waved long swords, giant shields, and the Black Magnetic Mountain above 1,000 feet. But they are wearing heavy armor, they are restrained by the power of mysterious magnetism, and their power cannot be reached half. They cannot shake Black Magnetic Mountain at all. Suzaimo kept bowing and shooting arrows. The expression was cold, coming from the air, just like Death God. So many God Clan felt a choke. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1518. Chapter 1518 Double Primordial Spirit Part 2. Outside God's Slaying Canyon, Yiling led Kunlun's old ministry and has also collided with Tao Tai's army of 10 million Kunlun. Yiling did not entangle with other Kunlun clan, went straight to Tao Tai to kill. Little cub, you really think I'm afraid you won't succeed? Tao Tai loudly roared, and moved with divine consciousness. His 5 commander rushed over, stood at different locations, formed a siege with Tao Tai, and trapped Yiling in the middle. Roar! Yiling looked at the 5 commanders and burst out a roar, heaven shaking, earth shattering at them, exhaling a breathtaking breath. This is a taboo breath. The 5 commander were so imposing that they dared not look at Yiling. They knew in their hearts that Yiling was the real lord of the Kunlun, and they were rebellious. Tao Tai noticed the fear in the eyes of the top 5 commander, and couldn't help sneered, saying, "What are you afraid of? This little cub has been fighting God Clan for so long, it's already exhausted. The wound on his body is still bleeding. What battle strength can he have? He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. I will join forces to suppress and kill it. When the time comes, Kunlun ruins are under the heavens." The 5 commander took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. Tao Tai also said, "Don't expect the acknowledgement allegiance to be surrendered now. This little cub will let you go. Divine who is a bloodthirsty, and will never show mercy to those who betray him." Tao Tai's words really made the top 5 commander firm his thoughts. Tao Tai is right. They have no retreat, only one battle. Kill. 5 commander loudly shouted, moved towards Yiling murderers looking. Suddenly, Yiling's body, like a ghost, disappeared in place, and in a moment, she already appeared in front of Tao Tai. Tao Tai also responded extremely quickly, opened her bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and moved towards Yiling's neck and bit her. 2 huge monsters fight together. A path of bloodlight emerged, scattered in the sky. Normally, even if Tao Tai is half ancestor, it is absolutely impossible to stop Yiling's killing. However, Yiling and God Clan battle, now all over the body are bruised, the battle strength is greatly reduced, and the 2 monster beasts fight in one place. Top 5 commander turned around and flounced. Yiling separated from Tao Tai, using the secret techniques of Divine Who's family, erratic body, hovering around Tao Tai. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared and disappeared instantly. A commander expression is dim, within the body life aura is passing quickly. The eyebrow has already appeared a blood hole. The scarlet blood burst out. This was assassinated by Yiling's tail. This commander never saw Yiling's whereabouts from beginning to end. 6 big monster beasts fight together. Bloodlight continues to emerge, even with broken limbs and broken arms, flying in midair. It is getting worse. A melee fight between monster beasts with a 1000 point danger. Even if you can suppress and kill the opponent, you will inevitably get hurt. After dozens of breaths, although Yiling relied on the ghostly body to assassinate the 3 commanders in succession, He also had 7-8 wounds on his body. There was a wound deep enough to see the bone, drenched with blood. That's Cao Tai's stay. If Yi Ling flashes slowly, then Cao Tai can bite Yi Ling's body into two. The battle continues. One of Yi Ling's legs was bitten by Cao Tai. This injury is not fatal to body fusion great expert, but Yi Ling's magic power is too much, and the primordial spirit is so weak that he can't even grow this broken leg in battle. With such a serious injury, Yi Ling suppressed and killed all the remaining two commanders. Cao Tai swallowed Yi Ling's broken leg, drenched with blood. Even with a broken leg, the blood of Divine Hu also contains huge to unimaginable energy. Cao Tai is full of blood and is very excited. Yi Ling's blood completely stirred his ferocity. Cao Tai licked scarlet lips and slowly rotated around Yi Ling, looking for Yi Ling's weak spot, and said, "Little boy, you can't hold on for long. Kill you enough." Even with such serious injuries, bruises, and broken body, Yi Ling's voice still hasn't fluctuated. For Yi Ling, as long as he can seize an opportunity, he can suppress and kill Cao Tai completely. To the Divine Hu family, slaughter is like their instinct. Every bone and every inch of muscle in Divine Hu's body is not superfluous, all born for slaughter. Divine Hu in peak state is extremely terrifying. If Yi Ling is at its heyday, Cao Tai may not be able to survive 3 breaths. Cao Tai walked in the direction of Yi Ling's broken leg, figure stopped, and suddenly rushed up. Broken leg is Yi Ling's biggest weak spot now. Cao Tai is going to grab this weak spot and suppress and kill Yi Ling thoroughly. As predicted, with one leg broken, Yi Ling's turn was not as agile as it was at first, and it became a little slow. Two big monsters beast fiercely banged together. In the chaos, Cao Tai bite on Yi Ling's arm. Sharp teeth puncture the purple golden scales on Yi Ling. This bite almost bites Yi Ling's arm. There was a flash of pain in Yi Ling's eyes, but instead of struggling and no roar, he endured severe pain. Fiercely biting the head moved towards Cao Tai. In Cao Tai's eyes, there was a strange touch, and he did not escape, and continued strength emission, shaking the huge skull and biting Yi Ling's arm. He is not in a hurry. His physical strength and injuries are much better than Yi Ling. As long as he accumulates a little bit of advantage and slowly consumes, Yi Ling can also be consumed. This time, he plans to tear off one of Yi Ling's arms. As for his skull, he simply didn't care, because, even if his head was bitten by Yi Ling, he would not die. Almost all monster beasts' primordial spirit is in the sea of consciousness in his head, but he is different. His primordial spirit was not in his mind at all, and in the eyes under his armpit. The Cao Tai family, after transfiguring the ontology, the human face and the sheep body, the face, no eyes. Their eyes, hidden under the armpits, are extremely hidden. This is their biggest problem. After Cao Tai cultivates the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit will also be hidden under the eyes of the armpit. Therefore, Suzaimo took a shot and severely damaged Cao Tai, even smashing his head. He can still be resurrected. This is the key. Even if his skull is broken, his primordial spirit is fine, and he can grow up again. The skull is like a limb to Cao Tai. He was severely wounded by Suzaimo, he recovered soon, and was able to fight against Yi Ling. The more important reason is that he has a double primordial spirit. In Kunlun Ruins, he also had a good chance to cultivate a double primordial spirit, hidden in the eyes under the armpit. In other words, his magic power is doubled that of other Cao Tai. He can deter Kunlun Ruins and become Lord of the Kunlun. Naturally he has his whole cards. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1519 Chapter 1519 The Birth of a New Master Part 3 Facing Yi Ling's offensive, Cao Tai didn't escape, but just bite Yi Ling's arm desperately. Caca. Yi Ling's arm was bitten by Cao Tai, drenched with blood. Horrible to see. Young master. Many old Kunlun ministry saw this scene, expressing sorrow and angrily. Jihuo and Nianqi too are also very anxious. But they were completely trapped in the siege of Kunlun's army, and they couldn't help themselves, let alone help Yi Ling. On the battlefield, Yi Ling's 4 limbs, There are only two intact. Very miserable. Tao Tai bit off Yi Ling's broken arm, expressing excitement and swallowing with a big mouth. Suddenly, Tao Tai felt an unprecedented crisis, terrified in her heart, stared at her eyes, and finally realized something. Yi Spirit Root did not bite at his head. But at the moment of the bite, he temporarily changed direction and bit his shoulder. Although Yi Ling's body is weak, his teeth are even more terrifying than Tao Tai's. With this bite, Tao Tai's entire arm was unloaded instantly. Tao Tai's primordial spirit hidden under the armpit was also directly bitten by Yi Ling. Before she could escape, she was bitten and swallowed by Yi Ling. Ah! Tao Tai screamed, regressed, wanted to distance himself from Yi Ling and fight again. After all, he also had a primordial spirit hidden under another armpit. Even if he fights again, he has the absolute advantage. He lost a primordial spirit, but his broken arm, magic power surged, and in a blink of an eye, he could grow back. And Yi Ling was already so weak that he couldn't even regenerate his broken arm. But Yi Ling's slaughter didn't stop at all. When Tao Tai wanted to step back, he found that he had no way out. Pukai. A dark shadow passed behind Tao Tai, submerging into his other scapula with great precision, piercing his armpits. This is Yi Ling's tail. Tao Tai's second primordial spirit was also suppressed and killed by Yi Ling on the spot. How is it possible? There was an incredible color on Tao Tai's face. Within the body, life aura passed quickly, and she didn't understand why she died so quickly. The secrets of the Tao Tai family, except for those of immemorial era, no one knows. How can you? Tao Tai two great primordial spirit silence. Just because of his vitality, he hasn't died immediately, and he is surrounded by a ray of remnant soul and a ray of obsession. You're right, Yi Ling lightly saying, your secret is really only known to those of immemorial era. I know, because my father-mother was dying and told me all these secrets in the form of inherited memory. Tao Tai gradually understood. When they left the Kunlun barrier, they were worried about today's situation, so they told me all the weaknesses of the four commanders, and naturally they included your Tao Tai family. Tao Tai grinned. This lineage, since two divine who died, has been trying to dominate Kunlun. I didn't expect. In the end I still lost to the two ancient divine who. Tao Tai's huge body fell from midair, banged, and fell into the ruins of blood pools, arousing countless blood flowers. Whether it is the Kunlun army led by Tao Tai, or the old Kunlun ministry. All Kunlun clan saw this shocking scene. Once the lord of the Kunlun, it fell, as if heralding the birth of a new lord of the Kunlun. In the air, Yi Ling had only one arm and one leg, relying on his tail to barely maintain balance. But Yi Ling treads the sky, with endless majesty, expression of indifference, overlooking sentient beings, moved towards Kunlun army. A roar broke out. Roar. Powerful billowing. Many Kunlun clan trembled. Jihuo and Nianchi are overjoyed. At this point in the war, they really saw the turn of the war. Kunlun clan, listen, Tao Tai is dead. I know you're all forced by him, and the Lord Fear waited for you. If you immediately acknowledge allegiance, the new lord of the Kunlun will never blame it. Nianchi also said loudly, don't kill. With Yi Ling's pride, such words will never be said. Even if he died in battle, he would not retreat slightly, bow his head. But in the current situation, although Tao Tai was dead, His Majesty had a Kunlun army of 1 million. If these Kunlun armies fight desperately, with their strength, they cannot resist. Yi Ling is also an arrow at the end of its flight, which will not last long. More importantly, the situation over the canyon is unknown. The most important thing for them is to solve the war situation here as soon as possible, and rush to God-slaying Canyon to help Suzaimo. God-slaying Canyon. In Bright Legion, the number of God Clan casualties continues to rise. Suzaimo is in charge of Black Magnetic Mountain, breaking the bow to big ancient treasures, by the strength of oneself, almost defeating the Bright Legion. These cold and indifferent God Clan Knights finally showed a hint of fear. At this moment, more than 400 God Clan Knights died under Suzaimo's broken bow. No one knows who God Clan will be next. Shooting more than 400 magic power arrows in a row, Suzaimo's primordial spirit is also somewhat unsustainable. Clansmen, listen to my orders, take off the armor, and put away the sword and shield. The God Clan half-ancestor finally figured out the solution, and shouted, "We are bare-handed and enough to suppress and kill this person." Many God Clan also reacted. They are now in such a situation, they can't move forward and back. The most important thing is the body restricted by Black Magnetic Mountain. If they drop their armor and put away their swords and shields, although their defense and attack power are greatly reduced, they can get rid of the shackles of Black Magnetic Mountain. In this way, relying on God Clan's fleshly body and bloodline, even without armor, swords and shields, it is enough to suppress and kill the cowardly human race. Human race's bloodline, how can I mention on God terms with God Clan? At this point, a lot of ecstasy appeared in the eyes of many God Clan. Suzaimo also laughed, continuously pulling the broken bow. His primordial spirit has been unable to support it. He was preparing to take a break from the primordial spirit. These God Clan couldn't support it first and changed the tactics. So just right. Suzaimo slightly smiled, took out a few spiritual pills to restore the primordial spirit from the storage bag, and swallowed them. At the same time, Good Fortune Lotus platform in the sea of consciousness, holding the black hair primordial spirit, slowly rotating, gushing a path of azure glow, nourishing the black hair primordial spirit. With the help of Good Fortune Lotus platform, no one can compare to Suzaimo in the restoration of primordial spirit. The explosive power of Dragon Phoenix True Body kills Azure Lotus True Body, but if you compare the consumption of primordial spirit, Dragon Phoenix True Body is far behind. Many God Clan divine thoughts moved their armors, put them into the storage ring, and put away their swords and shields. Many God Clan suffocated their anger, dropped their armors, resumed their operations, and turned around one after another, as if a fire could burst out in their eyes. Human race ants, you are ready to die. Don't kill him easily. Suppress him and torture him a little bit, otherwise our clansmen will die for nothing. Many God Clan just turned around and wanted to rush to find Suzaimo to kill, but found that the silhouette that was terrifying like a nightmare was moving towards them and pacing. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1520 Chapter 1520 U2 Week Chapter 4 A God Clan half-ancestor said with a sneer, "Okay, how dare you take the initiative, really act recklessly." "Act recklessly? It should be you," Suzaimo said lightly, keeping pace, and soon came to a God Clan Knight. Kill. The God Clan Knight within the body chi and blood rises, is loudly shouted, lifts his strong thigh, and moves towards Suzaimo's head, sweeping past. At this moment, a sound of woo-woo sounded in the air, and a series of after-images actually appeared. This leg is too strong and too fast. If this kick is hit, this God Clan Knight is sure to kick Suzaimo's head directly. Boom. But when this leg was about to hit Suzaimo's temple, this God Clan Knight had a fair palm on his leg. The God Clan Knight stared, watching the scene incredibly. The eyes of the rest of God Clan also showed incredible colors. Our human race, in melee, blocked the power of God Clan. Suzaimo extended the hand, like an iron hoop, grabbed God Clan Knight's ankle, smiled lightly, and said, "Is this the power of your God Clan? It's too weak." Kaka. Suzaimo's palm strength, crush the ankle of this God Clan Knight directly. There was a layer of cold sweat on the face of God Clan Knight, and a scream of screams was made in his mouth. But this God Clan Knight is also very good. In the screams, he can stay awake, without losing one's head out of fear, but directly urges chi and blood, and wants to explode a bloodline phenomenon. Boom. Suzaimo didn't give him the opportunity at all, stepped forward and punched the man's chest. This God Clan Knight's chest was instantly punctured, and a thick arrow of blood burst out. The heart burst, and chi and blood flowed quickly. This person's bloodline phenomenon has not completely condensed yet, but quickly disintegrates because the chi and blood flow is severe. Suzaimo's offensive has not stopped. Crushing God Clan Knight's ankle, Suzaimo made a punch, hit the person's chest, and then held his palm up, resting directly on the person's chin. This hand is a change of blood ape offering fruit. Suzaimo cultivation is no longer confined to one move and one. He created martial scripture, invincible in melee, with one punch and one hand, raising his hands and feet, all containing the mysterious profound truth. Kaka. God Clan Knight's head was fiercely flung behind, and his neck bone was broken. A primordial spirit fled from the top of the head of God Clan Knight, expressing panic. But before he could completely escape his fleshly body, I saw Suzaimo take a soft breath, a white light flashed, and cut his primordial spirit in half. With Suzaimo's current fleshly body, chi and blood, powerful viscera, just breathe out, just like flying sword, no less than a divide weapon. Two people are fighting fast, but 3-2 breaths. Every move of this God Clan Knight seems to be completely restrained by Suzaimo's expectations, and there is no fighting back. The rest of God Clan is not far away. By the time many God Clan reacted, this God Clan Knight had body dies and Dao disappears. The ants are arrogant, so bold. The gods were furious and gave us scolding. Suzaimo sneered, "What a noble race, what a powerful civilization. But that's it." Suzaimo's souls stepped heavily on the ground. Hong Long. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. "Today, let you see the means of my Huang Wu," Suzaimo shouted, urged chi and blood, and within the body came the sound of waves, and moved towards a God Clan half-ancestor rushed over. The God Clan half-ancestor relies on the cultivation realm and is half above Suzaimo, so he is not afraid. He also urges chi and blood, and a punch is moved towards Suzaimo. Boom. Two-fist collision. The face of God Clan half-ancestor showed endless pain, and he could not help being groaned, subconsciously regressing. This was a shock, and his entire arm was numb. The God Clan half-ancestor was shocked, took out the bloodline phenomenon. "You have no chance." Suzaimo's eyes were greatly rises, and he suddenly opened his mouth, bursting out a range secret technique. Kill. It sounded like a thunder, and it burst instantly in the ears of this God Clan half-ancestor. The distance between two people is too close. This roar shook the God Clan half-ancestor to his ears, humming, a bang in his head, and a brief stagnation in consciousness. It is this momentary stagnation, and for Suzaimo, it can be decided. Suzaimo extend the hand means, between the flashes of light and flint, a poke at the eyebrow of this God Clan half-ancestor. A blood hole emerged. Blood surged out. The God Clan half-ancestor has just slowly recovered from the thunder kill, but found that his consciousness is gradually sinking. Below is the boundless dark abyss. The life internal chi of the God Clan half-ancestor within the body disappeared. His eyes fluttered, and he fell straight. Divine soul disappeared, and the corpse was on the spot. With less than 10 breaths, 2 God Clan bodies fell. One of them is God Clan's half-ancestor. Suzaimo's killing has just begun. His body flickered, and he crashed directly into the crowd of God Clan, like a fiery horse foal, rambling without fear. A God Clan knight also wanted to block Suzaimo's way, and Suzaimo was hit and fly. The fleshly body was still in the air, and it instantly burst into a cloud mist, leaving only the primordial spirit to escape. The rest of God Clan Knight cannot stop Suzaimo's footsteps. Wherever people pass, no one can beat their edge. The entire Bright Legion was completely broken by Suzaimo. These God Clan Knights stole their armor, swords and shields and turned into bare hands. Suzaimo is also bare-handed. But Suzaimo's fleshly body is the body of 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus, which is equivalent to the innate great expert magic tool. These God Clan's fleshly body and bloodline are powerful, but they can't stop the power of 7th grade good fortune Azure Lotus. Without the protection of armor, these God Clan, although restored to freedom of movement, killed close combat with Suzaimo, and the casualties were even more tragic. Hit by good fortune as your Lotus, either dead or injured. It didn't take long for nearly 100 more God clan to fall under Black Magnetic Mountain. The 1000 gods continent heaven chosen monsters, composed of Bright Legion, were killed and scattered to flee, and they were defeated, leaving only 4 people. Clansmen, don't panic. Listen to me. The first God clan commander finally couldn't bear it, and stood up again, using the divinity consciousness and constant sound transmission to command the remaining God Clan Knight. More than 500 God Clan Knights, if gathered together, are still a terrifying force. Under the command of God Clan Commander, many God Clan Knights gradually formed an encirclement of Suzaimo. Suzaimo's eyes flashed a mockery without breaking through, just letting them besiege. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1521. Chapter 1521 Divide Eyes 5th. Seeing the trend of encirclement, it has formed, and this God Clan Commander suddenly loudly shouted, "Dear everyone, take out Bloodline Phenomenon." One order. Bang. 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 Under many God Clan, there are ancient and magnificent pyramids. All around each pyramid, there are 100,000,000,000,000 souls kneeling, expressing prayerful prayers, looking up at God Clan at the top of the pyramid. The power of continuously flows into God Clan within the body. The breath of God Clan keeps rising. This is the terrifying of God Clan. Once God Clan's bloodline is awakened, the bloodline phenomenon will be derived even if it is not practiced. More than 500 pyramids are suspended in midair, which is extremely shocking. Many God Clan's figures rise slowly, and they are indistinguishable from the entire heaven and earth. The coercion of hugeness to unimaginable comes down. Under this pressure, as your Lotus true body is a bit unbearable, the bones within the body emit a burst of zizziquack, as if to fall apart. Suzaimo is rising from the sky, within the body. The breath keeps rising. In a blink of an eye, it reaches a peak. Suzaimo's figure seems to have disappeared, becoming faintly discernible, and a dark green Azure Lotus emerges from the ground. This Azure Lotus, crystal clear and near transparent, emerald as jade, is filled with endless glow. Under the watchful eye of the gods, at the top of this Azure Lotus, a lotus blooms slowly, bursting out a path of Ruikai. This is. The gods looked up, with a shock in their eyes. If it is said, they have been integrated with heaven and earth, without distinction. The power of this Azure Lotus has already broken this piece of heaven and earth. Suddenly, good fortune Azure Lotus swayed slightly. Heaven and earth shivered a little, and the void filled a path of ripples, like a calm lake falling into a stone. The ripples were weak, and more than 500 ancient pyramids moved towards the surrounding. A horrible scene happened. This seemingly weak ripple, after passing through the pyramids, a path of fissures appeared on the bodies of the pyramids, which quickly expanded and spread. Long pyramids shattered and collapsed into nothingness under the envelope of ripples. Many God Clan are shocking. If it was 20 years ago, Suzaimo's bloodline phenomenon could not withstand so many God Clan natural phenomena, but after absorbing, refining and Wifri wood, Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body has grown madly. Whether it is power or bloodline, has a significant leap. Today's Azure Lotus true body is moving towards 8th grade. Good fortune Azure Lotus is approaching. Although there is still a long way to go, it is no longer out of reach. Of course, Suzaimo's bloodline phenomenon failed to suppress as many as 500 pyramids. It's just that more than 200 pyramids were shattered, and Suzaimo's Azure Lotus natural phenomenon can no longer support it. But this is enough. More than 200 pyramids collapsed, and the encirclement of many God clans collapsed instantly. Suzaimos neared, the figure reappears, turns into a golden light, comes to a God clan knight. The backhand is a palm. This God Clan Knight's bloodline phenomenon collapsed. Chi and blood floated, and yet failed to recover. Slowly, Suzaimo has been killed. The God Clan had only one word to say, and hurriedly raised his arms, trying to resist Suzaimo's power. Kaka. Suzaimo's palm, break the arms of this god clan directly. The palm of the hand was suppressed and patted on the person's head. This person's primordial spirit was instantly shattered, body dies and Tao disappears, and the body fell from the air. The rest of God Clan reacted and shot. But Suzaimo's figure flickered again, and it had disappeared. When he reappears, come to the side of another God Clan half-ancestor. The two of them fought fast and fought 2 or 3 rounds. This God Clan half-ancestor look pale is finally unsupportable. Suddenly, in this God Clan half-ancestor's eyes, a little golden light surged. Just in a blink of an eye, the pair of eyes turned into golden, indifferent, with endless majesty, as if to judge all sins in the world. Divine eyes. Suzaimo heart shivered with cold. In the first battle of Myriad Shapes City, he played against God Clan. The God Clan has cultivated the technique of divine eyes, which is very similar to the scene in front of him. Of course, God Clan half-ancestor in front of him releases divine eyes. Even Suzaimo felt a palpitation. This divine eyes of God Clan half-ancestor is filled with a little divine abilities power. Suzaimo was shocked. He didn't dare to carelessly. The ethereal wings, the electric sting, and the golden light erupted at the same time. Divine eyes with a trace of divine abilities power, and 7th grade good fortune as your lotus, may not be able to carry it down. But Suzaimo dare not take risks. There are more than 500 God Clan here. There is also a legendary Dark Legion behind. If the Azure Lotus true body has been hit hard because of this hard-earned divine eyes, it is really worth the loss. This God Clan half-ancestor is also extremely clever. Seeing that Suzaimo escaped by symbol technique, he was not in a hurry to release the eye technique, but kept on approaching Suzaimo. He knew that if this eye technique was released, the threat to Suzaimo would no longer exist. But if he never releases, he stares at Suzaimo. Suzaimo's head is always hung with a sharp sword, and it will be cut off at any time. Suzaimo is bound to be bound. The rest of God Clan also noticed this scene and shot one after another to cooperate with this God Clan half-ancestor. Some God Clan propped up the bloodline phenomenon and moved towards Suzaimo around. Some God Clan also urged the eye technique, and their eyes became golden light flickering, not condensing, but always staring at Suzaimo, constantly approaching the distance from Suzaimo. Those who can join Bright Legion are God's continent. Every God Clan knight has cultivated divine eyes. More than 1,000 golden eyes all fell on his own body. Suzaimo only felt that his scalp was exploding, have one's hair stand on end. Just in a flash, the situation quietly changed. The remaining 500 God Clan, but gradually took control of the initiative. Azure Lotus true body is made by Suzaimo. Although the eye technique of Demon Sect has been cultivated, it is not lethal and cannot compete with divine eyes at all. The terrifying of eye technique is that it is instantaneous. No warning. Suzaimo's spirit is slightly relaxed, and an eye technique has arrived. Hey! Suzaimo escaped dangerously. This eye technique landed on the rock of the canyon behind him, and instantly made 2 holes, bottomless. Under the pressure of some God Clan bloodline phenomenon, Suzaimo's dodge space is getting smaller and smaller. Another 2 eye techniques are coming. Suzaimo's body has been distorted to an unimaginable level, so he avoided these 2 eye techniques. These 2 eye techniques are gone and hit the skeleton of a huge monster beast. This is the corpse of Purple Who on Immemorial Era. Many thanks Ocean Waves to 10,000 books rewarded. Eternal this book, and another Alliance leader _ brother Ocean Wave has 2 days of marriage, and may not have time to read the book that day. I wish you a happy wedding in advance. 100 years good together. In addition, there are updates during the day. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1522, Chapter 1522 Eye of Nether Glimmering Part 6. Divine Eyes, which can easily penetrate the magic tool, landed on the corpse of Purple Who, leaving no trace, but touching the corpse of Purple Who, causing a change. Many God Clan were originally surrounded towards Suzaimo. Perceived the change from the corpse of Purple Who above the canyon. Each and every one was astonished and paled, like a bird frightened by a bough. The fear that's why a divine who brought to God clan has been ingrained, and even though it has passed 10,000 ancient years, it has not worn away much. Even though divine who is dead, UI shocks ancient and modern. In fact, the so-called change is just a stone falling from this purple whose body. The pebbles are as dark as ink and fall from above the canyon in the direction of moved towards Suzaimo. Suzaimo Yuguang swept past, lightly startled. Somehow, the stone gave him a sense of acquaintance. This kind of stone is too common. Not to mention in Kunlun ruins, it is on heavenly desolate continent, and can be seen everywhere. However, the moment Suzaimo saw this stone, his heart rose into an inexplicable feeling. He reached out subconsciously to catch the stone. But when he touched the stone suddenly disappeared and disappeared. It seemed to run into his body along the palm of his hand. This feeling, Suzaimo was shocked and suddenly thought of the torch shining stone he had picked up when he first met Jihuo Master in Grey Wolf Mountain Range. Two situations, almost the same. Suddenly, there was a sting in Suzaimo's mind. Suzaimo groaned, bowed slightly, and all curled together, shaking. Many God clan have no idea what happened to Suzaimo, but this scene, for them, is an excellent shot. God clan half-ancestor, headed up, stared at golden eyes. Divine eyes were always condensed and ready to go. Now, seeing such an opportunity, he didn't even think about it. Immediately broke out the technique of divide eyes. Not only he had such a reaction, God clan in Bright Legion are all heaven-chosen evil spirits. And when they realize this rare opportunity, they shoot. A path of eye technique. Suddenly, there were hundreds of golden lights across the void and moved towards Suzaimo. Most of the golden light is directed towards Suzaimo's head. Still others, the fleshly body that pierced Suzaimo is the key. There is also a small portion of golden light that pierces around Suzaimo's body, blocking all the space he might dodge. More than 500 God clan shots and broke into the eyes of Divide Eyes, a path of golden light, almost condensed into an airtight inescapable net, moved towards Suzaimo shrouded in the past. The outbreak of eye technique was meant to be instantaneous and difficult to dodge. Even more how? Suzaimo was confronted with mutation, stood still, bowed his head, motionless, and seemed to feel no danger at all. Suddenly, at the moment when many golden lights came down, Suzaimo suddenly looked up, and his left eye was even darker than black. It didn't seem to be an eye. It's an endless dark abyss, exuding a heartbreaking cold chill. This seems to be the pupil of Demon God. All the golden lights that came down next to Suzaimo were frozen and stiffened in midair. On top of the golden light, a hint of frost appeared. Bang! 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 On the ground, 1,000 golden lights, shattered into nothingness. The power of this dark eye, backlash goes back. Many God clan changed their colors suddenly, feeling their eyes were invaded by an extremely cold force. Their eyes could not turn. Their eyes are frozen in their eyes. Next moment, they are completely invisible. The eyes of the gods, a path of cracks, turned into a path of ice crystals, flowing out of the eyes, horrible infiltration. The eyes of the gods are blind. Some God clan half-ancestor relied on the divine abilities power hidden in Divide Eyes to keep their eyes. But these God clan half-ancestors' eyes are also stinging, tears constantly flowing. The gods panicked and screamed, "Eye of Nether Glimmering!" It was the Eye of Nether Glimmering of Divine Who that year. A God clan half-ancestor seemed to think of something. His eyes lingered with deep fear, his voice trembling slightly. At that moment, the darkness in Suzaimo's left eye gradually receded, and he recovered quickly as usual, as if nothing had happened. When the red-haired ghost taught the Eye of Suzaimo Torch Dragon at the bottom of the buried Dragon Valley, he told him about the legends of Torch Shining and Nether Glimmering. Suzaimo didn't expect that inconspicuous black stone turned out to be a Nether Glimmering stone. Torch Shining Stone, Nether Glimmering Stone are all in Kunlun ruins. The Torch Shining sword formation in the Torch Shining Stone was actually left by Fairy Ling Long at that time, placed in the Linglong secret realm, and was accidentally brought to Heavenly Desolate by Jihuo, and there is a secret technique in this nether glimmering stone. This is the eye technique practiced by Purple Who that year, Eye of Nether Glimmering. When this nether glimmering stone entered Suzaimo's left eye, this eye technique of nether glimmering stone had already poured into Suzaimo's mind. In such a short period of time, Suzaimo is certainly not able to practice this eye technique. The only scene was just the divine eyes of the gods, which caused the counterattack caused by the nether glimmering stone. Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body does not always have a powerful eye technique. Now, getting this nether glimmering stone is a great way to make up for this shortcoming. The eye technique of immemorial taboo. Formidable power can be imagined, as if mysteriously and inexorably arranged. Even though Divine Who has fallen 10,000 years ago, the nether glimmering stone falling from his body has helped Suzaimo resolve the immediate crisis. Suzaimo turned around and looked over the canyon. The corpse of Divine Who standing back to Heavenly Desolate, standing upright, showed respect and whispered softly, "Senior, don't worry. I will never let God Clan set foot on Heavenly Desolate." Suzaimo suddenly turned around and rushed into the crowd of Bright Legion again. A fierce offensive broke out. Divine eyes blinded. It only takes a little cultivation to grow back and restore vision. But Suzaimo didn't give them this opportunity at all. The offensive was fierce, they shot very ruthless, decisively cut, and between 3 and 2 rounds, they would be able to suppress and kill a God Clan. In melee, even the God Clan half-ancestor cannot stop Azure Lotus true body. Each and every one God Clan fell down and never got up again. This scene is like immemorial era. These God Clan are buried in this valley forever. The number of God Clan Knight is rapidly decreasing. More than 400. More than 300. The original Bright Legion of 1,000 people was killed by Suzaimo, and there are only more than 200 people left. At this moment, in the direction of the 5 colorful caves, the breath of a path of terrifying once again burst out, and a dark and cold force entered Kunlun ruins. God Clan walked in. These God Clan are also blonde, but they don't have armor on their bodies. Instead, they wear black robes and no mounts under their feet. These God Clan entered the canyon, as if it were a large dark cloud, surging. Dark Legion is here. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1523. Chapter 1523. Darkness Falls 7th. God Clan Commander, headed by Dark Legion, is a gloomy middle-aged man with short hair, thin face, sharp eyes, holding a staff, and waving slowly in front of him. Many Black Robe God Clan behind him also waved their staff. A path of the dark fog is diffused, like billowing smoke, containing the power of darkness and iciness, and moved towards Black Magnetic Mountain. It was instantly dark, as if between heaven and earth, all shrouded in darkness. The temperature plummeted. In a flash, Black Magnetic Mountain was shrouded in this black mist. Suzaimo slightly frowned. As darkness falls, he has lost control of Black Magnetic Mountain. But he can clearly feel that the power of Black Magnetic Mountain is being rapidly weakened under the cover of this black mist. "Clansmen, here comes Dark Legion." The God Clan commander yelled, "Put on the armor, take out your weapons, break this mountain to me, and we'll kill it." The more than 200 God Clan spirits are in full swing. Some God Clan Knights' eyes, although not yet recoverable, have found out the armor from the storage bag, pulled out the sword and shield, relying on the strong divide consciousness. A fierce counterattack broke out. These God Clan swords and shields are extremely strong and hard, and they can't shoot through the broken bows. Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body does not dare to shake it. These God Clan, wearing armor and holding swords and shields, quickly formed an airtight defensive formation, blocking Suzaimo out. In all fairness, if there is no Black Magnetic Mountain, there are 2 ancient treasures of Broken Bow. Suzaimo, despite its towering battle strength, cannot stop the power of the entire Bright Legion. Now, Dark Legion is coming. Suzaimo will face a tough battle. Suzaimo pulled back, temporarily distanced himself from the remaining Bright Legion, and swallowed a handful of spiritual pills again, slowly recovering his strength. Just before this battle, Suzaimo fought with many god clans in close combat. Primordial Spirit, nourished by Good Fortune Lotus platform, and spiritual pills, has recovered nearly 70%. This is the horrible self-healing power of Azure Lotus' true body, and one of the mysteries of Good Fortune Azure Lotus. Suzaimo can now shoot out 100 magic power arrows if he takes out a broken bow. Bang! 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 After Bright Legion pushed Suzaimo back, he did not continue to move towards Kunlun ruins, but turned around to continue to impact the Black Magnetic Mountain. This move is out of fear of Black Magnetic Mountain and out of anger at Black Magnetic Mountain. Every God Clan Knight in the Bright Legion can't forget just before they were shrouded in this mountain, they were regarded as living targets. One by one fell down, but there was nothing they could do. Despite the Dark Legion's shot, the gods are still worried. Even more how? They want to vent their anger. The deep in one's heart of more than 200 God Clan Knights has already dared not to shoot at Suzaimo, so he can only charge against Black Magnetic Mountain. Behind Black Magnetic Mountain, God Clan Commander of Dark Legion, a lot of God Clan waved their wands to condense a dark lance, and moved towards Black Magnetic Mountain. Two extreme powers, light and darkness, explode on Black Magnetic Mountain. Hong Long. The earth quaked and the mountains shook, deafening. This power, representing the peak of God's continent, is enough to destroy the heavens and exterminating the earth. Suzaimo stared. He clearly saw that a path of fissure appeared on the 1000 Jang high mountain of Black Magnetic Mountain, and it was spreading a little bit. Black Magnetic Mountain is broken. This antiquity time treasure still failed to withstand the impact of the God Clan civilization and was destroyed in God-slaying Canyon. But this ancient treasure has completed its mission, because of its existence. Bright Legion can be defeated by Suzaimo. Hong Long Long. The Black Magnetic Mountain collapsed, countless sandstones fell and collapsed, and dust billowed. God-slaying Canyon is reopened. The remaining 200 God Clan of the Bright Legion seemed to escape, and moved towards the Dark Legion. How could this be? Commander of Dark Legion saw this, and frowned. That person, a God Clan Knight pointed not far away, Suzaimo in the canyon, swallowed, and said, "That man is there, we can't get through." Only one person? Dark Legion commander frowned even deeper, and asked incredulously. Yes, the God Clan Knight recalled the scene that had just happened, but he was still reluctant and said, "Although he is a person." Ah! Dark Legion commander suddenly laughed, and asked a little ironically, "Or a human race?" God Clan Knight was speechless. Dark Legion commander coldly snorted, "Your Bright Legion is really getting worse and worse, actually being blocked in the canyon by a humble human race. It is a shame for my God Clan position. Follow me and kill this human race." The Dark Legion commander expression was cold, and said a word, led the many Black Robe God Clan behind him, moved towards Suzaimo slowly. A pause. The Dark Legion commander glanced slightly, looking at each and every one look pale. The frightened God Clan Knight, slightly with a sneer, "As for you, slowly heal yourself here. If you are really scared, get back to God's continent and don't shame God Clan." You, God Clan Knight, a group of Bright Legion, stared with rage. Bright Legion's God Clan commander looked dull and waved his hand, saying, "Don't argue, the enemy. God Clan 2 Legion can't fight first, you Dark Legion, be careful." He, commander of Dark Legion twitched his lips, with a scornful smile, and said, "It's just a human race. What a big enemy." The Bright God Clan commander was saying nothing. He wanted to remind Dark Legion commander that the human race had a terrifying bow with a murderous force. But he thought for a moment that the human race continued to pull that bow, and the consumption was bound to be huge, and there should be no energy left. Even more how? The Dark Legion commander frigid irony and scorching satire made him a little upset, and he was snorted, "So I won't talk too much. The ants of human race, I'll send you down the hell." Commander of Dark Legion waved his staff, a path of dark mist. Behind him, The Black Robe God clan also danced the staff, chanting many weird character syllables, mutter incantations. These dark mists fell in God-slaying canyon, and a horrible scene happened. God Clan Knight, the Bright Legion just fallen, each and every one stood up from the ground. Some God Clan Knights are gone. Some God Clan Knight broke his arm. Some God Clan Knights have half of their bodies gone, but still stand up tremblingly. But these God Clan Knights' bodies were shrouded in black mist, but they seemed alive, turned to stare at Suzaimo. Their eyes were dark, exuding a powerful breath. Each and every one God Clan Knight, crawling back from the pool of blood. Suzaimo expression grave. He could feel that these God Clan Knights had already fallen, without the life aura and fluctuations within the body. These God Clan Knights' resurrection is just controlled by these Black Robe God Clan with some mysterious power summon. This weird method, Suzaimo, has never been heard of and never seen before. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1524 Chapter 1524 Commander's Body Falling Part 8 Suzaimo expression is unchanged. Although he is unfamiliar with God Clan's methods, Spell 10 million and Grand Dao 3000 all have similarities. Suzaimo folded her hands, lowered her eyebrows, spit Brahman sound, and recited a large number of obscure passages. Oh, ah, mo, ga. There is a mysterious power in Brahman sound. Suzaimo's body was gradually shrouded in a layer of sacred Buddha light, and the whole person became solemn appearance, with a magnificent attitude. Great Light Curse. Here Relief Spell. Intuitive Great Secret. 6 Paths Vajra Mantra. These 4 secret spells not at all have a strong attack power, but Buddha sect is used to transcend the soul and relieve the grievances. Many God Clan Knights are resurrected, wearing armor and holding swords and shields. Even if Suzaimo fights with them and suppresses these God Clan Knights, they will stand up again. Unless they are broken, they are almost immortal under the secret techniques of Black Robe God Clan. But if you use the Buddha sect to remove the darkness power from these God Clan Knights, these God Clan Knights will naturally be silent again. This is the confrontation of 2 true cultivation civilizations. The Dark Legion commander is slightly frowned, looking at a scene in the canyon with a look of surprise in his eyes. God Clan Knight, who was resurrected, originally exuded a killing intent from each and every one, regrouped together, and prepared to charge Suzaimo. But after these 4 secret curses came, the black mist in the eyes of these God Clan Knights gradually dissipated. Without this darkness power, these dead God Clan Knights have fallen again. Interesting. Dark Legion commander slightly smiled, saying, "Didn't expect, you human race ants. There is a little trick. However, if you can do it yourself, you want to fight against my Dark Legion. That's crazy." Dark Legion commander waved his staff. A path of dark mist emerged from the staff again. Many Black Robe God Clan in Dark Legion also began to bless magic power. A path of darkness power came, and competed with Suzaimo's Buddha sect secret spell. Darkness power continuously, endless. This is not one-on-one fight. As the Dark Legion commander said, it's just Suzaimo himself that can't resist the power of the entire Dark Legion at all. The Buddha sect secret curse does have some restraint on the darkness power controlled by these God Clan. But 1,000 people on Dark Legion. The outbreak of darkness power is too huge. Suzaimo's Buddha sect, under this continuously darkness power, will soon be untenable. God Clan Knight, which had fallen down, has a trend of resurgence. Cold light flashed in Suzaimo's eyes. If it is consumed in this way, it must be him who eventually lost. Instead of consuming each other with the Dark Legion, it is better to draw a salary at the bottom of the kettle and directly kill the God Clan of these Dark Legions to cut off the source of darkness power. At this point, Suzaimo slaps his palm on the storage bag and pulls out a green jade bow. Ancient treasure. Break the magic bow. In the distance, Bright Legion commander saw the broken bow, expression changed greatly, and quickly shouted, "Be careful of that bow." Dark Legion commander sneered, and said, It's just a broken bow. Even if this bow has a powerful, formidable power, how many people can shoot me at Legion? When he wanted to come, the interval between the bows firing an arrow was enough for him to shoot and suppress and kill this human race 10 times, 100 times. Suzaimo said nothing, bowed his arrows. A magic power arrow smashed out of the air, and immediately came to the Dark Legion commander. Shield of Darkness. The Dark Legion commander was motionless, neither fast nor slow, waved his staff, and in front of him, quickly formed a huge black shield. He has this confidence. This dark shield can block all attacks below the Great Ascension realm. Even more how? Just opposite is a human race great expert. He didn't notice. At this moment Suzaimo's eyes flashed to mockery. Break the magic bow. You can break 10,000 spells with one arrow. All spells are unable to withstand a single blow in front of the broken bow. What's more terrifying is that this magic power long arrow fired by the broken bow can not only break the law, but also absorb magic power to strengthen its own power. In other words, the darker shield of this Dark Legion commander, the stronger the magic power. The magic power of this magic power long arrow burst out. The more terrifying magic power. The long arrow hit the shield of darkness, and there was no sound of heaven shaking, earth shattering, but it seemed to pierce the flesh. The pupils of the Dark Legion commander suddenly contracted. Under his gaze, the shield of darkness was shot through by magic power arrows in the blink of an eye. Moreover, all the magic power of the dark shield was absorbed and devoured by this magic power long arrow. This magic power long arrow has become as dark as ink and has grown a full circle. This is no longer a long arrow. It's a huge pitch black lance. At that time, Suzaimo knew nothing about the broken bow, and was shot by the magic power long arrow through Azure Lotus' true body. This Dark Legion commander couldn't hide too close. When magic power's long arrow broke through the dark shield and turned into a dark lance, it had already penetrated his chest. Pukai, bloodlight emerges. Dark Legion commander's eyes widened. His head bowed slightly, and he looked at the thick blood hole in his arm, his eyes appearing incredible color. This dark lance directly penetrates his fleshly body. The horrible power almost tore his body. Fortunately, he is the half-ancestor expert of God Clan, bloodlines powerful condensed, only to resist the terrifying power brought by this dark lance, and to preserve the fleshly body. Even so, his internal organs have been shattered. Dark Legion commander. Even so, the many Black Robe God Clan behind him are even worse. The Black Lance passed through the fleshly body of the Dark Legion commander, and the power was inexhaustible. It shot through 5 Black Robe God Clan consecutively before it stopped, and the magic power collapsed. Boom. 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 The fleshly bodies of the 5 Black Robe God Clan exploded and turned into a bunch of blood mist. The primordial spirit of 5 Black Robe God Clan was shattered by Black Lance. Skeleton doesn't exist. Body and soul entirely exterminated, and died on the spot. When facing Bright Legion, even with the help of Black Magnetic Mountain, a magic power arrow can only shoot at most 1 God Clan knight. But breaking the bow, for God Clan in the Dark Legion, is almost devastating. How could this be? The Dark Legion commander's eyes were a little confused, and his ears seemed to reverberate the words that the Light Legion commander reminded him. Watch out for that bow. The second arrow is coming. The Dark Legion commander was severely wounded, and has not yet been able to react. Under the attention of many God Clan, he was shot by the second magic power long arrow, pierced his skull, and killed the primordial spirit. Dark Legion commander, Meteor. This magic power long arrow is gone, and it is moved towards another Black Robe God Clan. The Black Robe God Clan subconsciously condensed spell, and a dark lance appeared in front of him. He wanted to fight offensively and resist magic long arrows, but his lance was absorbed by the magic power arrow in the blink of an eye. Magic power. The power of the long arrow becomes more powerful and violent. Shoot this person directly on the spot. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1525. Chapter 1525 God's Vestige Chapter 9. Su! Su! A Dowlaw Force arrow flew through the sky and shot into the Dark Legion. Each magic power long arrow can cause huge kills. At least suppress and kill 3 or 4 people before they will collapse and stop. At first, God Clan of Dark Legion continued to gather spell fights. But they soon discovered that they released spell and were useless in front of the long arrows that came. No matter what powerful spell is, it will be broken with an arrow. In addition, the magic power of spells collapse will be absorbed by this long arrow to strengthen its own power and cause greater damage. Prior to this, Bright Legion was one by one under the broken bow. Now, the broken bowstring sounds. The Dark Legion is falling down one by one. Without armor protection, God Clan of the Dark Legion suffered heavy casualties under the broken bow. In a blink of an eye, Suzaimo fired 100 long arrows. And Dark Legion only has more than 400 God Clan. These God Clan are crazy, and fled away behind moved towards. Even more embarrassing than just the Bright Legion. The remaining 200 Bright Legion also quickly stepped forward. Many God Clan knights set up a golden shield and stood in front of them, forming an airtight defense, and protecting the Dark Legion that escaped behind him. When magic power long arrows shot on top of these golden giant shields, and a burst of loud noises broke out, the fire star flowing in all directions, and the formation formed by the Bright Legion, were all chaotic. Clansmen, don't panic. As long as I wait for a concerted effort and the formation is not chaotic, I can definitely block this Huang Wu's bow and arrow. Under the command of Bright God Clan Commander, Bright Legion quickly stabilized his position. Although Bright Legion only has more than 200 people, it relies on the golden shield of invulnerable, indestructible and impregnable to form a defensive formation. Suzaimo's broken bow is also difficult to shoot through. What's the origin of this human race and how so powerful? A black robe God Clan who fled back asked with a lingering fear. I heard it's called Huang Wu. We don't know anything else. A God Clan knight replied coldly. Another God Clan knight couldn't help but sneer. Isn't your Dark Legion very arrogant? Why are you so scared now? This human race is nothing. The bow is too terrifying. A black robe God Clan quickly pleaded. But this justification seemed extremely pale and caused a ridicule. Okay, the Bright God Clan commander snapped and said, our Bright Legion resists the attack of this human race in the front. You shoot behind the Dark Legion. Let's cooperate slowly with our 2 legions. In fact, normally, when God's continent invaded other continents, the 2 legions cooperated to advance without any disadvantage. But this 5 colorful cave was sealed by Divine Hu of immemorial era. The space tunnel became extremely narrow, and they could only pass in teams. Now, under the command of the Bright Legion commander, the 2 legions are moving slowly towards God-slaying Canyon. Suzaimo slightly frowned. These Bright Legions held a golden shield in front of them, and protected themselves and the Dark Legion's God Clan behind him, giving him a sense of incompetence. Even if it is a broken bow, it cannot shoot through the defense of Bright Legion. Suzaimo cultivation so far, there have been countless large and small battles, but it has never felt so difficult. But he thought of the 2 sides of the canyon, the 2 proud Divine Hu corpses, thinking of Yiling, Jihuo, Nianqi and the others behind him. His heart raised a pride, his eyes were firmer, and killing intent was coming out. Facing the 2 big legions that are slowly advancing, Suzaimo treads the sky, and walked overhead. Every time he takes a step, his killing intent will increase by 1 point. Heaven and earth is discolored. On the sky of God-slaying Canyon, a boundless starry sky emerged. It's just that all the stars in this starry sky have been affected, and their trajectories are chaotic. Some of them even collided, and the whole sky was shaking, murderous aura rushing to the sky. Just when the killing intent on Suzaimo was almost condensed into substance, a star in the sky fell down and moved towards 2 big legions smashed in the past. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. The stars fell, the power erupted, terrifying, matchless, the kind of impact. Even if more than 200 God Clan knights joined forces, They could not resist. Each and every one the golden shield is blown away by this fallen star. Many God Clan knights flew out. But these God Clan knights still wore heavy armor, and even if they suffered such an impact, there was nothing. The Dark Legion is almost unscathed under the protection of the Light Legion. At this moment, Suzaimo's eyes were looking at the greatly rises, and the whole person turned into a golden light and rushed forward, crashing into the crowd of the two legion. Suzaimo condenses his sword fingers and sends out a path of fiery sword chi. This is not 1, 2 sword chi. Nor is it 100. 1,000, not even 10,000. Absorbing, refining and free wood, primordial spirit's power skyrocketing. Suzaimo, deepen the understanding of heaven murdering sword art, release it with all your strength, and in an instant, burst as many as 1,000, 8,000 sword chi. This outbreak is almost devastating. Ancient three great sword techniques, representing murder Dao. 100,000, 8,000 swords. Almost the ultimate in killing. Even if it breaks the magic bow, it is difficult to break the armor of God Clan Knight. But heaven murdering sword chi is different. 100,000, 8,000 words chi released, densely packed, covering the sky and blocking the sun, with no opportunity. Even if these God Clan Knights are wearing armor, they are not seamless. These armors can resist most of the sword chi, but as long as there are two sword kis along the gap of the armor, and entering their fleshly body, it is enough to cause heavy damage to God Clan. If heaven murdering sword chi didn't enter the door and pierced the sea of consciousness, God Clan's half-ancestor expert can only hate it. Ding ding dong dong. Heaven murdering sword chi chopped down the sounds of the divine armor, one after another. But after hunting thousands of 8,000 sword chi bursts, more God Clan was beaten directly with 1,000 swords and 100 holes, and there was no chance of escape, so body dies and Dao disappears. Some God Clan hid behind the golden shield and escaped by chance. On that golden shield, heaven and murdering sword chi pierced each and everyone's sword pit, which has been completely abolished. Suzaimo stood in the middle of the canyon, panting slightly on the divine corpse body. The outbreak of heaven murdering sword art almost exhausted his magic power, and the primordial spirit became extremely weak. There was a trace of exhaustion in his brows. But around him, there was a body with God Clan, blood flowing into a river. God Clan in Dark Legion, all died, no one was spared. Bright Legion has more than a dozen God Clan left, and he is completely frightened and scarred. Looking at Suzaimo's eyes, he is full of endless fear. Too big Legion, almost annihilated. Is this human action? This is God's vestige. Today 9 more. Can't write. Let's sleep. Many thanks for a good man. 10,000 coins. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1526. 1526 Dragon Half Ancestor. Ended. Suzaimo looked at a dozen God Clan not far away, expression indifferent, coldly said, although these dozens of God Clan are half ancestor, relying on bloodline fleshly body, they realized a trace of divine abilities, power and armored shield. They survived by chance, and they have already been covered. More importantly, these dozen God Clan half-ancestor have been completely terrified. In their eyes, there was no longer the initial arrogance, only endless fear. Suddenly, there is a more violent wave in the direction of the colorful cave, as if there is any terrifying existence. It is about to burst out of the cave. The wave from the 5 colorful caves this time is terrifying than God Clan's 2 big legion. And also, Suzaimo expression changed a lot. He fought so far, destroying 2 legion, exhausting the means, primordial spirit, chi and blood. Magic power has almost been consumed to the limit. If God Clan has a backhand, then he really can't resist it. Until this time, Suzaimo really realized that immemorial era, forbidden divine hoot across the canyon alone, and the tragic and difficult battle with God Clan. Immemorial era, I don't know how many God Clan experts enter Kunlun, among them old ancestor of great ascension, sovereign, continuously. Nowadays, God Clan is just 2 big legion, even without an ancestor realm expert, He has exhausted him. Suzaimo stared at the 5 colorful caves, swallowed a lot of spiritual pills again, and good fortune as your lotus spewed out a path of glow, constantly nourishing the primordial spirit. He didn't even waste time and energy to kill a dozen god clans not far away. The more difficult and dangerous battle is still behind. At last, 5 the colorful cave flashes. A huge monster flew out. Suzaimo stared. This is a huge monster beast with a black body and a full 10 jang length, covered with thick rough scales, and a pair of wings on the back. Every fanning will cause a tornado storm. This monster beast is the head of a dragon. Its eyes are fierce and cold, its minions are sharp, but its body looks like a giant lizard. It looks quite weird and filled with violent atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. A god clan half-ancestor laughed suddenly, loudly said, Huang Wu, you're done. Our god's continent's dragon ride half-ancestor is here. This monster beast, which Suzaimo had seen on a picture of that palace wall, seemed to belong to Dragon Clan of God's continent. This black dragon exudes a strong monster chi, which is actually a half-ancestor expert. On the back of this black dragon, there is still a silhouette, holding lance, flashing golden rays of light, like a scorching sun, overwhelming. Suzaimo can feel that this so-called dragon rider half-ancestor is stronger than the commander of the 2 legions before. This is the half-ancestor expert who can surrender to the divine dragon. Ants. On black dragon's back, the sound of dragon half-ancestor sounded, filled with endless majesty. You kill me clansman, I will flatten heavenly desolate, kill 100,000,000,000,000 human race, to honor those fallen clansmen. Hee hee. Suzaimo laughed and said, take heavenly desolate. You must pass this level before I say it. Facing the powerful dragon rider half-ancestor, Suzaimo took a deep breath. His eyes were firm. He jumped up, and moved towards this dragon rider half-ancestor to kill the past. No matter what expert comes from God's continent, he will not take a step back. Spear of Judgment. Dragon rider half-ancestor is standing on the black dragon body, holding the lance across the heavy void, pointing with one finger in the direction of moved towards Suzaimo. A rays of light dazzling lance condensed in midair, and moved towards Suzaimo shoots away. The speed is amazing. This Daolaw technique is too strong. Before the trial spear came, Suzaimo felt a sting from his face. This Daolaw technique can't carry even as your lotus true body. Suzaimo without the slightest hesitation turned over the palm, took out. The bowstring trembled. Magic power shoots long arrows and hits this spear of judgment directly. This powerful spell broke instantly, and all magic power was absorbed by the magic power arrow. Magic power. The power of the long arrow has skyrocketed, and it has grown a full circle, turning into a more terrifying judgment spear, and moved towards dragon riding half-ancestor to shoot. Dragon riding half-ancestor expression is unchanged. The black dragon under him fluttered his wings, roared, and pulled out a pair of dragon claws, trying to catch the spear of judgment, but this spear of judgment is the outbreak of the magic bow, and the power of half-ancestor is combined. Even this black dragon cannot resist it. The spear of judgment stroked in the palm of black dragon, making a weird noise. The dragon claw of the black dragon has been worn to become French with blood. Bang! At this moment, a golden light came down and hit the spear of judgment with a loud noise. The spear of judgment shattered, collapsed on the spot, and turned into nothingness. It was Dragon Clan half-ancestor who took the shot and resisted the trial spear with the lance in his hand. Strong. Suzaimo heart shivered with cold. This dragon riding half-ancestor is more tricky than just the 2 legion. Interesting. Dragon rider half-ancestor slightly smiled, saying, you bow can break my spell and absorb magic power to strengthen myself. The eyesight of this dragon rider half-ancestor is also extremely bright. He has never seen the bow, but just one round, he saw the secret of the bow. However, as Dragon Knight, we are not only good at spell, but also melee. Dragon riding half-ancestor lightly shouted, kill. With a command, the black dragon's wings flapped, howling winds, aggressive, moved towards Suzumo, rushed over. Black Dragon opened his mouth and wanted to devour Suzumo. War! Suzumo loudly shouted, his eyebrows blinking, and an azure light burst out. Good fortune lotus platform dropping from the sky. The head of moved towards Black Dragon fell down. When Dragon riding half-ancestor held up plants to block Good Fortune azure lotus, the Black Dragon continued to devour, and a large shadow emerged above Suzumo's head, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Suzumo flickered, turned into a golden light, and escaped dangerously from the mouth of Black Dragon. Hey! Black Dragon's big mouth bite, his teeth rubbing, making a soaking noise. Suzumo dumbfounded. Even if it is Good Fortune azure lotus, I am afraid that this Black Dragon horrible bite cannot be carried. Dragon half-ancestor's lance is here again. Suzumo holds Good Fortune azure lotus and shakes it up. Boom! Suzumo is leaning back and looking pale. Dragon riding half-ancestor is very powerful. If Suzumo was at its heyday, there would be nothing against this half-ancestor. But nowadays, his primordial spirit, chi and blood are weak and his battle strength is greatly reduced. He fights with the Dragon Rider half-ancestor and falls behind. Furthermore, Dragon half-ancestor is not alone. He also has a half-divine dragon from Ancestor Realm to help. At this moment, the Five Cult Cave once again heard a change. Another huge monster rushed out from the inside, murderous looking, long billowed, and howling hissing. Dragon riding half-ancestor is not a statue. The second dragon riding half-ancestor comes to Kunlun. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1527. Chapter 1527. A terrible battle. Ants. The first dragon rider half-ancestor loudly said, "You can't stop God Clan's expedition." Is it? Suzumo expression is cold. While the second Dragon Clan half-ancestor has not arrived yet, he touches his eyebrow with his fingertips, and pulls a lightning-flashing whip directly from the Sea of Consciousness. Thunder Sovereign's primordial spirit secret technique, Spirit Exterminating Whip. Pa. Suzumo rolls his whip, and the Dragon half-ancestor not far away draws away. Dragon Clan half-ancestor expression slightly changed. The primordial spirit battle is the most dangerous. He didn't expect that as soon as the human race came up, he released the primordial spirit secret technique. Moreover, the breath from this thunderbolt made him feel a palpitation. Dragon Clan half-ancestor did not dare to carelessly, and quickly gathered the primordial spirit secret technique and released it. The Black Dragon he sat down also condensed a primordial spirit secret technique. Two primordial spirit secret techniques are here to collide with Spirit Exterminating Whip. In the air, a path of lightning arc flashing and crackling. Although the Spirit Exterminating Whip is strong, it gradually collapses under the primordial spirit secret techniques of the two major half-ancestor experts. The first dragon rider half-ancestor expression was satirical, said with a sneer, "Just a little trick." The smile on his face had not disappeared, but suddenly froze, and expression changed greatly. I saw an azure sword glow flashing in the scattered lightning, moved towards his eyebrow and beheaded, and it was almost instantaneous. Suzumo broke out, not just a spirit exterminating whip. There is also a great killing technique for primordial spirit, the Azure Lotus Sword. The Dragon Rider half-ancestor stared at his eyes, and in a hurry, urged again divine consciousness, and issued a terrible divine consciousness, trying to block the Azure Lotus Sword. Azure glow flashed. The Azure Lotus Sword submerged the dive consciousness divided into two from this Dragon Clan half-ancestor directly into the person's eyebrows. With a single sword, he killed his primordial spirit. The dragon riding half-ancestor's body was covered in armor, without any scars, and intact. But within the body life aura passed quickly and his eyes dimmed. This person's head is planted from the black dragon body. This is the danger of a primordial spirit battle. A little carelessness is the primordial spirit dying, body dies and Tao disappears. Suzumo can suppress and kill this dragon rider half-ancestor. In addition to the power of spirit exterminating whip and Azure Lotus Sword, More importantly, this Dragon Clan half-ancestor knows nothing about Suzumo and knows nothing about it. Plus, this person despised Suzumo before he ended the ending. Roar! The Black Dragon noticed the fall of the master, and burst into a roar, which was crazy, and moved towards Suzumo. The second Dragon Rider, half-ancestor, has also arrived. This is equivalent to 3 half-ancestor experts, and at the same time attack Suzumo, which is an arrow at the end of its flight, and launch a fierce offensive. Boom! Suzumo relied on her body style, and then she turned slowly, but eventually slowed down. She was swept in the chest by long spear and flew out. His thigh was also bitten off by a piece of blood by that black dragon, drenched with blood. Boom! Suzumo slammed on the ground, his body cracked. At this moment, another change occurred in the 5Ki cave. The third dragon-riding half-ancestor rushed out. Suzumo struggled to stand up, her heart sinking. Can't stop it. God's continent, far more powerful than he imagined. Dragon Phoenix true body retreats. Cultivation in Dragon Clan's ancestors at this time, even he can't sense it, and can't establish any connection with it. Now he can only call Martial Domain Body. But even if he alarmed Martial Domain Body now, it was too late. Martial Domain Body rushed to Kunlun ruins, and it took at least a few days. At that time, I am afraid that God Clan had already settled on Kunlun ruins and entered Heavenly Desolate. "Ant, you kill my master, I want you to taste the anger of my Dragon Clan." That black dragon speak human's words, staring at his fierce eyes, staring at Suzumo, the dark and thick dragon saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Black Dragon suddenly opened his mouth, deep in his throat, and sprayed a terrible black flame, and moved towards Suzumo. Swept away. If it were normal, Suzumo had countless means to deal with it. He could pull open the magic bow and break the black flame with an arrow. But at this time, he had no strength to open the broken bow. Seeing that this flame was about to fall on Suzumo's body, the side of this black dragon suddenly flashed a huge ghostly silhouette. This huge monster beast poked out a pair of sharp claws, grabbed the neck of black dragon, sharp claws, and instantly pierced the scales on the black dragon body, almost grasping the black dragon's thick neck. Blood spewed out. This monster beast opened his mouth wide, and the head of moved towards black dragon bite. Hey! The skull of black dragon was instantly bitten by this horrible monster beast. Before the black flame fell on Suzumo's body, it quickly extinguished and dissipated in the air. Ancestor Realm's black dragon was bitten to death. The huge dragon's head was bitten sparsely and beyond recognition. The black dragon was miserable and his huge body fell from the air. Seeing this scene, Suzumo was excited. "It's Yiling. Yiling is here." Roar! Yiling opened his mouth wide, exposing his fangs, and yelled at the other 2 dragon riders half-ancestor, deafening. 2 Dragon Clan half-ancestor are okay and still calm. But their black dragon shuddered, almost falling from midair, and endless fear appeared in their eyes. For the fear of the Divine Hu family, these Dragon Clan have long gone deep into the bone marrow. Although Yiling was bruised all over, he was still prestigious, and he was full of strong killing spirit. "What kind of Dragon Clan are you guys? Just reptiles with wings." Yiling stepped on the body of Black Dragon, murderers looking. At this moment, in the 5 colorful caves, the 4th dragon appears on half-ancestor. Suzumo expression grave. Looking at this trend, the number of Dragon Clan half-ancestor is definitely not much. But every Dragon Clan half-ancestor is too powerful. So far, he and Yiling are in poor condition. The 4 Dragon Riders half-ancestor have already made him feel very difficult. Just 2 of them, I'm afraid they can't resist God Clan's offensive. Roar! Yiling growled again. Hong long long. At this moment, there was a sound of heaven shaking, earth shattering behind Suzumo, as if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses were coming. The ground was shaking. Suzumo looked back subconsciously. I saw in the canyon, the dust was rolling, countless Kunlun clan was moving towards this side. with great momentum and amazing momentum. This is more terrifying than the magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. This is the number 1 million, Kunlun army on 10 million, moved towards Suzaimo in the direction. But when he arrived in front of Suzaimo, he moved automatically towards two side, bypassing Suzaimo, and moved towards for the dragon riding half-ancestor killed him. At this moment, Suzaimo understood. Yi Ling has become the new lord of the Kunlun. He led all Kunlun clan and launched an impact on God clan. Counterattack from Kunlun, counterattack from Divine Hu. This time, Yi Ling is not alone in guarding Kunlun. He has Suzaimo beside him. He has the entire Kunlun clan. The joining of Kunlun's army pushed this tragic war to the extreme. Good night everyone. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1528 Chapter 1528 The Sword of Doom. First, young master, how are you? In the crowd of the Kunlun army, a blonde girl lifted Suzaimo from the ground and asked with concern. The girl is Nian Qi. I am fine. Suzaimo took a deep breath and continued to swallow pill medicine. Good fortune Lotus platform has been nourishing the primordial spirit and restoring magic power in the sea of consciousness. You take a break here, let's go fight for a while. Jihuo said in a deep voice. You can rest assured that Kunlun clan has belonged to Yi Ling. Although God clan is powerful, Kunlun's army has more than 10 million people and can definitely block the impact of God clan. Jihuo is right. As the so-called ants kill more elephants, the Kunlun army on 10 million, under the leadership of Yi Ling, almost formed a huge torrent, and moved towards the remaining 3 dragon riders to kill half-ancestor. Originally, more than a dozen seriously wounded God Clan knights were lying in the canyon. Before these God Clan knights could react, they were drowned by the army of Kunlun in the torrent, trampled into flesh, and skeleton doesn't exist. Bang! Kunlun's army collided with 3 dragon riders half-ancestor, and a loud noise broke out. At the moment of the collision, there were 100 Kunlun clan dead in the hands of 3 dragon riding half-ancestor. On the battlefield, flesh flew, drenched with blood. 3 The dragon rider half-ancestor is too strong. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid it will be drowned by Kunlun's army in an instant. But the 3 dragons ride half-ancestor to control the black dragon and fight against the army of Kunlun. Most of the Kunlun clan have not been able to reach dragon ancestor before they were killed by the 3 black dragons. That black dragon is unable to withstand a single blow by Yi Ling's men. But it is absolutely invincible to the ordinary Kunlun clan. 3 black dragons spewed 3 black flames at the same time, and the army moved towards Kunlun burned. 3 secrets Dao fire. Jihuo loudly shouted, pinching magic arts, running crimson flame heart sutra, releasing 3 secrets Dao fire, pushing the primordial spirit to the limit. In the battle of baptism, Jihuo is also undergoing transformation. His 3 secrets Dao fire has become purer and more condensed. Many Kunlun clan great experts and half-ancestor have also released spells. Suddenly, fire and rain came, torrents roared, collided with the black flames emitted by 3 black dragons, and magic power was boiling. The glory of 5 colorful caves flickers, and the 5th dragon rides on half-ancestor. But just as the 5th dragon rider half-ancestor came down, Yi Ling's silhouette appeared in the sky, like a ghost, suddenly shot. The dragon rider half-ancestor is also extremely responsive and has a flickering figure. He actually shunned Yi Ling's blow, raised his lance backhand, and stabbed upward. When Yi Ling's tail flickered slightly, and a dark shadow flashed, colliding with Long Qi's half-ancestor's lance, and fire star flowing in all directions. Kaka. The black dragon under half-ancestor did not escape Yi Ling's pursuit, and his neck was bitten by a bite, and blood spewed out. This dragon rides half-ancestor in anger and fights with Yi Ling. Yi Ling is also weak and bruised. 2 people killed, and the danger was surviving. At the cost of more than a dozen wounds, Yi Ling only suppressed and killed the 5th dragon rider half-ancestor. Yi Ling took a breath, lifted his spirit, and limped away towards the other 3 dragon riders to kill half-ancestor. Kunlun's army is numerous, but it can only sacrifice its life and barely block the 3 dragon riders half-ancestor out of the canyon. The strength of Kunlun's army is difficult to threaten half-ancestor, the armored dragon rider. Because of the existence of Yi Ling, Kunlun's army can fight long half-ancestor. Soon, the 6th dragon rides on half-ancestor. It didn't take long for the 7th dragon to appear on half-ancestor. You know, every dragon rider half-ancestor can cause great damage and shock to the Kunlun army. The number does not need to be much, 10 dragon ride half-ancestor. I am afraid that the Kunlun army of 10 million will be scattered. At this time, Suzuima recovered a lot of energy and joined the war again. Yi Ling is always hidden in the dark. Even without having to show up, it will cause great pressure and threat to Long Chi half-ancestor. Yi Ling didn't show up, and the dragon rider half-ancestor who was present had to always guard him. Yi Ling can also take advantage of the opportunity in the dark while resting and healing while waiting for the opportunity to move. More and more Kunlun clan fell into the canyon. Without Yi Ling, these Kunlun clan would have collapsed long ago. But Yi Ling stood there. Suzuima rushed to the front, and these Kunlun clan also forgot about life and death, constantly fighting and hissing. Many Kunlun clan have also made red eyes, blood, corpses, stumps, broken arms. Wherever you look, it's bloody. Kunlun clan suffered heavy casualties, and dragon riding half-ancestor is also falling. This battle lasted for half a day. Kunlun clan fell into the canyon, countless. The real blood flowing into a river. And God Clan's dragon rider half-ancestor was also teamed up by Suzuima, Yi Ling and many Kunlun clan, killing 27 as many. At last, Yi Ling killed the last black dragon in the canyon. He lay on black dragon's body, panting heavily, almost losing his energy. Suzuima just suppress and kill the last dragon riding half-ancestor. In exchange, he broke his sternum, internal organs have been broken, and the viscera is bleeding. Every time he gasped, he carried a heavy bloody chi, and life aura was weak. This time the injury was too severe. In the sea of consciousness, even the good fortune lotus platform stopped spinning and the rays of light dimmed. Such a serious injury, even the powerful self-healing ability of Azure Lotus true body, is difficult to repair. I am afraid that only immemorial divine spring can recover. Suzuima, Yi Ling, Jihuo, Nian Qi, and many Kunlun clan, all bathed in blood, are looking at the colorful caves not far away, expressing nervousness. The time it takes half an incense stick to burn. The time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. 5 colorful caves. No more God Clan. Has it ended? Many Kunlun clans' faces did not have joy, but showed grief. Countless clansmen who have lived with them for 1,000 to 10,000 years, will fall forever and never stand up again. Although they held Kunlun, the price of this battle was too great. Nian Qi bowed his head slightly, dared not look at the surrounding Kunlun clan, or dare to see Yi Ling. Although she fought alongside Suzuima, Yi Ling, and Kunlun clan, her within the body, after all, was flowing the blood of God Clan. The scene in front of her was caused by her clansmen. Nian Qi bowed her head, said nothing, and was very worried. Go back, Suzuima whispered. There was heavy exhaustion in his voice. Suddenly, before the crowd turned around, there was another change in the direction of the 5Ki cave. Everyone was discolored. At this time, if any legion of God Clan appeared, it would be an absolute disaster for them. 5 in the colorful cave. A dragon half-ride half-ancestor. This dragon rider half-ancestor is obviously different from before. His God Clan is no longer black dragon, but a giant bone dragon that is dark and flesh-free, with a path of sharp bone spears. The dragon rides half-ancestor's head and also carries a black crown. This is Dragon Rider Commander. Dragon Rider Commander slowly pulls out a large sword from the storage ring. Above this great sword, covered with a path of black lines, permeated with dark and cold power, sheer extreme, Commander slowly said, Heavenly Desolate Sands, you kill me God Clan 2 legions, many dragon knights. Today I invite one of God's continents for divine item Sword of Doom. Doom is here, and on behalf of God's continent, I'll launch a miracle against Soul and others. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1529 Chapter 1529 Divine Ability Storm Part 2 Dragon Rider Commander spurred the power of God. The black lines on this doomed sword became deeper, permeating a path of black spider silk power, moved towards all around spread. The whole piece of heaven and earth seems to be shrouded in these black spider silk, forming a large black net. Some Kunlun clan were too late to dodge, contaminated with these black spider silk, expression stiffened on the face instantly, within the body life aura diminished, fleeting. Under the shroud of black silk, Kunlun clan fell down one after another, whether it's Kunlun clan's great expert or half-ancestor. As long as they are contaminated with these black spider silks, their bodies will instantly be covered with a path of weird black patterns, and they will die on the spot. Even the primordial spirit can't escape, it's dead. This is the web of doom. Dragon Rider half-ancestor slowly moved towards Suzaimo and the others, coldly said, "You are just the prey in the net of Jang Doom. No one can escape the doom." In the eyes of many Kunlun clan, there was deep fear. Even in the face of Dragon half-ancestor, these Kunlun clan dare to fight with it. But facing this sword of doom, this unknown terrorist force, Kunlun clan finally collapsed. Nothing can block this web of doom. The spell landed on it and was silently swallowed up, unable to stir up a little ripple. Even if the magic tool is hit on this doomed net, it is stained with black texture and reduced to waste. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 Kunlun clan fell forever and never stood up again. Suzaimo stands in front. A path of black spider silk also landed on his Azure Lotus true body. A weird force flowing down the wound into Azure Lotus true body, dark and cold, destroying the vitality of Azure Lotus true body. If Azure Lotus true body is in its heyday, it may be able to withstand this network of doom. But now, Azure Lotus true body is already broken and can't stop this weird power at all. The most terrifying thing is that this is not the full power of the Sword of Doom. In simple terms, this net of doom is just the breath emanating from this great sword, just like a path of sword chi. Even so, it is enough to kill all Kunlun clan. If the Sword of Doom is cut down, who can resist it? Even if it's Suzaimo peak, I'm afraid I can't resist it. For big divine item, Sword of Doom. I don't know what kind of method God's continent used and how long it took to train such a dark and evil weapon. Suzaimo almost used God Clan's 2 legion to make use of the 2 ancient treasures. And now, God Clan took out the Sword of Doom in their 4 divine item, and also buried Suzaimo, Yiling, and Kunlun clan. Retire. Suzaimo whispered. Zaimo, young master, Jihuo and Nianchi too are shocked and want to step forward. Yiling also struggled to stand up from the body of Black Dragon, trying to stand side by side with Suzaimo to fight the Sword of Doom. Give me back. Suzaimo turned his head, loudly shouted, his eyes sharp. Jihuo and Nianchi slightly startled. They had never seen such a serious expression on Suzaimo's face. This sword is terrifying. We can't stop it. Suzaimo chanted. Retreat immediately to Linglong Secret Realm. Leave Kunlun ruins. Zaimo, what about you? Jihuo asked loudly. I can't leave. Suzaimo smiled bitterly. At this point, if there were not good fortune Azure Lotus supported in the Sea of Consciousness, the dark and cold power would have rushed into the Sea of Consciousness long ago, suppressing and killing his primordial spirit. Yiling's eyes were red, and he wanted to rush forward, but was crowded by many Kunlun clan to retreat behind the canyon. Yiling was exhausted, his breath was weak, and after a few struggles, he was unable to escape from the numerous Kunlun clan guards. He could only look at Suzaimo in the canyon, and went away, feeling a sense of weakness in his heart. Ow! Hey! Yiling shouted from the sky. His voice was screaming, mournful, filled with endless sadness. Suzaimo's consciousness has gradually subsided, and his vision has begun to become somewhat blurred. He could vaguely see that the Dragon Rider commander was holding the Sword of Doom closer and closer. Footsteps stopped before him, suddenly stopped. Dragon Rider Commander sneered, and said, "You ants, you're strong, and you can support you now. However, you still have to die. It is your honor to die under the Sword of Doom." Dragon Rider Commander raised his big sword and aimed at Suzaimo's chest, fiercely stabbed in. Pukai, bloodlight gushing. The Sword of Doom pierced the Azure Lotus' true body in an instant. The huge sword tip penetrated from Suzaimo's vest, drenched with blood. Young Master Nianchi expression grief, tears like springs. Jihuo was also shaking, his fists clenched, and his eyes were filled with endless anger. Just the breath of the Sword of Doom, the net of doom formed, is already so scary, enough to kill all great experts and half-ancestor. What realm will the power of the Sword of Doom reach? Not to mention Suzaimo is just body fusion great expert, even the old ancestor of Great Ascension may not survive the Sword of Doom. Suddenly, Jihuo's expression changed, condensing. What's that? Not only him, but also Nianchi, Yiling, and other Kunlun clan. In the direction of Suzaimo and Dragon Rider Commander, there is a tremendous force. In the face of this power, everyone seemed extremely small, and seemed to be drowned at any time and disappeared. This is not the power of the Sword of Doom. This breath of power is completely different from the Sword of Doom. The moment this power appeared, the dark and cold net of doom in the canyon disappeared silently. This power hovered in the canyon, centered round Suzaimo and Dragon Rider Commander, gradually spinning. "I understood," Jihuo said in a deep voice. The power of this doomed sword touched Kunlun Ruins' divine ability Forbidden Area, and caused a storm of divine ability. Jihuo said this. The divine ability storm in the canyon has formed. The figures of Suzaimo and Dragon riding half-ancestor are faintly discernible in the storm of the divine ability. "Ah!" Nianchi exclaimed, his face was pale, and his subconscious softly muttered, "Divine ability storm? Wouldn't the young master be torn to pieces by the divine ability storm?" There are three types of divine ability storms: lesser divine ability storm, great divine ability storm, and peerless divine ability storm. But even the storm of lesser divine ability is enough to shred some old ancestor of Great Ascension, let alone Suzaimo of Body Fusion Realm. "Ah!" Nianchi's words didn't end. Long Kai Commander's painful scream came out. "I saw the fleshly body of Dragon Rider Commander in the storm of the divine ability, constantly expanding at the speed visible by naked eye, bursting with immense vitality. This vitality is too huge. The fleshly body of Dragon Rider Commander can't be accommodated at all. It swells, and the fleshly body bursts into a cloud mist." His primordial spirit was also shredded by the storm of divine ability and turned into dust, body and soul entirely exterminated. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1530 Chapter 1530 Blessed by Disaster Chapter 3 Suzaimo's consciousness was a little fuzzy and groggy. He vaguely sensed that something had happened to the dragon riding commander, and with a scream, there was no sound. How could this be? What happened? Did the Dragon Rider Commander fall? Suzaimo's mind was confused. The power of Sword of Doom has broken through the defense of Good Fortune Lotus platform. The body of the Black Primordial Spirit is covered with the strange power of Black Spider Silk, and his life aura is rapidly decreasing. Good Fortune Azure Lotus is also motionless and weak. At this moment, a tremendous amount of vitality poured into his body frantically, and he was constantly repairing his injury. The dark and cold strange power of the Sword of Doom cannot stop this huge vitality. Suzaimo's dark hair, the primordial spirit, had already fallen into disuse, and would disappear at any time. But in his sea of consciousness, after a momentary injection of this huge vitality, the black-haired primordial spirit gradually recovered. The black spider silk on Good Fortune Lotus platform is also gradually melting away. The power of the Sword of Doom, under this vast vitality, is like the snow and ice encountering the sun and melting quietly. Soon, the force of doom that invaded Suzaimo within the body was eliminated by this huge vitality. The Sword of Doom pierced into his chest was being pulled out by little, as if some force was pushing it. It didn't take long. With a bang, the divine item of God's continent was pulled from Suzaimo's chest and dropped to the ground, silent. This huge vitality, after the expulsion of the Sword of Doom, has not stopped the trend, and madly poured into Suzaimo's within the body. Suzaimo's meridian, internal organs, and flesh, which had no vitality, were gradually stimulated by this huge vitality. Suzaimo's consciousness also began to return. It didn't take long for him to wake up. What happened? Suzaimo, slightly startled, looking intently, he found himself in a huge storm. This storm contains a huge and rich vitality, vast like a sea. This vitality is pouring into his body continuously. The wound on his body was healing at a rate visible to naked eyes. It didn't take long before it became scarred and shedding. No scars at the wound, smooth as jade. His injury within the body was also quickly repaired. In this battle, Azure Lotus' true body was almost scrapped and dilapidated. Unless immemorial divine spring can repair it. But now, this huge vitality is pouring into within the body, and the effect seems to be more violent than immemorial divine spring. It's a storm of divine ability. Suzaimo reacted quickly, and what happened to him? Dragon Rider half-ancestor took out Sword of Doom. Although the Breath of Doom sword itself is strong, it is not strong enough to touch the storm of the divine ability. But later, Dragon half-ancestor used the power of the Sword of Doom to pierce the Sword of Doom into his chest, immediately causing a storm of divine ability. The storytelling old man once said that the divine ability storm was triggered by the residual divine ability's power. Because of this, the power released by each divine ability storm is different. If it is an aggressive divine ability, it will cause a storm of divine ability, and it must contain extremely terrifying murderous force, which can easily tear down the cultivator, suppress and kill. And the storm of divine ability in front of me is obviously triggered by a divine ability of a healing type. It's not that there is no threat to the cure for the divine ability storm. As long as it is the divine ability, the power is amazing. Vast as the open sea is by no means what the great expert or half-ancestor can bear. Healing divine ability, vitality, continuous influx of dragon half-ancestor within the body. Dragon half-ancestor's fleshly body can't withstand such a huge vitality, so fleshly body bursts, body dies and Tao disappears. The reason is very simple. Grass and vegetation need rainwater, but if the torrent is pouring down, all the vegetation will have only one end. Simply put, the Dragon Rider Commander is a huge vitality hidden in the storm of the ability of the divine ability, which has given birth to life. Suzaimo is intact until now. It is precisely because of this huge vitality, most of it is offset by the power of the Sword of Doom. And Suzaimo's fleshly body is dilapidated and almost cut off vitality. This vitality was injected. Instead of failing to cause damage to Suzaimo, it restored the Azure Lotus true body to its original state and healed the injury. Although the divine ability storm has weakened a lot, there is still a huge vitality that continues to flow into the inside of the Azure Lotus true body. Suzaimo's eyes burst into ecstasy. If you change to someone else, the huge vitality remaining is enough to burst the fleshly body and fall on the spot. But these vitalities are rare opportunities for Azure Lotus true body. Suzaimo sat cross-legged in the storm of the divine ability, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the huge vitality of refinement within the body, cultivation. These vitality cannot be eaten by others. But Azure Lotus true body, all can be swallowed. Over time, Suzaimo's Azure Lotus true body has become more pure, the primordial spirit has become more condensed, and the cultivation realm is slowly improving. Suzaimo has absorbed the refining and free wood and has just cultivated to the body fusion realm late stage. He wants to upgrade another small realm and step into the body fusion realm peak. Normal cultivation will take hundreds of years, even 100 years. His 7th grade Azure Lotus true body, want to break through to 8th grade, is also in the foreseeable future. But now, under the dark and the dark, this divine ability storm is coming. and the azure lotus true body quickly transforms into Long. In the distance, Jihuo, Nianqi, Yiling and the others watched this scene, and finally relieved. Three people looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Tears in laughter. This is the joy of avoiding a catastrophe. Many Kunlun clan also widened their eyes, watching this scene incredibly. Can anyone survive the storm of dividability? Yiling, Jihuo and the others did not go far, but stayed in the vicinity, rested in place, preserved strength and store up energy, and healed the wounds. On the one hand, they worry about the safety of Suzaimo. On the other hand, they were also worried that any god clan rushed out of the 5 colorful caves. Fortunately, after that Dragon Clan commander fell, God's continent seemed to realize something, and no god clan entered Heavenly Desolate. In an instant, one day one night passed. Relying on his strong self-healing ability, Yiling has recovered a lot. He got up first, and even if God Clan breaks in, he can suppress and kill him. The rest of Kunlun Clan is too far away. Each and everyone look pale, scarred, still struggling to heal the wounded. Jihuo and Nianqi's injury has not recovered, but a lot of physical strength has been recovered, and the action is not hindered. The biggest change is Suzaimo. The time of one day one night, the storm of dividability, has almost disappeared. And Suzaimo's cultivation realm, once again breaking through, has reached the peak of the body fusion realm. His 7th grade Azure Lotus true body is also infinitely close to 8th grade. Of course, if you want to break through to 8th grade, it still takes time to settle, and what opportunities may be needed. You know, through the ages, you can breed good fortune as your Lotus to 8th grade. Only the ancient Buddha Emperor. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1531 Chapter 1531 Redemption 4th. Of course, this storm of divine ability, for Suzaimo's change, is not just that simple. With this storm of divine ability, Suzaimo truly senses the power of the divine ability. Of course, it is only one day one night that he cannot realize the ability of divine. It is impossible to comprehend even a little divine ability's power. But this experience, this kind of close contact with the divine ability, laid a perfect foundation for him to realize the divine ability in the future. Moreover, this one day one night cultivation, with the transformation of Azure Lotus true body, Suzaimo's heart also raised a hint of insight. Originally, he just thought that he was just lucky, good fortune was deep. Therefore, the divine ability storm triggered by the Blade of Doom is a healing type divine ability storm. If it is a divine ability storm of killing type, I am afraid that he will also be immediately torn to pieces by the divine ability storm. Body dies and Tao disappears. But Suzaimo felt this divine ability's power before he gradually understood it. Good fortune as your Lotus itself gives birth to a divine ability. I just don't know if it is less divine ability, great divine ability or peerless divine ability. No matter what the divine ability is, this divine ability is bound to be healing. Therefore, the divine ability forbidden area is touched by the Sword of Doom. But because of the existence of good fortune as your Lotus, it is a healing type of divine ability storm. A drink and a peck are all set. There is no chance, and he will come to himself for no reason. Another 3 hours have passed. Divine ability the storm has completely dissipated. Suzaimo opened his eyes and rose to his feet, feeling the powerful power within the body and exuberant vitality. Body fusion realm peak of the 7th grade Azure Lotus true body. If you haven't come to Kunlun ruins, Suzaimo wants to achieve this realm, this change. I don't know how many years to cultivate. Moreover, Azure Lotus true body has experienced the baptism of the storm of the divine ability. The killing by Bloodvine clan on him has long turned into nothingness. Zaimo, congratulations. Jihuo stepped forward, said with a smile. Suzaimo nodded, said, it's also a misnomer and a blessing because of misfortune. The battle of Jihuo came down. Although the cultivation realm did not break through, The overall battle strength was improved a lot. This is life and death of baptism, bloody baptism. Not many people have experienced such a war in cultivation. Not many people can survive this fierce battle. Everyone who survives will have boundless future achievements. This experience is the most precious wealth. Suzaima 4 glanced down, and it always felt like something was missing. Suddenly frowned, and asked, "What about Nianqi?" "Huh? I really didn't notice." Jihuo gave a light flick. "Over there. There is Kunlun Clan's I-tip," pointing at the 5 colorful caves in the distance and shouting. Suzaima and the others turned and looked. I saw Nianqi standing at the entrance of the 5Ki cave, looking towards this side, with beautiful eyes staring at Suzaima without blinking, showing deep resentment and attachment. In the light of the sun, Suzaima clearly saw that the corner of Nianqi's eyes rolled down 2 drops of glittering tears. Suzaima vaguely realized something, and quickly stepped forward, loudly said, "Nianqi, what are you doing? Come back soon." Nianqi shook the head, not saying a word, but there was a trace of determination in his eyes. "Nianqi, what's wrong with you?" Jihuo also said loudly, "What's the matter? Come down and discuss with us. Why it's so dangerous to go there." "Young master, I'm leaving," Nianqi whispered after half a ring. Suzaima frowned. Shin said, "Nianqi, if you still recognize me as a young master, come back immediately. Don't do stupid things. I order you back." Suzaima's tone became more severe. He never spoke to Nianqi in such a tone. Nianqi followed him very early. Although he had always been a maid, he never saw Nianqi as a maid. Suzaima sees Nianqi as his loved one, just as he treats his younger sister. Nianqi never disobeyed his wishes. No matter what Suzaima does or say, Nianqi has no doubt at all, without the support of the slightest hesitation. There is no complaint. "Young master, sorry." Nianqi burst her mouth, holding back the tears in her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "This time, I can't listen to you, I'm leaving." Suzaima was silent. He knew that Nianqi was determined, and even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. "Leave? Where is Nianqi this girl going?" Jihuo was still a little confused, puzzled, and turned to look at Suzaima and asked, "God's continent." Suzaima slowly said, "Ah." Jihuo heart startled. Jihuo hurriedly asked, "What is she doing there?" Although she has God clan bloodline, she knows nothing about God's continent. Moreover, if she passes by Heavenly Desolate Continent, she will definitely be attacked by God's continent. Even more, how? Her within the body is only flowing half of the divide blood. Bloodline is impure. God's continent will not tolerate it. She was. Suzaima did not answer Jihuo. Others may not understand, but he understands Nianqi. In fact, when I saw the 8 pictures and learned the truth about immemorial war, Nianqi was already abnormal. Nianqi was constantly distracted, often bowing his head, and did not dare to look at Yiling. Immemorial war, although it has nothing to do with her. But she felt guilty and blamed herself. This guilt and self-blame reached its limit after yesterday's battle. Nianqi is an orphan, and God clan abandoned the baby. It wasn't until I met Suzaima that I found my loved ones. But Nianqi deep in one's heart is still sensitive. Nianqi doesn't know how to deal with Yiling in the future. Although Yiling is not hostile to her, every time she sees her, she will definitely think of her parents' blood. Nianqi also doesn't know how to face Suzaima in the future. The truth about immemorial war will be announced sooner or later. When the time comes, Suzaima was made as a god clan, which will inevitably lead to countless criticisms. She was afraid of causing trouble for Suzaima and was afraid of losing Suzaima. What's more, Nianqi doesn't know how to face himself. Nianqi is going to God's continent. Even if the future is uncertain and she is 10,000 points in danger, she will also go. She's going to face God's continent alone. She wanted to do something for Suzaima, for Heavenly Desolate Continent, for the immemorial war, for the countless souls that fell yesterday, and to atone for God Clan. Perhaps this is also a redemption for myself. Suzumo and Nianchi look away. Nianchi need not to say more and explain. Suzumo understood Nianchi's intentions. Young master, I will not be with you in the future. You need to take good care of yourself. Nianchi softly. It is good. Suzumo nodded. Young master, rest assured, I will definitely be back. After a pause, Nianchi thought about it and said, if so, don't worry if the young master doesn't come back. Maybe if you don't come back, I'll go to you. Suzumo interrupted Nianchi and said firmly. Hearing this sentence, Nianchi looked at Suzumo stupidly, tears like springs. Today 4 more, sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1532 1532 Heavenly Desolate. Suzumo knew that Nianchi was determined. Even if he persuaded him to stop, he could not change Nianchi's decision. Heavenly Desolate Continent, internal trouble and outside aggression. He couldn't pull away, and as Nianchi went to God's continent, all he could do was make a promise for Nianchi. When Suzumo divine consciousness moved, a large sword not far away suddenly flew up and landed in his hand, which is one of God Clan's 4 big divine item Swords of Doom. Suzumo threw his backhand and threw the Sword of Doom at Nianchi. Nianchi took it subconsciously. This great sword was extremely heavy. With the power of Nianchi, the whole body sank slightly after holding the sword. The Sword of Doom didn't move at all in Suzumo's palm, but fell in the hands of Nianchi, and once again permeated the dark and cold atmosphere. Young master, this is. Nianchi is a little confused. Bring this sword and go to God's continent. Suzumo groaned. This sword is useless in my hands. Only God Clan bloodline can activate its power. Nianchi pursed his lips and said nothing. She knew that, of course, it was just superficial. Even if Suzumo cannot control the power of the Sword of Doom, this great sword is a rare divine weapon. Suzumo asked her to take God's sword to God's continent in order to give her a guarantee. God Clan entered the 2 Legion of Heavenly Desolate Continent. Many Dragon Knights have been annihilated, and none have survived. Even the divine item is left in Heavenly Desolate. Although Nianchi is a God Clan lost species and bloodline is impure, if she returns with the Sword of Doom, it must be a great achievement. God's continent's attitude towards her will also change. At least worry-free. This is what Suzumo really meant. Many thanks, young master. Nianchi held the Sword of Doom in both hands, facing Suzumo in the direction of worship, then turned around and jumped into the 5 colorful caves. The silhouette disappeared. Suzumo looked in that direction for a long time without saying a word. Jihuo sighed, expressing emotion, saying, actually, this girl doesn't have to be like this, she's too sensitive inside. Let her go. Suzumo whispered. Suzumo speaks freely, but the thought of Nianchi's life and death is uncertain and the future is unknown. He is worried and lost in his heart. Big brother, let's go, Yiling said. Suzumo nodded, and warned repeatedly, arrange some people to stare in this god-slaying canyon. If God Clan has any other changes, I can also immediately know. In fact, God Clan is likely to calm down for a while after this fiasco. But in case of 10,000, you have to be prepared in advance. Although the killing order on Suzumo has been lifted, he did not rush to return to Heavenly Desolate, but just stayed in Kunlun Ruins and continued to cultivate. Kunlun Ruins has been settled and Yiling becomes the new lord of the Kunlun. Nowhere is it safer or more suitable for cultivation than here. After this battle, his gain was too great. The transformation of Azure Lotus' true body, the perception of the divine ability, including the eye technique in the nether glimmering stone. All these things need a long time to settle. Jihuo also lived in Kunlun Ruins. Spring is coming and autumn is coming. Retreat cultivation. Time seems to pass faster. In a blink of an eye, Suzumo has entered Kunlun Ruins for 100 years. 80 years ago, God Clan invaded Kunlun Ruins and a war broke out. But in these 80 years, Kunlun Ruins has calmed down, Many Kunlun clan people have been recuperating, and they have become extremely peaceful. But heavenly desolate continent, but it is wind and rain swinging, a mess. Over the past 100 years, major ferocious clan changes have become more frequent. Among the 9 great ferocious clans, except for Dragon Clan, Kun Clan, and Barbarian Clan, the remaining 6 great ferocious clans began to walk out of the major forbidden areas and expand their territories crazy. For 100 years, countless sects and forces have been destroyed by major ferocious clan. Among them, 108 high sects, destroyed a total of 37. This number is slowly increasing. In such wars, countless creatures fell in 4 domains and 3 seas and 1 continent. The Eastern Sea has been stained with blood red, and will last for a long time. Witch race, Bloodvine Clan, God Clan, Golden Crow Clan, Rakshasa Clan, Heaven's Eye Clan. 6 great ferocious clans, led by the young masters, attacking the sect, grabbing the occupied area, passing by, setting off for bloody rain and foul winds. Ferocious clan battle strength. Almost all the young masters have cultivated to the state of half ancestor. Old ancestor is not out, and no one can calm down the ferocious clan expert, because the major ferocious clan did not touch the major super sects in the real cultivation world. Immortal sect, 9 sects, 7 demon sect, Buddha sect, 6 temples. All major sect forces have remained silent for 100 years. There is a delicate balance between the super sect and 6 great ferocious clans. But all cultivators know that this state will not last long. At last, this balance was ruthlessly broken after a war broke out in the southern region. The forbidden area of Bloodvine Clan is in the southern region. Under the ever-expanding territory, it is still inevitable that there will be a war with the Breeze View in Immortal Sect. 9 sects. 100 years ago, Tengling Tsai was suppressed and killed by Suzaimo. Bloodvine Clan has long chosen a new young master. Under the leadership of the Bloodvine Clan young master, the Bloodvine Clan army attacked King Fingguan. The battle lasted for a whole day. Numerous cultivators of King Fingguan fell and were swallowed by Bloodvine Clan. Finally, old ancestor of King Fingguan arrived. But because of this, Bloodvine Clan old ancestor was alarmed. Just a Bloodvine Clan old ancestor, suppress and kill all the dozens of old ancestor who have a cool view. Battle upgrade. Come out sovereign of King Fingguan. Suppress and kill this Bloodvine Clan old ancestor. But then, the Blood Sovereign of Bloodvine Clan came, and after just 3 rounds, the Breeze View Sovereign was suppressed and killed on the top of Cool Breeze Mountain. In the end, Profound Sovereign came forward and fought against Blood Sovereign. Without a win or defeat, he forcibly rescued some cultivators from King Fingguan and returned to Profound Principal Palace. But after this battle, the view of the breeze of one of the Immortal Sect 9 sects also ended. After this battle, Bloodvine Clan even released ruthless words. If human race's sovereign dared to show up again and intervene in the battle on Heavenly Desolate Continent, Blood Sovereign would appear, suppressing and killing human race sovereign to Heavenly Desolate. Naked threat. And it's sovereign that threatens human race. True cultivation world silence. No sovereign responded. King Fing watched sovereign's body fall, failed to block Blood Sovereign for 3 rounds, and many sovereign were also unsure. What's more terrifying is that many sovereigns know that this life, the sovereign of 6 great ferocious clans, Blood Sovereign is the weakest sovereign. And, Bloodvine Clan has more than one sovereign. It didn't take long. Golden Crow Clan set foot in the eastern region. One of the eastern region Buddha sect 6 temples, Clear Heart Monastery, the first to be destroyed. In this battle, none of the old hearts of the Great Heart of the Clear Heart Monastery appeared, because these old ancestor of Great Ascension in Clear Heart Monastery know that even if they appear, they cannot save the destruction of Clear Heart Monastery. They show up, just like the dozen old ancestor of King Fingguan. Body dies and Tao disappears. High-level ancient battlefield, claiming to be a party to world, major ferocious clan can't get in. As long as they stay in the advanced ancient battlefield, they are at least safe. In just half a day, The Clear Heart Monastery was in ruins. When the old ancestor of the profound Principal Palace arrives, it's too late. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1533 Chapter 1533 Profound Principal Palace. Old fogey, what do you do? Lin Xuanji expression was worried, and put away a rare laugh, saying, the view of the breeze, the Clear Heart Monastery is over, and the human race has come. If there is no more counterattack, the major immortal sects, demon sects, and Buddha sects will all be 6 great ferocious clans broke each. When the time comes, human race will probably return to Swire barbarian desolate era again and be enslaved by the 10,000 clan. The storyteller stood on a Dao palace, looking into the distance, silent. I heard that there have been several major wars in the various demon realms. Some demon realms have acknowledged allegiance to 6 great ferocious clans. Lin Xuanji added, as time goes by, the strength of 6 great ferocious clans will only get stronger and stronger. When the time comes, how can we resist? The storyteller was silent for a while, and suddenly said, it is reported that Profound Principal Palace will hold a 10,000 ethnic conference and invite major ferocious clan and major sect forces to come and talk. Lin Xuanji was shocked. The storyteller continued, we can take a step back and give it to 6 great ferocious clans now that we have the territory. We delay as much as possible so that this war does not break out now. Lin Xuanji frowns, saying, the major ferocious clans are now very strong. How could they sit down and negotiate with us normally? When the time comes, the major ferocious clan will inevitably lion's big mouth. This 8-nine meeting of the 10,000 ethnic conference will collapse. Even if the talk collapses, the situation will not be worse than it is now. Storytelling human path. In the ancient battlefield, I have been calling on the major human race sovereigns to fight against 6 great ferocious clans together. But there are not many sovereigns who respond. Even if you gather under the heavens sovereign, you may not be able to fight against 6 great ferocious clans. Even more how? Only us. The storyteller laughed at himself, saying, I'm not human sovereign after all, and I don't have the prestige of human sovereign. At the antiquity time, human sovereign ordered, under the heavens sovereign, do not dare not obey. But the ancestors of human sovereign, already flying upwards to upper realm. Lin Xuanji sighed. The storyteller laughed and said, go, let the order go. It is good. Lin Xuanji was heavily nodded and turned away. The storytelling old men looked up and looked at the sky, softly muttered, human sovereign ancestor, please bless human race and get through this difficult time. Clear Heart Monastery collapses, true cultivation shakes. Not long after, a more shocking news came out from Profound Principal Palace, spreading quickly throughout the heavenly desolate continent, causing a stir. Profound Principal Palace is the master and holds 10,000 ethnic conferences. 10,000 families are always there. However, after the immemorial war, 10,000 races withered, many races were destroyed, and the remaining races merged together, collectively called Monster Race. And this time, Profound Principal Palace made such a big noise. Profound Principal Palace, the holy land of human race, is the most mysterious. Even among the major ferocious clan, Profound Principal Palace has a very high status. After all, this was created by Fairy Linglong. Fairy Linglong is also the wife of human sovereign. Upon hearing this news, the major sect forces will naturally not refuse. The Clear Wind View and the demise of the Clear Heart Monastery have made the cultivators of all the super sects trembling in fear. Today, led by Profound Principal Palace, if you can sit down and talk with 6 great ferocious clans, you might be able to resolve this conflict. Super sect responds first. God Clan Forbidden Area. 6 horrible silhouettes sat in the palace, exuding the pressure of sovereign might, and the void was shaking and twisting around the 6 people. Human race's Profound Principal Palace has actually made such a move. It's fun. The speaker has a vertical eyebrow, which is the sovereign of heaven's eye clan this life. Blood sovereigns neared, human race ants are already scared. So why do we want to hold any 10,000 race meeting? It's okay to let these juniors in the clan go and see. God Sovereign said with a slight smile. Human race old ancestor is out, no one can threaten them at all, and this matter can be left to them. Even more how? A few super sects from human race have taken the initiative to find us, and choose the knowledge allegiance. Another sovereign slightly nodded, burning golden flames, said, to deal with human race as soon as possible. Then we have to work together to deal with Dragon Clan. Don't let that Dragon Phoenix grow up. Relax. This is how many years? That Dragon Phoenix is far behind. 10 days after the news of Profound Principal Palace spread, 6 great ferocious clans agreed that when the time comes, they will arrive at Profound Principal Palace. After that, 8 great monster territories also agreed. Under the heavens sensation, this 10,000 ethnic conference has gathered almost all the sect forces on the heavenly desolate continent. The 10001000 race is bound to be an unprecedented event. Pinion Town. Marshal Dalmain Body had a feeling in the heart, who was closing in the room. He opened his eyes from the darkness, his body moved, fell from the bed, and pushed out the door. Not long after, a lithe and graceful shadow appeared over Pinion Town. This woman has a very beautiful appearance, a slender figure, standing on the treads the sky, and is looking at the Marshal Dalmain Body below. This girl is Jade Rakshasa from Misty Peak. What is it? Marshal Dalmain Body indifferently asked. Jade Rakshasa recounted the news of the 10,000 ethnic conference. Oh, Marshal Dalmain Body is randomly complied. Rakshasa shook her fist slightly, and said, Huang Wu, your human race has begun to compromise. After the 10,000 clan convention, the heavenly desolate pattern will definitely change, and human race will be reduced to the end of the 10,000 clan. Even if you are evil again, you are invincible at the same level. You cannot stop old ancestor, you cannot stop sovereign. You can't save human race alone. Marshal Dalmain Body was unmoved. The expression was unchanged, and asked, so what? So, I can give you a chance. Jade Rakshasa said, I don't need you to submit to me. As long as you will to join Rakshasa clan, I can make the decision so that Rakshasa clan will not hurt your life, or even anyone related to you. The mock laughed. Marshal Dalmain Body said, go back. You don't have to guard Misty Peak. But you have to remember, don't leak any news about me. The 10,000 clan conference was held, and no one was staring at Misty Peak. It was useless to let you Rakshasa watch at Misty Peak. Having said this, Marshal Dalmain Body turned back to the room. You Rakshasa clenched her fists, expressing anger. Over the years, she has not tried to challenge the Marshal Dalmain Body. But every time she breaks through, her battle strength improves, and if she comes back to challenge, she will be suppressed very miserably. 20 years ago, she has broken through the realm and became half ancestor. Confidently came to challenge Marshal Dalmain Body, but was still relentlessly suppressed. For Marshal Dalmain Body, Jade Rakshasa feels a bit complicated. Her deep in one's heart, even hates not raising completely on Marshal Dalmain Body. When she learned that 6 great ferocious clans began to attack their major sect forces, her first reaction was to use her identity to protect the Marshal Dalmain Body. Be kind, donkey liver and lungs. Rakshasa slammed angrily and said, I'd like to see, how do you come to me after the 10,000 ethnic conference? Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1534. Chapter 1534, Returning to Bi by 10,000 Family Congress. Back in the room, Marshal Dalmain Body softly muttered, Young Master, can human race survive this crisis? Tao Yao also realizes that human race has reached an extremely difficult situation. Do not know. Marshal Dalmain Body shook his head slightly and said, but it's time to go to Bi to see. At this 10,000 clan convention, if only the major sect forces of human race were not enough to fight against 6 great ferocious clans, both the strength and the momentum were too far behind. At this time, the remaining 3 ferocious clan must also express their opinions. Dragon Clan is good to say, after all, There is Dragon Phoenix True Body. At this point, Dragon Phoenix True Body has also received news on the land of Ancestral Dragon. The only thing he has to do is get support from Kun Clan and Barbarian Clan. For Barbarian Clan, Marshall Domain Body knows nothing. But for Kun Clan, he took a move more than 100 years ago. Blessings are unpredictable for this move. You know, it's not an ordinary bloodline, not an ordinary monster beast, but taboo Kunping. 3 great taboos. Each one is the master of the killing decision. If Kunping grows up and doesn't recognize him as a master, he won't get any support when he goes to Bi. There may be danger. But Marshall Domain Body still didn't hesitate and immediately left for Bi. At the same time, he notified Azure Lotus True Body, which is still in Kunlun Ruins cultivation, and told Heavenly Desolate Continent the news of these years and the 10,000 Family Conference, and told Azure Lotus True Body. 7. A silhouette appears over the far north glacier. Even in this world of ice and snow, it is still impossible to influence the pace of this silhouette. The within of the Marshall Domain Body seems to be burning a huge great furnace, and chi and blood are flourishing. Before long, a dark and deep ocean finally appeared in front of the Marshall Domain Body. Extreme Northland. Only in this ocean, there is no sign of freezing. This is Kun Clan Forbidden Area, Bi. Marshall Domain Body stood on the edge of Bi, looking at the deep ocean below, exuding a wave of dignity consciousness, and shouting, Xiao Yao. This sound is enough to spread throughout Bi. He believed that Xiao Yao could surely hear it. Marshall Domain Body is standing on the edge of Bi, standing still and waiting. Even he didn't know whether it was welcome or killing, waiting for a while. It didn't take long. Marshall Domain Body narrowed his eyes. He can clearly feel that in this deep sea, there is an extremely terrifying breath, and the moving towards the sea is galloping. Soon, a silhouette silently broke through the water and rose slowly from the sea. This is a woman with long silver hair. Her expression is cold, heroic, and her face is staring at Marshall Domain Body. The woman looks young, but the breath on her body is extremely scary, and she has completely surpassed Body Fusion Realm. Great Ascension Realm. Kun Clan's old ancestor. Marshall Domain Body expression remains unchanged, squinting slightly, and ready to leave. With his current battle strength, he still has no chance against old ancestor of Great Ascension. Oh la la. Just then, there was a sound of water from the sea. A strong silhouette broke through the water, rolled over in the air, came to Suzaimo, and knelt directly. Xiao Yao meets the master. This is a teenager who looks 1516 years old. He is quite handsome, with big eyes, bright and intelligent, and has abnormal behavior. Xiao Yao? Marshall Domain Body slightly startled. After all, when he brought Xiao Yao to Bi, Xiao Yao was just a huge egg. What exactly Xiao Yao looks like is not clear to Marshall Domain Body. Not seen for 100 years, Xiao Yao's cultivation base, advanced by leaps and bounds, has been cultivated to Law Manifestation Realm. It's me. Xiao Yao smiled and looked back at the silver-haired woman in the air, and said, Elder sister, this is my master. Don't stink your face. HMPH. Hearing Xiao Yao saying this, the silver-haired woman still has no good face, coldly snorted, coldly said, if you didn't see you bring Xiao Yao back, then you would already be dead. Marshall Domain Body laughed, without arguing with it. He now has no chance against the old ancestor of Great Ascension. But old ancestor of Great Ascension wants to suppress and kill him. It's unlikely. Master, ignore her. Xiao Yao twitched his lips, said with some excitement, Master, you haven't come to me for a long time. I've been broken here. When will you take me out to play? A few days. There is a big event outside, very lively. You can go and see. Marshall Domain Body slightly smiled. Really? Xiao Yao's eyes brightened. What do you want to do? Silver-haired woman asked in a cold tone. Marshall Domain Body didn't hide it either. Shin said, I want Kun Clan to attend the 10,000 race, and I want to be on the side of human race. Hee. The silver-haired woman sneered, and said, why? Just you a body fusion great expert? Marshall Domain Body shook his head, If Kun Clan is concerned about the safety of human race, stand by and wait for 6 great ferocious clans to suppress human race. He will turn around and deal with you. 6 great ferocious clans. Never let taboos grow. You have a clear interest in this, and you don't need me to elaborate. Silver-haired woman was silent. Sister, I'm going, Xiao Yao said quickly. The silver-haired woman glanced at Xiao Yao and turned to ask, as far as I know, Dragon Clan has a taboo. Not bad. Marshal Dao main body nodded, saying, the taboo of Dragon Clan is my avatar. This time the 10,000 family conference, Dragon Clan will also participate. My Dragon Phoenix true body will come to the profound principal palace. Hearing here, the silver-haired woman was shocked. This sentence reveals a signal. Dragon Clan is definitely on the side of human race. I'll go back and discuss it. You go. The silver-haired woman was silent for a long time before saying a word, looking back towards Xiao Yao, saying, go back. Master. Xiao Yao looked at Marshal Dao main body with some grievances. Go. Marshal Dao main body nodded, did not stay here, turned and left. Eastern region. Giant Stone Forest. This is one of the 9 forbidden areas on Heavenly Desolate Continent. There are no creatures dare to set foot here. But this day, outside the Giant Stone Forest, there was a crowd of cultivators. The head of the man is wearing a red shawl, wearing scarlet-eared armor, delicate and pretty, but exuding an extremely violent and vigorous atmosphere on his body. Dragon Phoenix true body is here. Behind Dragon Phoenix true body, followed by a group of Dragon Clan, are the younger generation, the most powerful heaven-chosen evildoers. Long Kang by 5-clawed Divine Dragon, and Long Zai by Hornless Dragon Clan, including Guiyun who has belonged to the Torch Dragon family. Dragon Phoenix true body comes to the Eastern region Giant Stone Forest in person, just to invite Barbarian Clan out of the mountain. Long Mo, come and meet Barbarian Clan fellow Taoists. See you. The sound of Dragon Phoenix true body is not too heavy, but it spreads to every corner of the Giant Stone Forest. Not long after, there was a roar in the Giant Stone Forest. Countless boulders swayed and opened a passage, and a group of extremely tall and strong silhouettes came out of the boulders, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. 3 more. Sleep. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1535 1535 Emperor Heaven God's Son. Barbarian Clan was born extremely tall. Each Barbarian Clan is over 30 feet tall, with animal skin wrapped around its waist, exposed upper body, strong hair, and thick hands and feet. The skin is rough, flesh is thick, like each and every one devour raw meat and foul. Savage. Dragon Clan's body is already taller than the ordinary human race, but in front of these Barbarian Clan, it is only just on the knees of these Barbarian Clan. Compared to Barbarian Clan, Dragon Phoenix true body looks a bit short, but in terms of momentum, it completely surpasses many Barbarian Clan. These Barbarian Clan felt the suppression of bloodline on Dragon Phoenix true body. You are Dragon Clan young Master Long Mo. The Barbarian Clan headed by the Body Fusion Realm Cultivation Base came to many Dragon Clan, bowed his head slightly, stared at the front Dragon Phoenix true body, and asked muffled, yes, Dragon Phoenix true body a little bit under the wind. It is the guards around the young master. Dragon Clan fellow Taoist, please follow me. The wild wind said a word, then turned around, and moved to the Giant Stone Forest first. Barbarian Clan is huge. Walking in the Giant Stone Forest, the ground is trembling slightly. Dragon Phoenix true body expression as usual. Follow the brutal wind moved towards Barbarian Clan habitat. The faces of Dragon Clan, such as Long Kang and Long Sai, are not very good looking. You Barbarian Clan young master, what a big shelf. Long Kang smiled slightly, saying a little ironically, we Dragon Clan young master came, but we just sent a guard to greet him. In the hearts of everyone in Long Kang, Ferocious Clan young master came to see him personally. It was not neglectful to have the young master of the other party come to meet him. Even more how? Dragon Phoenix true body is taboo. Even if Barbarian Clan's Ancestor Realm expert came to meet in person, it was normal. Didn't expect. Barbarian Clan just sent somebody Fusion Realm Barbarian Clan, a guard from a Barbarian Clan young master. Barbarian Clan's attitude doesn't seem to be very good. Gion secretly spoke to Dragon Phoenix true body sound transmission. Look again. Dragon Phoenix true body expression is unchanged. The brutal wind heard Long Kang's taunts, and was not angry, sneered, and said, "I'm sorry, because it happened that Barbarian Clan also had some guests today." The young master was receiving them and couldn't pull away. Oh, Dragon Phoenix true body was thinking, looking thoughtful. Entering the Barbarian Clan forbidden area and being personally received by the Barbarian Clan young master, must be the 9 great ferocious clans. I just don't know which ferocious clan came. I don't know which ferocious clan is here. Long Kang also speculated about this and asked out loud. You Dragon Clan fellow Taoist will be understood soon. Savage Wind, the young master is in the Savage Hall, entertaining you all together. Long Kang and the others look at each other. Don't worry. The intention of this ferocious clan must be to draw Barbarian Clan. Over the years, Barbarian Clan has always been neutral with regard to Heavenly Desolate's expedition, conflict with human race, and taboo killings. This makes both sides want to win over Barbarian Clan. Dragon Clan can think of this, and 6 great ferocious clans must be able to think of it too. Dragon Clan came to win over Barbarian Clan. He was not sure. Nowadays, there are other ferocious clan coming, which makes the trip for Dragon Clan even more difficult. The wild wind took Suzaimo and the others along the way. After passing through the boulder swayed and staggered again. Dragon Phoenix true body glanced back. The landing points of these boulders are quite particular, and they form a unique and mysterious formation. Without these Barbarian Clan leads, they would break in without permission and would most likely fall into it. It didn't take long. A sight in front of the crowd, a large ancient palace emerged. This palace is made up of huge blocks of stones, full of hundreds of high-rise buildings. There are no windows and doors to decorate. The architectural style is simple and brutal, with the atmosphere of Barbarian Desolate era. On each boulder, there are potholes, leaving numerous traces of divine weapon and baptism of war. On the huge stone in the middle above the palace, there are 3 big characters: Wilderness Hall. Everyone could hear the barbarous hall before they arrived at the barren deserted hall. It seemed that the 2 sides had a happy conversation. Long Kang and the others sank. The early bird catches the worm. The situation is not good. Long Kang and the others subconsciously looked towards Dragon Phoenix true body, revealing inquiries. Dragon Phoenix true body expressionless, continue to follow behind the wild wind, moved towards the barren deserted hall. Walking to the door of the great hall, we can see that there are many people in the palace. A tall Barbarian Clan sits high in the middle. Looking at this posture, this is the Barbarian Clan young master. On his right hand, there is a person, a handsome man, sitting on the floor, smiling and toasting with the Barbarian Clan young master. The man was blonde, in a pale-gold robe, strong in chi and blood, and raised his hands and feet with a sense of honor. God Clan. This God Clan man's cultivation base has reached the state of half-ancestor. Of course, in the years of cultivation of Land of Ancestral Dragon, the cultivation base of Dragon Phoenix true body is also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the semi-ancestor realm world. Really strong. The moment Long Zai saw this God Clan man, heart shivered with cold. This God Clan man gives him the feeling of extremely dangerous. Even Long Kang is an expression grave, frowned, and secretly told Suzaimo sound transmission, this is one of God Clan's most famous evils now, which is God Clan young master, Emperor God. God Clan this life. There are 2 big evils, Emperor Goddess and Xiaoxiang Goddess. In the past 100 years, these 2 monsters have only shot 2 times, and then they have destroyed the 3 high sects in the true cultivation world. They are famously heavenly desolate. True cultivation rumors. God Goddess, Xiaoxiang goddess are God Clan's most powerful 10,000 big evils for 2 years, and the two people have become Dao companion, which can be described as true golden boys and jade maidens. Behind the Emperor God, there are also two God Clan of the body fusion realm standing against their hands. Looking at this gesture, it should be the guards and servants around the Emperor God. When Dragon Phoenix True Body stepped into the barren deserted hall, the Emperor God also put down his glass, turned his head slightly, and looked over to this side, with a smile on his face. The Emperor God is looking at Dragon Phoenix True Body, and there is a killing intent under his eyes. Dragon Phoenix True Body's gaze has shifted, falling on the three people behind the two servants. These three God Clan, there is a person old man, an old woman, and there is a person middle-aged man. The cultivation realm of these three people is not obvious, but it is filled with a terrifying atmosphere. Dragon Phoenix True Body squints slightly. Everyone be careful, it may be ancestral god. Long Kang suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of solemnity in the sound. God Clan of Ancestor Realm, not half ancestor. It's the real old ancestor. Feeling the eyes of Dragon Phoenix True Body, the three ancestral god had a feeling in the heart, at the same time, looked up and looked over here. The eyes of both sides touched in midair, as if there was a fire star splash. The atmosphere in the barren deserted hall suddenly became dignified. Great Hall China is still pushing the cup to change a cup. It is very lively. And in an instant, it is absolute silence, and the needle can be heard. It was only when he heard that Mr. Jin Yong died, and his mood became very chaotic. When I was young, I grew up watching my novels and TV series. His works have a great influence on me. Shooting and Carving 3 parts, Heavenly Dragon, Xiao, Lian Shengzhu. How many times to rewatch? Are classics. I have seen several drama editions of Swordsman Jianghu, who is already familiar with the plot, but when I saw Swordsman's novel for the first time, I still couldn't help making the case. Mr. Xi wrote such a good-looking novel, Mr. 1000 Ancient Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1536. Chapter 1536, A Gift. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, there was a loud, hearty laughter in the Great Hall, full of vitality, shaking the entire Great Hall slightly. Barbarian Clan Young Master stood up, facing Dragon Phoenix True Body, cup one fist in the other hand, and said, Long Mo, come here. I am going to excuse me for not going out to meet you, and forgive me. Brother Long Mo, please be seated. Barbarian Clan Young Master looks enthusiastic and sincere, and seems to be indifferent. Especially with such a strong body, it is very easy to give the impression that the four limbs are strong and the mind is simple. But Dragon Phoenix True Body knew, no one who can become a young master is a fool. The Barbarian Clan Young Master allowed him to meet everyone in God Clan, and gathered in the barren deserted hall, obviously for intentional purpose. The ultimate goal is likely to be to obtain the greatest benefits for Barbarian Clan. What do we do? Looking at God Clan's posture, it is imperative to attract Barbarian Clan, and God Clan has 3 ancestral god. Long's eye was a bit worried, and the Dive Consciousness sound transmission asked, the young master is noble, and it would be better for us to return to Dragon Bones Valley immediately. No. Long Kang shook his head slightly. Sound transmission said, here is Barbarian Clan's territory. Barbarian Clan is the master. God Clan never dares to hurt anyone. Even more. How? Behind the tiger, there are 2 Barbarian Clan old ancestor guarding. If those 3 ancestral gods dare to do it, Barbarian Clan old ancestor will definitely intervene. Guyan also nodded and said, agree, for now, Barbarian Clan is the safest place. If we rashly leave, God Clan will also leave, and we will be in danger. 3 people discussed the sound transmission. Divine Consciousness sound transmission of 3 people, naturally did not hide the Dragon Phoenix True Body. But Dragon Phoenix True Body was always silent, expressionless, and the 3 did not know what was in his mind. Under the gaze of many eyes, and under the hostility of God Clan, Dragon Phoenix True Body calmly first stepped into the barren wilderness hall, standing in the middle of the great hall. "You are Long Mo?" The Emperor God slowly got up. His eyes rose greatly, and said quietly, "It's been a long time." Dragon Phoenix True Body didn't even look at the Emperor Heavenly Son, but stood in the middle of the great hall, looking up to the Barbarian Clan young master up ahead, and said to the point, "I won't talk nonsense. I come here, I want support from Barbarian Clan. In the 10,000 Clan Convention, I hope Barbarian Clan can stand with Dragon Clan and Human Race against 6 great ferocious clans." Pukai. There was a sneer next to it. Emperor God expression mocked and looked at Dragon Phoenix True Body's eyes, full of contempt. Originally, he thought that Long Mo, as one of 3 great taboos, was a powerful character. Didn't expect to be so breathless. Hee. The 2 God Clan great experts behind the Emperor God also laughed at the same time. The Emperor of the Heavens said leisurely, "I have heard long ago that the so-called taboo Dragon Phoenix is just an avatar from Human Race Huang Wu. I was a little unbelieving. I saw it today and found out that the rumors were true." The Emperor God looked towards Long Kang and the others, saying, "You treat such a Human Race avatar as a young master. Are you not afraid that he will bring Dragon Clan into an endless abyss? As a Dragon Clan young master, how can you allow a foreigner to put a beak?" Long Kang coldly snorted. "Bold." The God Clan great expert yelled, "Young master speaks, how can there be a follower to interrupt?" Long Kang complexion sank, cold eyes. Although he is not a Dragon Clan young master, he is also a 5-clawed divine dragon. Bloodline is noble. If he is not forbidden, he is Dragon Clan young master. Although the Emperor God is half ancestor, and he is only body fusion realm, he is the one who dares to fight against the Emperor God. Except for Dragon Phoenix True Body, he has never been scolded like this. Ha ha. At this moment, the Barbarian Clan young master laughed, dilute the tension in many great halls, and said, "Brother Long Mo's temperament is my favorite. Go straight, don't go round." But the Barbarian Clan young master said, "This is not a rush. I also invite Brother Long Mo to take a seat. Let's discuss while drinking." Dragon Phoenix True Body was still motionless and asked, "Putting that way, Barbarian Clan hasn't made up his mind yet?" Barbarian Clan young master laughed. "This matter is very important. This decision will have a bearing on the fate of Barbarian Clan. The future of Barbarian Clan must be carefully considered." Barbarian Clan young master's guard, the Brute Wind suddenly asked, "What kind of gift did Dragon Clan bring this time?" Gift. Many Dragon Clan slightly startled. Long Kang, Long Zai and the others looked at each other, and expression was a little awkward. They came here simply to want to state their interests with Barbarian Clan, and then use the taboo fame to win Barbarian Clan. They never thought of bringing high sects. Hee. The Emperor God smiled leisurely and said, "Why, everyone Dragon Clan fellow Taoist came to visit, wouldn't it come empty-handed?" Long Kang and the others looked a little ugly and silent. Dragon Phoenix True Body remains the same expression. Barbarian Clan young master always pays attention to the look of Dragon Phoenix True Body, but after watching it, he simply cannot see what Dragon Phoenix True Body is thinking. Unfathomable. That's what Barbarian Clan young master says about Dragon Phoenix True Body. Barbarian Clan young master laughed and said in a round field, "Anyway, the visitor is a visitor and there is no need for gifts. Everyone is in the ferocious clan, so you don't have to go outside." Be that as it may, but want to invite Barbarian Clan out of the mountain and just come so empty-handed, it is too contemptuous for Barbarian Clan. The Emperor God did not give up the opportunity to fight Dragon Clan, and said, "I am here with a great gift. Only in this way can I show my sincerity in God Clan." With that said, the Emperor God took out a storage bag, and the divine consciousness moved, and the things in the storage bag were scattered to the ground, sending out a path of divine light. Among these things are divine weapon, spirit pills and marvelous medicines, heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There are even some cultivation techniques, secret techniques. This is primordial yang sand. Barbarian Clan young master stared at a small handful of sand and gravel on the ground, his eyes gleaming, And he asked intently, "Not bad." The emperor said arrogantly, "It has been known for a long time that this primordial yang sand is very helpful for the barbarian clan to train the fleshly body. I was also in a too ancient vestige. I was lucky enough to get these and brought them to the tiger brother." Ha 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 ha. Barbarian clan young master laughed heartily, couldn't hide the excitement on his face, and said, "Brother emperor is very kind." "Young master, what should I do?" Long Kang slightly frowned. Sound transmission asked, "We are unprepared to let the emperor god compare. Look at the meaning of barbarian clan. I am afraid to join forces with god clan." Dragon Phoenix True Body suddenly said, "Actually, I also prepared a great gift for barbarian clan." "Oh, what kind of gift?" The pretty tiger reveals the expression of interest. This scene is what he wants to see most. Two big ferocious clan compare each other. Barbarian clan can get the most benefit. This gift is precious. I believe barbarian clan will like it. Dragon Phoenix True Body also laughed and said profoundly. Barbarian clan young master was even more curious and couldn't help but stand up and said, "Brother Longmo said this, I'm all looking forward to it." Long Kang and the others showed confusion. Not even they know what gifts Dragon Phoenix True Body has prepared. The expression of Emperor God disdain, said with a sneer, "Less they're dressing up as God, playing the devil. What great gift did you bring? You can show it out for everyone to see." "Okay." Dragon Phoenix True Body turned around and looked at the Emperor God, slowly said, "The gift I prepared is your head." To date Anxen is irritable, and hasn't changed in the evening. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1537 1537 Ancestral God with a tone barely fell. Dragon Phoenix True Body has been shot. No one expected that under the eyes of two barbarian clan old ancestor and three ancestral god, someone would dare to do it. This is the barbaric hall, the site of barbarian clan. Even if God clan has a strong killing intent for Dragon Phoenix True Body, he would not dare to do it here. Not to mention God clan, barbarian clan, and even Dragon Kang and other dragon clan with their eyes widened, stunned on the spot, and couldn't react for a while. Young master, his courage is too big. In the mind of many dragon clan, only this single thought remains. Just now, Kunlong is still secretly discussing how to avoid being intercepted by God clan. Didn't expect. Dragon Phoenix True Body turned out to be in the barren deserted hall, under the eyes of all, to suppress and kill the Emperor God. Kunlong simply didn't expect. The gift in the mouth of Dragon Phoenix True Body turned out to be the life of the Emperor God. The Emperor God slightly startled. Expression is wrong. The sneer at the corner of the mouth has not completely dissipated. The killing trick of Dragon Phoenix True Body has come down too suddenly. No warning. By the time the Emperor God realized that what was happening, the whole body was white and the sharp sword had dropped from the sky. A sharp keel can be seen in the blade of this long knife. This is the magic tool left by Blade Sovereign, Dragon Soul Blade. Surrounded by the violent blade chi, it actually condensed into a lifelike divine dragon, opened a bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, and burst out a dragon's roar. Almost at the same time, Dragon Phoenix True Body also spoke at the same time, bursting out the loud voice of dragon's roar. Two dragons' roar sounds, perfectly blended to create a resonance. The lethality has reached its limit. Ang! Dragon's roar echoed in the barren temple, deafening. This dragon's roar sounded in the ears of the Imperial Son of God, too close. The Emperor God's ears tingled in his ears, and a bang in his head almost burst. Emperor God's two ears issued two blood arrows. The two God clan great experts behind the Emperor God are a little farther away, but in the voice of this dragon's roar, it is even more unbearable. Puh. Puh. If two God clan great experts are severely blown, they will spit out a mouthful of blood, and the fleshly body will send out a path of blood mist. On the handsome face, a path of clear blood stains will appear. This is still God clan. If you change to other living creatures, just this dragon's roar, you may be violent on the spot. Like which race, although it is one of the 9 great ferocious clans, the bloodline fleshly body is weak, Such a scary dragon's roar sounds in the ear, and the fleshly body may be shattered. But God Clan is different. God Clan's fleshly body and bloodline are among the best in 9 great ferocious clans, and they can compete with Dragon Clan. Even more how? God Emperor God Clan is the most powerful evil Indiana 10000 years. Crash bang. Instead of urging himself, being stimulated in this way, his fleshly body naturally responds, and the divine blood runs on its own. In an instant, it has risen to the point of blood as tide. The tingling in my ears, the roar in my head, disappeared instantly. Emperor God's eyes, restored to sobriety and calmness. But even so, he has lost the opportunity. Long Mo, dear, you are courting death. The 3 ancestral gods were furious, bursting into a loud blast, immediately shot, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body. Bold, impudent. 2 barbarian clan old ancestors were also loudly shouted, and their souls fell on the ground. With a bang, the huge body rose into the air and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body. Barbarian clan must draw a hand block. Dragon Phoenix true body started on Barbarian clan's site, and was disrespectful to Barbarian clan, which was second. If the Emperor God falls into the barren temple, even if the Dragon Phoenix true body is killed, Barbarian clan can't get rid of the relationship, and will inevitably be at odds with God Clan. This situation was by no means what Barbarian clan wanted. Barbarian clan has a huge body, and within 2 steps of the 2 Barbarian clan old ancestor, he has crossed half the palace and descended over the Dragon Phoenix true body. The heart of Long Kang in the others, beating his throat instantly. 5 big ferocious clan old ancestor shot, let alone continue to suppress and kill the Emperor God. Dragon Phoenix true body as half ancestor is also life-threatening. Between half ancestor and old ancestor, this is a great realm leap. In law manifestation realm, the major ferocious clan or some monster races will awaken the innate divine ability. Although this innate divine ability is called divine ability, it is very different from the divine ability in the true cultivation world. It is more like an innate talent. However, there are many innate talents. With the improvement of cultivation realm, the increase of doxing can continue to grow. When ferocious clan steps into the great ascension realm, these innate divine abilities will grow into true divine ability, and compete with lesser divine ability, great divine ability, and even peerless divine ability of true cultivation. In other words, the Dragon Phoenix true body of half ancestor realm is still unable to compete with old ancestor in strength. The Emperor God looked at the Dragon Phoenix true body, which was close at hand, with a taunt of teasing in his eyes. Although Dragon Phoenix true body's shot was sudden, he knew that with the protection of ancestral God, he could not simply die. This action of Dragon Phoenix true body is to cocoon itself, bringing about one's own destruction. Suddenly, the left hand of Dragon Phoenix true body pinches a weird magic arts, 5 fingers spread out, and a grey mist in the palm of your hand suddenly releases. Baron. The sound of Dragon Phoenix true body sounded, without any fluctuation. Centered around the Dragon Phoenix true body, a sudden weird magic power wave suddenly burst out. In the sky, a path of grey ripples appeared, like a wave of water, moved towards all around, and immediately enveloped the Emperor God. The expression of Emperor God has changed. He can clearly feel that his life essence is rapidly depleting at a terrifying speed, and even his divine blood can't be blocked. Rippling grey, in a blink of an eye, enveloped the 2 barbarian clan old ancestor and 3 ancestral god. Hiss. 2 big barbarian clan old ancestral god changed color, sucking a breath of cold air. Old ancestor of great ascension is more perceptive. They can clearly see that the closer they are to Dragon Phoenix true body, the faster their life essence dies. 5 old ancestor of great ascension simultaneously issued a divine abilities power, trying to block this weird grey ripple. But soon, 5 old ancestor of great ascension found that their divine abilities power could not stop life essence from exhaustion. This Dowlaw technique ignores the cultivation realm. Even their divine ability is difficult to resolve. The life essence of old ancestor of great ascension is long, and the life essence of human race old ancestor is as long as thousand years. Barbarian clan old ancestor, ancestral god has a long life essence. But life essence, who would not be too much? Two barbarian clan old ancestor hesitated a little bit, withdrew in shape, temporarily freed from the grey ripples. After all, the Emperor God is not the young master of barbarian clan. Two barbarian clan old ancestors don't want to save their own foreign clan and take their 2 years of life essence, so it's worth the money. Two barbarian clan old ancestors stay away from the edge. 3 ancestral god cannot retreat. Of the 3 ancestral gods, there is a person old man, an old woman, and a middle-aged man. Middle-aged ancestral god need not say more, is in peak. Life essence is long, no place to fear. Although the old woman is in the twilight, but the life essence is still 10,000 years old, and the life essence of 1,000 years is exhausted. She can still resist it. But that ancestral god old man has only 1,000 years of life essence left. Before he could rush to Dragon Phoenix true body, the life aura of the old man within the body was rapidly depleted, and there was no chance to escape. In sight, ancestral god withered. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1538. Chapter 1538, Suppress and Kill God, Old Ancestor of Great Ascension. And its God clan's old ancestor. Even if there are only 1,000 years of life essence left, the battle strength can burst. Even some human race old ancestor must avoid its edge. But under the shadow of the Baron, the ancestral god was like a fallen leaf, withered and withered. His face was wrinkled, his eyes were dim, and he fell into the barren temple. Too, there was a trace of dread in the eyes of Dezuman. Emperor God's face changed. He was in the desert, and within a short period of time, life essence was still affordable. But the real danger comes from Dragon Soul Blade dropping from the sky. From the outbreak of Dragon's Roar to the release of the Baron, from beginning to end, the Dragon Soul Blade of Dragon Phoenix true body has not been closed, and it is still moving towards the head of the Emperor God and beheaded. After the Dragon Phoenix true body released the barrenness, the 2 ancestors retreated. 1 ancestral god fell, and the remaining 2 ancestral god were shrouded in barrenness, and their speed also decreased. This means that the Emperor God must save himself first. Only by blocking Suzaimo this blade and delaying for a while, the 2 ancestral gods can come over. The Emperor God saw the coldness in Dragon Phoenix true body's eyes, heart shivered with cold. The killing intent for Dragon Phoenix true body is too great. HMPH. The Emperor God urges the primordial spirit within the body chi and blood to rise, runs the bloodline frantically, and wants to take out the bloodline phenomenon to resist the Dragon Soul Blade. Suddenly, Emperor God expression has changed. The Dragon Soul Blade of the Dragon Phoenix true body was cut down and released a kind of knife intention. Under this knife intention, the divine blood of his inside the body even solidified. How could this be? Emperor God turned pale with fright. God clans divide blood, born to practice the realm of the bloodline phenomenon. Now, under the shroud of this sword, let alone the bloodline phenomenon, even blood as tide has disappeared. His divine blood, gradually calmed down, remained silent in the fleshly body. This blade, not even the dragon's Dragon Phoenix true body shot, it is determined to suppress and kill the Emperor God here. There is no trial at all. Directly erupted the largest formidable power in Blade's sovereign inheritance Ding Hai. As soon as Ding Hai came out, even if the Emperor God had a strong divine blood, he had to calm down. The Emperor God has missed even the first opportunity, and then wants to gather spell. It is too late. His eyes were great rises, his eyes became golden instantly, rays of light 10,000 Jang. I technique instant. This is the only way he can turn defeat into victory and save danger. But at the same time as he broke out of divide eyes, in his sight, he saw a group of more glowing and more dazzling red glow burst out from the eyes of Dragon Phoenix true body. Eye of Torch shining. This is a scarier eye technique than the Eye of Torch Dragon. The 2 eye techniques collide first in midair. Almost the moment the golden light and red glow touched, The golden light began to fall apart. The red glow drove straight into the sky and immediately fell into the eyes of the Emperor God. Ah! The Emperor God screamed. His eyes were blinded by two red glows on the spot, and the pain almost passed out. But as God Clan's most powerful demon, he can still stay awake, knowing that the real crisis has just arrived. It's the Dragon Soul Blade above his head. The Emperor God has no time to take out Life Source magic tool. He can only raise his arms subconsciously, and move towards Dragon Soul Blade to resist the past. The blade came and cut off the two arms of the Emperor God without any hindrance. Then, in the eyes of the public, the blade fell into the top of the head of the Emperor God, and neither fast nor slow fell down. Break the sea of consciousness, cut off the primordial spirit, and split the Emperor God's son into two halves. The two-half body of the Emperor God followed the blade, slowly moved towards the ground and fell down. The blade edged through the flesh and blood skeleton of the Emperor God's son, making a sound of infiltration. But Dragon Soul Blade is too sharp. This is the magic tool left by Blade Sovereign, the true divine weapon. Even the fleshly body of the Emperor God cannot resist it. Under the cover of Ding Hai's sword, the body of the Emperor God was split into two halves, but the blood at the wound and the exposed organs were still frozen in the fleshly body, motionless. No drop of blood splattered. The entire Barren Hall was instantly deadly silent. The Barbarian Clan Young Master, the two Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor, including the Long Kang group of dragons, looked at this scene with horror, and forgot to breathe. Dignified God Clan Young Master, the fame of the Emperor Heaven Body, was actually beheaded in the Barren Temple. And, under the watchful eyes of the top 5 ferocious Clan Old Ancestor. 5 big ferocious Clan Old Ancestor is not without shot. They have already shot immediately, but they have not been able to save the Emperor God. Moreover, an ancestral god runs out of life essence and falls down first. The whole process, which seems to be long, actually takes place between just 3 breaths. The Emperor God died unjustly. In such a short period of time, Dragon Phoenix true body exploded with many whole cards. First Dragon's Roar, Ding Hai, then Baron, Eye of Torch Shining, Awkward, Long Zai and the others looked pale, and there was a murmur in his heart. The barrenness of Dragon Phoenix true body, although powerful, is not fatal to Old Ancestor with ample life essence. Even more how? The barren power is dissipating. This card that can threaten Old Ancestor has also been used up. In the fury of the remaining 2 ancestral gods, Dragon Phoenix true body is bound to have life concerns. Moreover, here is the Baron's Hall, the site of Barbarian Clan. When Dragon Phoenix true body shoots down and kills the Emperor God, Barbarian Clan is bound to be furious. If Barbarian Clan also shot Dragon Phoenix true body. Long Mo, you are so brave, you dare to kill in my Barren Temple. Don't think you are a taboo Dragon Phoenix. I Barbarian Clan dare not suppress you. A Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor looks somber and loudly shouted. Sure enough, Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor immediately got into trouble. What more nonsense with him? God Clan's old woman ancestral god said vaguely, it's not forbidden to kill, it's so arrogant. If we grow up to Sovereign, our major ferocious clan, I am afraid he will be killed by him. Kill. The middle-aged ancestral god gave a loud drink, chi and blood burst out, and between the 2 hands, a huge long sword was added out of thin air, and the moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body killed him. When the old woman ancestral god divine consciousness moved, a crutch suddenly flew out of the ring on her finger, held it in her hand, banged, and drew on the ground. A sharp, harsh noise broke out. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor was a little hesitant, but the 2 looked at each other and decided to take a shot. Hong Long. 2 The tall silhouette shook and came into the great hall, exuding wild air, as if the ancient gods of heaven came, overwhelming. 4 Ancestor Realm experts arrive at the same time and besiege Dragon Phoenix true body. In an instant, Dragon Phoenix true body was in great danger. After stepping into the Great Ascension Realm and becoming the real Old Ancestor, the Power Sword, fleshly body and bloodline, all have a qualitative leap. This gap is extremely difficult to bridge, not to mention fighting against Old Ancestor. Under the coercion of the four Old Ancestor of Great Ascension, Long Kang and the others wanted to help Dragon Phoenix True Body, but they were totally powerless and couldn't get near. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1539 Chapter 1539 Ancestral God. The coercion of the Ancestor Realm expert is too strong, like howling wind and torrential rain, with a suffocating sense of oppression, comes to you. Only then has the barren power. Ancestral God has some fear. The coercion is not obvious. Now that the Baron is gone, the Big Four Ancestral God has no worries and his shot. Too Big Ancestral God even came with a killing intent, immediately took out magical treasure, and moved towards Suzaimo. The magical treasure is a great realm that improves the magic tool. This is a qualitative transformation. This metamorphosis is not a refining technique, and any rare material can be easily reached. No matter what magic tool it is, it can only be called a magical treasure after passing the tempering of their divine abilities power. The more divine ability tempering, the greater the formidable power of the magical treasure. A magical treasure of lesser divine ability tempering is naturally better than a magical treasure of lesser divine ability tempering. 10 lesser divine ability tempering, but far less than a great divine ability tempering. But whether it is great divine ability or lesser divine ability, as long as it is a magical treasure, it will absolutely crush the magic tool. Dragon Phoenix True Body's eyes are looking at greatly rises, chi and blood surging, and howling skyward. Under the mighty power of four Old Ancestor, his shape changes rapidly. Roar. There was a roar like dragon's roar and a roar like Fengming. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dragon Phoenix True Body has disappeared and replaced by a huge creature, dragon head and tail, standing on their backs, with a pair of huge wings growing on their backs, red glow lingering on the body, born from fire, like a god in charge of flames. The claws under the belly of this huge creature are sharp, and they seem to be able to pierce and tear any creature. There was a terrifying coercion on this creature's body, and he could compete with four Ancestor Realm experts, comparable. Two ancestral gods, stopped moving for a moment under this coercion. God Clan's bloodline is powerful, but in front of this huge creature, God Clan's bloodline has been suppressed. This is taboo coercion. The advent of Dragon Phoenix. The temperature of the barren wilderness suddenly rose. Long Kang and the others' expression were horrified and stepped back. Although Dragon Phoenix True Body has returned to Dragon Bones Valley for a long time, even they are the first time to see Dragon Phoenix's real body. Such shock and impact are simply beyond words. In the middle of the barbaric hall, the coercive collision between Dragon Phoenix and four Old Ancestor caused the surrounding space to be distorted. If Long Kang and the others don't step back and get caught up in it, they will most likely be torn into pieces. If the human race is maintained, Dragon Phoenix True Body will have a hard time playing against the fourth Old Ancestor. Only by transfiguring Dragon Phoenix's body, and pushing the battle strength and bloodline to the extreme, will it be possible to fight one. Dragon Phoenix appeared, and there was a hesitation in the eyes of two Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor. They don't want to offend God Clan, but they don't want to provoke Dragon Clan. Even more how? Dragon Clan, this life has a taboo. The two ancestral gods didn't hesitate, and when they saw the taboo body, they were more aggressive in killing, and the first to kill Dragon Phoenix True Body. Even if it's taboo, I dare to kill God Clan, said middle-aged ancestral god murderers looking. Although Dragon Phoenix is taboo, in her opinion, it has not yet fully grown up. Right now is the best chance of strangling taboos. The middle-aged ancestral god turns the big sword in his hand, chi and blood surge, bursting out a dazzling golden light, and the wings of the move towards Dragon Phoenix True Body are chopped down. The old woman ancestral god turns the crutch in her hand, and the head of the moved towards Dragon Phoenix True Body smashes. Don't look at this, old woman has entered the twilight, but the outbreak in a short period of time. There is still 10,000 strength, amazing momentum. With the cooperation of two people, one sword and one turn, they completely blocked the approach of Dragon Phoenix true body. This crutch was cast from the bones of the real dragon ancestor, sealed with dragon ancestor resentment, and then tempered with the blood of dragon ancestor for 7,749 years. The old woman said in a somber manner, "Forbidden, let you taste the formidable power of my faucet." Ang! The crutch in the hands of the old woman, under the surge of divine blood, actually emerged a huge gigantic dragon head, bursting out a loud dragon's roar. After the head of this divine dragon rushed out, his eyes were red, full of endless resentment, and he had completely lost his mind, and seemed to destroy all living things in the world. Even in the face of the taboo Dragon Phoenix, there is no fear in the eyes of this divine dragon. Zheng. The 5 claws under the Dragon Phoenix true body protruded at the same time, and the giant sword that was cut towards midair caught it. Courting death. Middle-aged ancestral god coldly snorted. Claws are heavy, cold light is flashing. When the claws of Dragon Phoenix and ancestral god giant sword keep colliding, fire star flowing in all directions. The ancestral god giant sword could not cut off the claws of Dragon Phoenix, but was fastened by the claws of Dragon Phoenix. The claw tip locked the blade, completely motionless. At the same time, Dragon Phoenix true body fanned its wings, and moved towards the head of the divine dragon that came towards it fiercely and smashed the head of the divine dragon directly. Immediately, the Dragon Phoenix true body opened its mouth wide and directly bit the fallen faucet. The old woman was also heart-startled, subconsciously pulling the faucet crutch backwards, trying to pull back. But she dragged it hard, but it didn't move. The magical treasure of middle-aged ancestral god and old woman, although the formidable power is strong, is only a magical treasure of lesser divine ability tempering after all. The Dragon Phoenix true body is a taboo. The hardest body and the strongest murderous force are the claws of the Dragon Phoenix and the fangs. The ancestral god magic tool did not hurt the Dragon Phoenix true body, but was controlled by the Dragon Phoenix true body. Both sides wrestled. Middle-aged ancestral god and old woman expression slightly changed. The combined force of two people couldn't take back the weapon. "What are you waiting for, barbarian clan?" The middle-aged ancestral god suddenly sang. Two big barbarian clan old ancestor looked at each other slightly, hesitated, still rushed up, turned his fists, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body to suppress it. The huge fist came down like a mountain, terrifying. The Dragon Phoenix true body didn't turn back at all, swinging the tail of the phoenix, the tail of the scarlet-eared flame burning, instantly pumped into the fist of two barbarian clan old ancestor. A loud noise burst, bang, heaven shaking, earth shattering. The barren temple is shaking violently. Deng deng deng. The two barbarian clan old ancestors couldn't control their body shape and kept backing, shocked. They burst out of the power of ancestor realm, and were even drawn back by Dragon Phoenix in half ancestor's realm. In addition, the two barbarian clan old ancestor and Dragon Phoenix shook their tails. The scarlet-eared flames on their fists were not extinguished. Also moving along the arms of two barbarian clan old ancestor, burned towards him. The thick, long hair on barbarian clan old ancestor's arm quickly turned to ashes. Two barbarian clan old ancestor patted the flames on their bodies for a while, and worked for a long time before they extinguished them. Of course, although this flame burned their hair to ashes, it failed to hurt their fleshly body. Barbarian clan, bloodline, and primordial spirit are all relatively common. Their most powerful is the fleshly body. This power is not only reflected in the strength of the fleshly body, but also the defense of the fleshly body. Burned by the flames of Dragon Phoenix for a long time, the skin of the two barbarian clan old ancestor was only smoked a little black, without any scars. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1540 Chapter 1540 Rebirth. After the Dragon Phoenix true body repels the two large barbarian clan old ancestor, suddenly the strength emission, fan the huge wings, rise up, shake the dragon head, 5 claws tear wildly. 2 Ancestral God expression changed dramatically. Originally, they were holding an ancestral god magical treasure and were in a stalemate with Dragon Phoenix true body. No one would let go. Today, the Dragon Phoenix true body suddenly emits strength, and the 2 ancestral gods can't control their body shape. The Dragon Phoenix true body is dragged away from the distance by nature and throws them in the air. The 2 big ancestral god clenched the magical treasure in his hand and was thrown by Dragon Phoenix true body to have a dizzy. If you don't let go, the bones of the 2 ancestral god within the body will be thrown away. The 2 ancestral god can only let go and temporarily lose the magical treasure. Dragon Phoenix true body grabbed 2 magical treasures, still casually on the ground, staring in the direction of the 2 ancestral god, and suddenly opened their mouths. Call. In the mouth of Dragon Phoenix true body, a hot scarlet-eared flame is sprayed out, which contains extremely terrifying power, and it seems that it can burn worlds, all living things, to ashes. Dragon Phoenix's flame. This is the innate divine ability of Taboo Dragon Phoenix. So far, there is no living flame on Heavenly Desolate Continent, and you can fight against Dragon Phoenix's flame. Dragon Phoenix's flame everywhere. In the sky, a path of fine fissures were burned. The flame turned into 2 red lights, and in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of the 2 ancestral god. Middle-aged ancestral god and old woman expression grave, dare not care. The storage ring on the finger Gwen were flickered. In the hands of 2 people, they all have a golden shield. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by 2 louder sounds. Middle-aged ancestral god and old woman set up the 2 gold shields in front of them, sand and stones splashing, and giant shields emitting 10,000 Jang rays of light, blocking the 2 Dragon Phoenix's flames that hit them. Dragon Phoenix true body pushes the primordial spirit to the limit. Dragon Phoenix's flame formidable power rose, gradually engulfing the golden light, hitting 2 golden shields, and continued to burn. However, these 2 golden shields are also magical treasures. Although the formidable power of Dragon Phoenix's flame is terrifying, it still cannot penetrate the defense of the golden shield. Dragon Phoenix true body has a firm eye and still has no intention to stop, and continues to erupt. Dragon Phoenix's flame wraps the entire golden shield and burns it. Many flames, even bypassing the golden giant shield, fell on the wall of the barren temple. That fast boulder melted into a lava in the blink of an eye, flowing down the wall slowly. At the top of the wild, they are shaking slightly. 2 wilder old ancestors saw this scene just now when they held their bodies. Suddenly, 2 expressions change, pupils shrink slightly. Under the watchful eyes of 2 people, the gold shields held by the 2 ancestral gods were gradually changing, and soon became nearly transparent scarlet-eared. The golden shield was burned by Dragon Phoenix's flame. Behind the golden shield, the 2 big ancestral god groaned. The golden shield was burned like this, and the palms of the 2 great ancestral gods were also burned. Bang! Dragon Phoenix's flame greatly rises, hitting the golden shield, and instantly swallowing up the 2 ancestral gods. If the old ancestor for human race was swallowed up by Dragon Phoenix's flame, I am afraid it would be impossible to escape. But among the scarlet-eared flames, the silhouettes of the 2 ancestral gods are still very clear and permeated with powerful breath, rays of light. 10,000 Jang. Take divine blood as a guide. Destroy me. The middle-aged ancestral god nibbled the tip of his tongue and spit out a golden yellow divine blood. This divine blood contains a tremendous amount of energy. Scattered in Dragon Phoenix's flame, the flame extinguishes instantly, arousing a path of thick smoke. The response of the 2 big ancestral god is fast enough, but was still burned by this Dragon Phoenix's flame, and his clothes were burned with many holes. Even the fleshly body was burned. Of course, with ancestral god's bloodline, the powerful self-healing power, this injury simply can't be considered. Divine blood collided with Dragon Phoenix's flame to make a sound. The smoke billows, and the mist rises. Whether it's Dragon Phoenix's flame or divine blood, it contains powerful energy. The collision of two kinds of power and the aerosol derived from it are all amazing formidable power. Be careful. Just then, two barbarian clan old ancestor sirens sounded. Immediately afterwards, a sloppy killing intent shrouded the heart of middle-aged ancestral god and old woman almost jumped to the tip of their throats. Not good. To the big ancestral god changed color suddenly, smelling the breath of death. Divine blood collided with Dragon Phoenix's flame to generate aerosol, which greatly blocked the sight and induction of middle-aged ancestral god and old woman. But Dragon Phoenix true body knew exactly where the two people were. Just at the moment when the aerosol rose, Dragon Phoenix true body shot. With wings flapping, the Dragon Phoenix true body turned into a red light, and immediately came to the two ancestral gods, and found 5 sharp claws, moving towards the middle-aged ancestral god. At the same time, Dragon Phoenix true body opened his mouth wide and moved towards the old woman. Fiercely bit it down. Puh. 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 The middle-aged ancestral god was blocked by 5 Dragon Phoenix claws. All the evasive paths, the powerful body was torn into pieces in a blink of an eye. Golden yellow divide blood, 4 splashes. Internal organs are scattered all over. Blood energy is soaring. Kaka. The big mouth of the Dragon Phoenix true body bit the old woman's body into 2 pieces at once, and cut off from the middle. Boom. The phoenix tail descended and drew heavily on the 2 half residues. The 2 residues were smashed into a ball of blood mist at once. Skeleton doesn't exist. Although this old woman is a Twilight Year, it is ancestral god after all. The Dragon Phoenix true body was afraid of biting an old woman, and Feng Wei followed up with a fatal blow, and this old woman was drawn into a blood mist. In a blink of an eye, the 2 ancestral god is dead. One was torn by Dragon Phoenix true body. The other one was even worse. The fleshly body was gone, and it was beaten into a blood mist. Dragon Phoenix true body gasped slightly. Being able to suppress and kill the 2 ancestral gods, in addition to the power of the taboo itself, is more powerful. More importantly, the 2 ancestral gods have not used the divine ability. The 2 big ancestral god believes that just the power of Ancestor Realm is enough to suppress and kill Dragon Phoenix true body. But 2 people didn't expect that Dragon Phoenix, as a taboo, transformed into a complete taboo, and even had power over them. This battle seems to have ended. But the expression of the 2 barbarian clan old ancestor is a bit weird, shaking his head slightly. Dragon Phoenix true body frowned, and suddenly thought of one thing. Heart shivered with cold. It is indeed a taboo. In the state of half ancestor, in terms of strength, it can compete with old ancestor. Just then, the voice of the middle-aged ancestral god sounded with deep grievances. We're too big. The old woman's voice also sounded at the same time. Slowly said, we should immediately use the ability of Divide to suppress and kill him. In the sky, the divine blood of the middle-aged ancestral god and the divine blood of the old woman are all condensed but not scattered. Quickly, under the attention of everyone, the 2 groups of divine blood quickly condensed. In a blink of an eye, the 2 ancestral gods reappeared. 2 big ancestral god is safe and sound, with no scars on his body. Primordial spirit is immortal. Rebirth from a drop of blood. That's what Old Ancestor of Great Ascension means. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1541. Chapter 1541. The God arrives. Cultivate to the Great Ascension realm, and realize the divine ability of rebirth from a drop of blood. It is too difficult to kill. Even if the fleshly body is made to skeleton doesn't exist, as long as the primordial spirit is not extinguished and a drop of blood remains, the divine ability can be released. With this drop of blood, a complete fleshly body is condensed. When the 2 big ancestral god divine consciousness moved, the giant sword magical treasure and dragon cane that fell to the ground turned into 2 streams of light and returned to the hands of 2 people. 2 fellow Taoist of barbarian clan. Don't have to keep your hands, take out divine ability. Middle-aged god clan coldly said. God comes. Middle-aged god clan and old woman are lightly shouted at the same time. A powerful force dripping from the sky, injected into the body of 2 people. the body of two ancestral god, and suddenly issued a path of golden light. This is the lesser divine ability that God Clan can most easily realize. This divine ability can make God Clan from an unknown place, with the help of ancient gods' force, to greatly improve his power in a short time. Behind the two great ancestral god, even two faint gods phantom, rays of light 10,000 Jang emerged, exuding great coercion. Very wild. Two barbarian clan old ancestor also broke out the divine ability at the same time. This barbarian clan divine ability was released, and the two large barbarian clan bodies instantly agitated a path of energy, like many little mice, scurrying on the surface of barbarian clan's body. The flesh and blood of two barbarian clan old ancestors swelled in a blink of an eye. It's not good. Long Kang, secretly frightened, patted his palm on the storage bag, wanted to send a message to Dragon Bones Valley, and led Dragon Clan old ancestor to rescue him. Kill me, God Clan young master. Do you still want to leave? It was only Dragon Phoenix True Body who had a dragon's roar, and the two God Clan great experts who had vomited blood, noticed this scene. Their body moved, and moved towards Long Kang and the others. Two God Clan great expert hate Dragon Phoenix True Body. But they couldn't beat it again, and there was anger in their hearts. Now, finally, they have found a chance to vent. These two God Clan great experts are qualified to follow Barbarian Clan with the Emperor Heavenly Sun. Naturally, they are also God Clan Heaven Chosen and have enough confidence to suppress and kill the dragons. HMPH. Long Kang complexion sank, cheeky killing intent. Icily said, only you two dare to move me? The battle between Dragon Phoenix True Body and Four Old Ancestor, he couldn't step in. But he is a five-clawed divine dragon. Among the same level, he has not feared anyone except Dragon Phoenix True Body. When entering the Wilderness Hall, the two God Clan great experts also scolded him. At that time, Long Kang moved the killing intent. However, he had some scruples in his heart, and did not dare to take action against these five God Clan great experts under the eyes of the two great ancestral gods in the Barren Hall. Now, Dragon Phoenix True Body has launched a killing ring, and both the King God and an ancestral god are suppressed and killed. Long Kang has no scruples. At worst, let's make a hole in the sky and kill it. Kill. Long Kang's eyes are great rises. Striding meteors moved towards two God Clan great experts. Killed the past. Boom. 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 Long Kang fought with the two big God Clan in close combat, and the energy, flesh, and skeleton were constantly colliding, and there was a muffled sound. Long Kang, two big God Clan, instantly promoted Bloodline to Realm of Blood as tied. But when they met, the two God Clan great experts were shocked, and their eyes were shocked. The two were God Clan Heaven Chosen, but the two were still overwhelmed by Long Kang. It was just a few rounds of hard fights. Both of their arms were shaken a little, their teeth were sore, and their internal organs suffered severe shocks. This is an absolute crush on strength. What made the two big God Clan startled is that this Long Kang has not yet transfigured the Dragon Clan's body. If you wait for Long Kang to imitate the ontology, the battle strength will be increased by at least 30%. Bloodline phenomenon. Two big God Clan didn't have much time to think, immediately took out the bloodline phenomenon. Under the two people, there are two ancient and mysterious pyramids, surrounded by 100,000,000,000,000,000 souls, praying prayerfully. The power of continuously poured into within the body of two God Clan great experts. The breath of God Clan great expert is rising fast. Suddenly, Long Kang ascended into the sky. A loud dragon's roar erupted. Immediately afterwards, Long Kang within the body chi and blood rose up, surging, and in a blink of an eye, a horrific, divine dragon was gathered behind him. This divine dragon is full of azure scales, with sharp eyes, double horns on the top of his head, 5 claws under his belly, flashing cold light. A mighty dragon clan coercion shrouded. 5-clawed divine dragon. 2 god clan great experts can't help but widen their eyes when they see this divine dragon phantom. 5-clawed divine dragon is dragon clan's most noble and powerful bloodline. 2 people really didn't expect this follower behind Dragon Phoenix true body turned out to be a 5-clawed divine dragon. After the 5-clawed divine dragon appeared, the 100 million, 10,000 creatures who had been kneeling around the pyramid all looked up, with a look of terror on their faces. Even the god on the pyramid can't protect them. Bang! The divine dragon phantom rises into the air, and fiercely hit towards 2 pyramids, and a loud noise erupts. Kaka! A path of fissures emerged from the 2 pyramids, and countless gravels rolled down. Pyramid collapse. 2 god clan great expert as if was struck by lightning. Just then, another dragon's roar sounded. That huge and terrifying 5-clawed divine dragon moved towards. They rushed over. It's just a bloodline phenomenon. How much power do I give you? A god clan great expert gave a loud slap and turned the long sword in his hand, hoping to chop the divine dragon phantom. When he wanted to come, although this divine dragon phantom smashed their pyramid, they lost most of their power and had little left. When his big sword fell on the body of this divine dragon, and it slipped down the huge dragon scale, sending out a series of fire stars. There is no beheading. The god clan opened his eyes and suddenly felt cold all over his body. He was horrified. No, this is not a bloodline phenomenon. The bloodline phenomenon, no matter how real, after all, is just a combination of chi and blood. And this god clan's feeling of being chopped down is that he is chopped on the real dragon scale, the real flesh. Not good. The god clan yelled. It's his body. The body of the 5-clawed divine dragon. Although he realized, it was too late. At the same time as Long Kang took out the bloodline phenomenon, it also transformed the body of the 5-clawed divine dragon, killing it recently, without giving the 2 god clan great expert a chance to struggle. Long Kang opened a huge dragon's mouth, biting a god clan great expert in one bite. Slamming. Long Kang's mouth is closed. God clan great expert's body disappeared. Long Kang was crushed into a body of bloody mud, golden yellow divine blood, flowing slowly along Long Kang's teeth. Bang! Long Kang swings dragon tail. When another god clan great expert hadn't responded yet, a large shadow enveloped him, and directly pulled his fleshly body into a ball of blood mist. Skeleton doesn't exist. God clan great expert has no means to rebirth from a drop of blood. This great expert was tailed by this divine dragon, drawing body and soul entirely exterminated. Body dies and Tao disappears. Long Kang shows his might. 2 god clan great experts fall. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1542 1542 Reverse scale dissipates. Although Long Kang suppresses and kills 2 god clan great experts, it has little effect on the current situation. Even if he transfigured the body of the 5-clawed divine dragon, he is still not qualified to participate in the battle between Ancestor Realm. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor, 2 Ancestral God have taken out divine ability. Dragon Phoenix true body is still expression calm. No fear can be seen. Step into the Great Ascension Realm and realize that rebirth from a drop of blood is really difficult to fall. But it is difficult to fall. It does not mean that you can't kill. Otherwise, human race will not fall many old ancestor in these years. Even the old ancestor of Great Ascension is absolutely deadly. Once the primordial spirit disappears, the soul flew away and scattered. Even if the fleshly body is kept intact, it means that the body dies and Tao disappears, and the consciousness disappears. There is another way. It is the vitality that destroys every inch of flesh of the old ancestor of Great Ascension, not even a drop of bloodline. Even if the old ancestor primordial spirit is intact, it cannot reshape the fleshly body. Losing the old ancestor of Great Ascension of the fleshly body, the battle strength is sharply reduced, and it is easier to kill it. Dragon Phoenix true body expression is cold. Old ancestor of Great Ascension's rebirth from a drop of blood can't scare him. He has a secret technique that can directly obliterate the primordial spirit. Reverse scale. Seeing the two barbarian clan old ancestor and two ancestral god rushed up, Dragon Phoenix true body flickered. The huge divine consciousness continually condensed and compressed, and a trembling divine consciousness wave pervaded. At the center of the eyebrows of Dragon Clan true body, a palm-sized scarlet-eared scale slowly floats out, crescent-shaped, and looks plain. But this dragon scale appeared, and the whole heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Space seems to freeze. Reverse scale advent. Dragon Phoenix true body believes that even if the four ferocious clan old ancestor will not be obliterated by the reverse scale, the primordial spirit will be severely damaged. When the time comes, he can take the absolute upper hand and form crushing. Two barbarian clan old ancestral god has changed color. But there was no fear on the faces of the two ancestors, but an incredible expression appeared. How can it be? Two barbarian clan old ancestor heart startled. Barbarian clan young master also widened his eyes and watched the scene incredibly. After the reverse scale emerged, beyond the expectations of the Dragon Phoenix true body. Although the figures of the four ferocious clan old ancestor stopped, they did not have a primordial spirit secret technique to fight against it. Two big ancestral gods slightly frowned, expression is startled. Dragon Phoenix true body was shocked, eyes slightly narrowed. Under his gaze, the reverse scale had just condensed out, but quickly collapsed, and disappeared in an instant. Ha ha. Middle-aged ancestral god relieved, laughed heartily. Long Mo, you are really stupid. In the territory of barbarian clan, release the primordial spirit secret technique, which is introducing humiliation to oneself. 9 great ferocious clans. Each ferocious clan's strengths and areas are different. Every ferocious clan's weakness is also different. Like which race, fleshly body and bloodline is the weakest of 9 great ferocious clans. And it is not much different from the ordinary human race. But cultivation and perception in primordial spirit, which race is the strongest? Barbarian clan, on the contrary. Barbarian clan's fleshly body is very strong, and even the practice on fleshly body is even more than Dragon Clan and God Clan. However, barbarian clan's cultivation on primordial spirit is the weakest among 9 great ferocious clans. In the immemorial war, there are few people in the same level of experts in the expert war who can hurt or seriously damage the fleshly body of barbarian clan. But in the 2 battles, many barbarian clans still fell. Most of these barbarian clans' fleshly bodies are intact, all falling under the primordial spirit secret technique. Therefore, in the territory of barbarian clan, there is a divine ability of the ancient barbaric emperor, and the primordial spirit secret technique cannot be condensed at all. In the territory of barbarian clan, you can use spell, divine ability, or fleshly body and bloodline, but you cannot release the primordial spirit secret technique. In fact, Dragon Phoenix true body can condense the reverse scale, which has surprised the 2 barbarian clan old ancestor. You know, in the barbarian clan territory, there is the ancient barbarian divine abilities power, let alone the release of the primordial spirit secret technique. Even cohesion is impossible. And just now, the reverse scale is really condensed out. However, I still couldn't resist the divine abilities power left by the ancient barbarian, and quickly disintegrated. Dragon Phoenix true body thoughts turned, and soon realized this. This change is a bit beyond his control. Kill. Middle-aged ancestral god loudly shouted. The phantom of the god shook, covered with rays of light. 10,000 Jang, rotated that huge long sword, and rushed again. The old woman also shakes the silhouette. With the divine abilities power of the advent of the god, suddenly, she lifts the dragon cane and smashes her head to cover her face. 2 barbarian clan old ancestor also rushed up. Dragon Phoenix true body can feel it. Barbarian clan is still jealous, and his shots are restrained, and there is no take-out magical treasure. But even so, the 4 old ancestor used the divine ability, and the power that broke out was still terrifying, matchless, enough to suppress and kill him. Too late to think. Dragon Clan true body urges the primordial spirit, a sea of consciousness, a spirit tortoise emerges from the sea, roaring to the sky. Kog, Dragon Clan True Body lightly shouted. His eyebrows burst into a divine light, condensing in the air without leaving. Divine abilities power that shakes heaven and earth is coming. In front of Dragon Clan True Body, a huge stone shield emerges, rough and ancient, with a path of winding grooves, a mysterious mystery. This stone shield is like an ancient turtle shell. The gully on this tortoise shell has all shone, sending out a path of mysterious mystery. An innate divine ability in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture, the Shield of Spirit Tortoise. This is also Dragon Phoenix True Body, the most powerful defense method. Almost as soon as the Shield of Spirit Tortoise condensed, the attack of 4 ferocious clan Old Ancestor came down. When the giant ancestral god's giant sword and faucet crutches fell almost indiscriminately on the shield of the spirit tortoise. Bang! Bang! The fist of the 2 big barbarian clan Old Ancestor also fell on the shield of spirit tortoise, and a loud noise broke out. The picture seems to freeze. After a brief stagnation, a bright halo burst from the shield of Spirit Tortoise. Kaka. Spirit Tortoise's shield is broken. The giant sword and the leading crutches popped open. 2 big barbarian clan Old Ancestor is also taking a step back. The Dragon Phoenix True Body was even worse. Its body dropped quickly, and it slammed into the ground. The sand and stones force splashed and the dust billowed. Cough cough. Dragon Phoenix True Body coughed out a mouthful of blood, and there was a severe pain all over his body, and his bones were cracking. After 4 ferocious clan Old Ancestor took out divine ability, the power skyrocketed. This divine ability is too powerful. The Spirit Tortoise Shield, although it resists most of the divine ability's power, still has a lot of inflow into the body, causing a lot of impact on his fleshly body. Young Master Long Kang and the others saw this scene and exclaimed, "Do not come." The voice of Dragon Phoenix True Body sounded, with an unquestionable tone. Long Kang and the others quickly stopped their figure. Kulong also knows that if they rush forward, they can only bring a burden to Dragon Phoenix True Body. But it is just a burden. Long Kang fumbled a messenger from the storage bag and shred it instantly. This talisman turned into a stream of light, moving towards the barren deserted hall. Boom! This stream of light had not yet flew out of the barren deserted hall, but was caught by a huge palm, instantly crushed. The silhouette of the barren young master is revealed. Add tomorrow. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1543. Chapter 1543. 10 Great Monster Lords. First, Very Tiger. Long Kang was furious, loudly shouted, "What are you doing? If the young master died in your wild barren temple, you are ready to bear the anger of Dragon Clan." Hearing this sentence, Barbarian Clan Young Master's eyes clearly flashed a dread. Barbarian Clan Young Master shook his fist slightly, and said in a deep voice, "Long Kang, after all, it is your young master who doesn't talk about rules first, and it's no wonder we Barbarian Clan took the shot." Be that as it may, the tone of Barbarian Clan Young Master softened obviously. Barbarian Clan Young Master added, "Furthermore, even if you are now calling back to Dragon Bones Valley, it is certainly too late. With the cooperation of 4 ferocious clan Old Ancestor, Longmo will not last that long." Bang! The words did not fall. There was a loud noise on the battlefield. But it was the middle-aged ancestral god and old woman took out magical treasure, chased away, moved towards Dragon Phoenix True Body where it fell, fiercely chopped it down. The giant sword reduced the ground of the barbaric hall into 2.5. Divine abilities power erupted from the dragon cane, and even smashed the ground into a large pit. The host Guiyun lamented, his eyes were red, and he rushed forward to fight desperately with the middle-aged ancestral god and old woman, but was dragged by Long Kang. "Young master is not dead yet," Long Kang whispered. "As predicted, I saw that in the huge deep pit on the ground, there was no Dragon Phoenix True Body silhouette at all, and the shots of the 2 ancestral gods were all missed." Middle-aged ancestral god and old woman expression slightly changed. Suddenly, a sloppy killing intent came. and a silhouette of Dragon Phoenix true body emerged behind the old woman, 5 claws covering the sky and blocking the sun, and moved towards old woman. Caught it. Be careful. Middle-aged ancestral god loudly shouted, turning the giant sword in his hand, moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body to kill the past. 2 big barbarian clan expert also came from behind. Dragon Phoenix true body slightly frowned, the 2 pairs of huge wings fanning behind. The whole person turned into a red golden rays of light, and disappeared in an instant. The speed is too fast. 4 ferocious clan old ancestor attacks. All missed. 2 pairs of wings. 4 ferocious clan old ancestor slightly startled. They clearly saw that on the back of Dragon Phoenix true body, in addition to the pair of scarlet-eared wings, there were also a pair of larger golden wings. 2 pairs of wings flickered with bright rays of light. Magnificent, no flaws. Second divine ability in Great Desolate Monster King's secret scripture: extreme speed. In the cultivation of Land of Ancestral Dragon these years, Dragon Phoenix true body has become more and more aware of this divine ability, and the cooperation with the wings of Dragon Phoenix has become more tacit. Today's Dragon Phoenix true body is much faster than when fleeing on Penglai Island. Among the 4 siege of ferocious clan old ancestor, Dragon Phoenix true body is still very skillful with the speed of the divine ability. Although the power of 4 ferocious clan old ancestor is powerful, it can't meet Dragon Phoenix true body at all. Not only that, the spirits of the 2 ancestral gods are slightly relaxed, but they will suffer the killings of Dragon Phoenix true body, and they will often be in distress. No, the middle-aged ancestral god was secretly shocked. Keep dragging on like this. When the divine ability on them dissipates, the god phantom disappears, and in strength, they will instantly fall into the downwind. When the time comes, therefore will absolutely not stop Dragon Phoenix's killing. You have to force him and us. The middle-aged ancestral god hunted while facing the old woman divine consciousness sound transmission. I'm going to deal with those dragon clan cubs and force him to show up. The old woman sneered slightly, and after saying this, she leapt away from the battlefield, holding a dragon cane, moved towards Long Kang and the others and rushed over, murderers looking. The dragons are discolored. They couldn't resist the power of ancestral god at all. Even the Long Kang of the 5-clawed divine dragon, under the power of ancestral god, is as small as ant. Hong Long. In the sky suddenly came a huge stout stone pillar. The stone pillar is grey in color, with a 5-clawed divine dragon climbing on it, exuding ancient aura, coercion and wantonness, fierce and violent. It seems to suppress the 10,000 family. Another innate divine ability of Dragon Phoenix true body ancestral dragon divine pillar. This ancestral dragon divine pillar dropping from the sky, there are a total of 1,000 feet, directly hit the roof of the barren deserted hall into a large hole, and moved towards old woman. Fiercely smashed down. Good. The old woman expression stays the same, urging chi and blood, turning the dragon cane, and moved towards ancestral dragon divine pillar fiercely. Bang! Heaven shaking, earth shattering cry. On the body of ancestral dragon divine pillar, a path of fissures emerged, and in a blink of an eye, it shattered and collapsed into nothingness. The middle-aged ancestral god also rushed over, turning the giant sword in his hand, and ignored the Dragon Phoenix true body at all, but moved towards Long Kang and the others to kill. He knew very well that even if he shot Dragon Phoenix true body, it would not help. Before waiting for his giant sword to come, Dragon Phoenix true body took advantage of the high-speed divide ability to leave. All he has to do is to force Dragon Phoenix true body to shoot at them and smash them with them. 2 barbarian clan old ancestor slightly frowned. As an old ancestor of great ascension, they shot at a half-ancestor. They used to be bullying, but now they also use such a mean method. The 2 barbarian clan old ancestor are disgusted. Barbarian clan has always acted brightly and never hides. Seeing this, the 2 barbarian clan old ancestors hesitated slightly and did not rush forward. The Dragon Phoenix true body appeared, standing in front of Long Kang and the others, staring at the middle-aged ancestral god and old woman who rushed over, Expression cold. Young master, you leave here. Leave us alone. Long Kang realized that these ferocious clan old ancestor simply couldn't hurt Dragon Phoenix true body, so they frequently shot at them. Yes, you leave first. Long Zai also hurried. No one can go today, the old woman said insincerely. Go? Dragon Phoenix true body gaze as if a torch, murderers looking, slowly said, since I chose to take a shot, I didn't plan to go. And, you can't go today. The two big ancestral god want to suppress and kill Dragon Phoenix true body. Two people didn't realize that Dragon Phoenix true body was going to kill them too. The Dragon Phoenix true body within the body chi and blood surges, sending a wave of roaring waves. The breath continues to rise, and there is no tendency to stop. Around the Dragon Phoenix true body, the scarlet-eared monster chi rolled turbulently among the blazing flames. A horrible horror quickly gathered, and the eyes were vivid and lifelike. Desolate Ox Monster King, Stone Bear Monster King, Giant Python Monster King, Blood Ape Monster King, Divine Horse Monster King, Nether Tiger Monster King, Wind Leopard Monster King, Desolate Sea Dragon King, Sea Suppressing Spirit Tortoise. After 9 Great Demon King, the 10th Monster King emerged. Golden Wind Great Bang. 10 great monster lords came out of the fire, as many as they came, filled with a strong breath, sharp teeth, demon pupils flashing fierce rays of light, surrounding the Dragon Phoenix true body. Roar. Under the archguard of the 10 great monster lords, Dragon Phoenix true body is so imposing and screaming that there is a roar through the cracking stone. 10 great monster lords, while angry roar. This roar resonated and echoed in the barren temple. The whole great hall began to shake, and countless dust fell, and it seemed that the next moment was about to collapse. Barbarian clan young master was shocked by a huge wave of air, sitting on the ground with his hips, expression shocked. The two ancestral gods who rushed over were the first to be stabbed in the ears by this roar, and their heads were buzzing. The faces of the two great ancestral gods became pale. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1544. Chapter 1544 The Great Light Technique Part 2. Is this a bloodline phenomenon? Two great ancestor divine eyes. The holes shrink slightly. What kind of bloodline phenomenon is such a sight? The momentum from these 10 monster kings is to sweep 9 heavens 10 earths. The god phantom behind the two ancestral god, under the momentum of these 10 monster kings, has become a little fuzzy, and starts to shake. It seems to be disintegrating. In the sea of consciousness of the Dragon Phoenix true body, after understanding the second photosphere's dividability, the bloodline phenomenon adds a monster king, and the formidable power also soars. The old woman's heart moved and she seemed to think of something. The old woman suddenly retreated, came to the body of the Emperor God, and took it with her. Then she took off the storage ring on the finger of the Emperor God. Kill. Dragon Phoenix true body slightly frowned, faintly aware of what, urged 10 monster kings, moved towards middle-aged ancestral god and old woman to kill the past. 10 monster kings roared, monster chi rolled, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth, and 10,000 miles swallowed up. When the old woman divine consciousness moved, I took out a jade slip from the storage bag of the Emperor God, sneered at Dragon Phoenix true body, and crushed the jade slip directly. In the sky trembled. This jade slip shattered, bursting out a dazzling group of rays of light, dissipating all the darkness in the barren deserted hall. A path of light diffused, and contained the power of terror. Not good. This is God clan great divine ability, great light. 2 Barbarian clan old ancestor exclaimed, evacuated, avoiding a path of light. To seal the divine ability in a jade slip, you need extremely sophisticated means. The great divine ability sealed in this jade slip is a life-saving means for the Emperor God. It's just that everyone didn't expect that Dragon Phoenix true body shot without warning and released a lot of killing tricks in a row. In between 2 and 3 breaths, the king god was suppressed and killed. He didn't even have the chance to take out this jade slip. Sealing the divine ability spell in jade slip, formidable power is bound to be lost. But even so, after all, The seal in this jade slip is great divine ability, bright, with no opportunity, everywhere. Even if Suzaima releases the speedy divine ability, there is nowhere to hide. Every light emitted by the great light technique is as thin as possible, and the naked eye is difficult to distinguish, but it contains extremely terrifying power. The 10 monster kings were shrouded in the great light art, showing the color of pain one after another. The flesh and blood of his body were perforated, drenched with blood. Even if this great divine ability is reduced, formidable power is enough to kill the old ancestor of great ascension. Even the second barbarian clan old ancestor dare not approach. Barbarian clan's fleshly body is really powerful and amazingly defensive. But they are just great ascension early stage. They just realized some lesser divine ability. They can't resist the power of great divine ability at all. Longmo, you must die today. Old woman smiled spookily. Almost at the moment of the great light art coming, 10 great monster lords was destroyed by this great divine ability. Fleshly body was penetrated, 1,000 sores and 100 holes. The dragon phoenix true body also spit out a big mouthful of blood, and the wings on it fell down, looking pale. All his means were released. If there are only 2 ancestral gods, with the battle strength of Dragon Phoenix true body, you can definitely suppress and kill it. But now, this little jade slip has completely changed the situation. It seems to be sensing the crisis encountered by Dragon Phoenix true body. The great desolate monster king's secret scripture runs on the inside of the body. After the 10 great monster lords collapse, it quickly turns into a thick billowing monster chi. A scarlet-eared monster chi surged, and in the blink of an eye, a blood-colored butterfly emerged from behind Dragon Phoenix true body. This blood butterfly stretches its wings, with 2 bright moons printed on it, like a pair of cold eyes, watching the 2 ancestral god. This blood butterfly is about the size of 1 jang, but after the 2 big ancestral gods are stared at him, they feel the scalp tingle and burst of heart palpitations. What the hell? The middle-aged ancestral god muttered. Suddenly, the wings on blood butterfly's back trembled slightly. This subtle tremor was hardly noticeable, but it caused a storm. The surrounding void is twisting, deforming, collapsing. Even the diffused light, caught in the sky, has undergone transformation and distortion. Under the fan of the scarlet butterfly, a rare darkness appeared around the Dragon Phoenix true body. 2 kinds of forces collide in the barren temple. After a little, the light faded away. The bloody butterfly has disappeared. Dragon Phoenix true body expression is languorous, with eyes closed, falling from midair. His body is drenched with blood, penetrated by light power, and is seriously injured. In fact, if it was not resisted by the 10 great monster lords and the last resistance of the bloody butterfly, this great light technique is enough to obliterate the Dragon Phoenix true body. Although he is a taboo, he is only half ancestor. After all, he did not take that step. The distance of this step is as different as heaven and earth. The power of great divine ability has completely exceeded his ability to bear. Is this not dead? An incredible color appeared on the face of the old woman, screaming. After all, Dragon Phoenix is taboo, and life strength is too strong. Middle-aged ancestral god coldly said, but it doesn't matter anymore. This Dragon Phoenix can't afford to be seriously injured. It's just fish on it and let us slaughter. Young Master, Long Kang and the others shouted and rushed forward. But in front of the group of dragons, a tall silhouette appeared, blocking the way of the group of dragons. Barbarian clan Young Master. Very tiger, it's you again. Long Kang expression was cold, and there was a killing intent in his eyes. Brother Long Kang, calm down. The pretty tiger sullenly said, you go forward now. What's the difference between death and death? That won't let God Clan kill me. Dragon Clan Young Master. Long Kang loudly said. Just then, 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor stood out and stood in front of the Dragon Phoenix true body, blocking the way of the 2 ancestral gods. What are you doing? Middle-aged ancestral god expression slightly changed, asking loudly. Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor on the left, said in a deep voice, this fellow Taoist, the god of heaven has fallen into the barren temple, and I can hardly blame it. But a big mistake has been made. barbarian clan cannot make a second big mistake. Another barbarian clan old ancestor was also nodded, saying, if you would forbid Dragon Phoenix suppress and kill here, how would barbarian clan explain Dragon Clan? Why, you barbarian clan want to protect him. The old woman screamed, and shouted, don't forget, it was him who killed me. God Clan young master first. Killing lives is justified. What is right? This matter. It matters. Neither of us can make a decision. A barbarian clan old ancestor hesitated, saying, this is your God Clan and Dragon Clan thing. Barbarian clan doesn't want to be involved. Hee. Middle-aged ancestral god sneered, today, Heavenly Desolate is in chaos, and our 6 great ferocious clans have joined forces to prepare to redominate Heavenly Desolate. Do you barbarian clan still want to fall into hiding and hide in this deserted and ruined place? The Battle of the Ancients was entirely because our 9 great ferocious clans suffered a serious injury during the First World War and was taken advantage of by the human race, and took the opportunity to rise. Human race is a group of ants that seize every opportunity. Let this group of ants take control of Heavenly Desolate for so long. It's time to reclaim them. Are you barbarian clan willing to defeat the defeat of the ancient war? Barbarian clan wouldn't want to redominate Heavenly Desolate and dominate the 10,000 clan? The continuous questioning of the middle-aged ancestral god made the hearts of the 2 barbarian clan old ancestor a little bit tempted. 4 ferocious clan old ancestor confronted each other. No one noticed at all. Not far away, the body of Dragon Phoenix true body was gradually changing. There are more during the day. Let's sleep now. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1545 Chapter 1545 Six-Tusked Divine Elephant Part 3 The Great Light Technique is God Clan Great Divine Ability. Powerful formidable power. Under the resistance of the 10 great monster lords and the scarlet butterfly, there is still a rays of light infiltrating into the inside of the Dragon Phoenix true body. These rays of light seem soft, but they contain a fatal killing intent. Light can bring life, but it can also cause destruction. The flesh and viscera of Dragon Phoenix true body is dying under this light. The flesh dried up quickly, the flames on his body were extinguished, and the wings were dimmed and faded. This is great divine ability after all. With the amazing self-healing power of Dragon Phoenix true body, nothing will help. These rays of light are like having spirituality. After moving past the sea of consciousness of Dragon Phoenix true body, there is almost no obstacle, and the sea of consciousness is broken. These rays of light also want to obliterate the primitive spirit of Dragon Phoenix true body. However, when these rays of light broke the sea of consciousness, they were lightly startled. This is really a sea of consciousness. The huge and pure divine consciousness becomes a substance and forms an ocean. Dark, cold and deep. In this ocean, there is a huge spirit tortoise floating. Above the sky, there was a majestic and sharp Chengming, a golden light soaring through the 9 heavens, fluttering wings. Instantly 10,000 miles. This golden winged great Peng has sharp eyes, hovering in the sky, staring at the rays of light breaking into the sea of consciousness. In the middle of the sea of consciousness, there are 2 fist-sized light balls suspended around the red-haired primordial spirit. The terrifying atmosphere is hidden, and I don't know what it is. The rays of light of the Great Light Technique quickly condensed, and in a blink of an eye, a rays of light dazzling lance formed, and moved towards the red-hair primordial spirit fiercely stabbed in the past. Hey! Bright lance came out of the air, making a harsh noise. Contained in this bright lance is the divine ability's power. Even the flesh and blood of the Dragon Phoenix true body cannot be blocked. The red-haired primordial spirit is stabbed, and there is no doubt that it will die. Spirit tortoise floats in the sea of consciousness, silent. Golden-winged great Peng soared above the sky, and did not act blindly without thinking. 2 great demon king just stared at this bright lance, expression cold. Seeing this lance was about to stab the red-haired primordial spirit, and a ball of light around him fluttered over, standing in front of the red-haired primordial spirit. I don't know if the power of the bright lance is too strong or the power of this light sphere is too weak. Light came and pierced the ball of light in an instant. Time seemed to stall for a moment. Even the soaring golden wind Great Bang was in the air. Next moment, the stone broke the sky, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. In this ball of light, a terrifying breath came out, and a huge monster beast came down, exuding a wild and ancient breath. This is a divine elephant. The legendary divine elephant is infinitely powerful. With a movement, it has mountains bursting and ground splitting. The elephant's trunk can be shaken to roll down the stars. Above the huge body of this divine elephant, every inch of flesh is full of the sense of explosive power. The most conspicuous one is the ivory on the two sides of the long nose of this divine elephant. The ordinary divine elephant, only one pair, two ivory. But this divine elephant has 3 to 6. 6 pure white as jade ivory, growing on 6 sides of the cheek, are sharp and sharp, with divinity, and seem to penetrate everything. 11th Monster King is born. 6-tusked divine elephant. Roar. 6-tusked divine elephant shakes its long nose, and screams in the sky. A loud, angry roar erupts, and 6 ivory are filled with horror. Under the feet of 6-tusked divine elephant, a piece of land has condensed out, as if it is a substance, which is constantly expanding. Originally, in the sea of consciousness of Dragon Phoenix true body, there was only desolate oceans condensed by the divine consciousness. In desolate oceans, there are spirit tortoise ups and downs. In the sky, there are great rocks spreading wings. But now, 6-tusked divine elephant comes down. God's vestige appears land by land. Desolate ox monster king, stone bear monster king, giant python monster king, blood ape monster king. With this land, all the monster kings that have not appeared before have come and condensed, and all appear out. 11 monster kings, roaring in the sea of consciousness of Dragon Phoenix true body, horrifying, monster chi monstrous. When the bright lance pierced the light sphere and the 6-tusked divine elephant came down, it was fragmented by the proboscis nose of the dive elephant and scattered between heaven and earth. The red-haired primordial spirit wakes up and stares at this 6-tusked divine elephant. When the eyes of the two sides touched, Dragon Phoenix true body's mind boomed, and a mysterious divine ability felt, gradually rising in the mind. At the end of the great desolate monster king's secret scripture, there are 4 great divine abilities. The third 3-Dao divine ability was born. Among the 4 great divine abilities, the first 2 divine abilities focus more on assisting and saving lives. Like the shield of Spirit Tortoise, it has absolutely terrifying defense. Dragon Phoenix true body is in the state of half ancestor, and even rely on the shield of Spirit Tortoise to resist the offensive of the 4-old ancestor. The extreme speed of Golden Wind Great Peng is absolute speed. Relying on the speed of the divine ability, Dragon Phoenix true body can come and go freely with the cooperation of 4 ferocious clan old ancestor. However, the murderous force of these 2 divine abilities is neither strong nor aggressive. And the 3-Dao divine ability of Dragon Phoenix true body is the absolute power. 6-tusked divine elephant is the god of land in great desolation. On land, even the desolate sea dragon king has to retreat. There is no one creature that can fight against it in strength. 6-tusked divine elephant is on land and can push everything. The first 3-Dao divine ability, 6-tooth divine power. Once you awaken this divine ability, your power will double. If you cultivate 2 ivory, your own power will be increased by 2 times. This increase in power is not simply a force of fleshly body, it's bloodline, primordial spirit, magic power, even divine abilities power. All powers will be increased by more than 2 times. If you cultivate 4 teeth of a divine elephant, your strength will be increased by 4 times. If you practice to peak, your power can climb up to 6 times. This is the divine ability that can really break the bondage of realm. Realizing the power of the 6 teeth, Dragon Phoenix true body within the body instantly burst into a terrifying breath. The overwhelming divine ability's power descends into the inside of the Dragon Phoenix true body. sweeping 5-6 bowels, skeleton bloodline. Almost in a blink of an eye, the light power remaining in the Dragon Phoenix true body within the body was expelled. Under the impact of this divine ability's power, the vitality of Dragon Phoenix true body is recovering at a speed visible by naked eye. The dried flesh quickly swelled and was full of life. The already dimmed wings also flashed a path of scarlet-eared rays of light. Soon, Dragon Phoenix's flame, reburning. Under the tempering of this divine ability's power, the fleshly body of Dragon Phoenix true body, bloodline, and even primitive spirit are transformed again and become more powerful. The breath of Dragon Phoenix true body climbs quickly. In fact, normally, Dragon Phoenix true body needs to step into the Great Ascension realm in order to realize the third Tao divine ability. However, due to the impact of the Great Light technique, the impact of this great divine ability's power caused the light ball in the Dragon Phoenix true body sea of consciousness to break in advance, and realizing this divine ability also leads to greater changes. Dragon Phoenix true body senses the real Great Ascension realm. He has touched the barriers of the Great Ascension realm. As long as Dragon Phoenix true body thinks, he can now use this divine ability's power to break the barriers in front of him. However, Dragon Phoenix true body has remained sane and has not done so. This is the Wilderness Hall. Opposite him, there are two ancestral gods. If he breaks through here, something will inevitably happen. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1546. Chapter 1546. Crushing Strength 4th. N2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor felt the breath fluctuations behind him, and the expression changed. What happened? 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor turned subconsciously and looked over. Before they could see what was going on, they felt a buzz of assaults the senses, and the huge silhouette in front of them shook. Next moment, 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor tall, uncontrollable, Long Kang and the others. Barbarian Clan everyone subconsciously lifts the head, opened their mouths, and looked at this scene with horror. I saw in the sky, a dragon phoenix with burning scarlet-eared flames flapping its wings, suspended in midair, 2 claws each holding a Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor, imposing. This is Old Ancestor by Ferocious Clan. However, under the claws of Dragon Phoenix true body, it was like 2 chickens, and it was choked casually. The claws of Dragon Phoenix are clasped on the top of the head of 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor were furious and wanted to break free. But as soon as the 2 of them moved, they felt a tingling scalp, and there seemed to be some warm liquid flowing down their cheeks. Bleeding. You know, Barbarian Clan's fleshly body is the most powerful. These 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestors have burst out of the divine ability. Even God Clan's magical treasure may not hurt their fleshly body. But now, the top of the head of 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor is pierced by the claws of Dragon Phoenix. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor look pale, expression shocked, dare not move. They can clearly feel that if they continue to struggle, the Dragon Phoenix true body divine consciousness will move, and the sharp claws will pierce their skulls, directly suppressing and killing the primordial spirit. When the time comes, even rebirth from a drop of blood is useless. What happened to Long Mo? I haven't stepped into the Great Ascension realm, but it seems to be more powerful and scarier than that. This Long Mo won't really go crazy, kill us all. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor was shocked and scared, thinking wildly. Just then, Dragon Phoenix true body grabbed 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor and threw it back. The figures of 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor, like 2 mountains, turned into 2 shadows, and slammed into the wall of the barren temple. Kaka. The boulder on the wall is cracked. The 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor sucked in the air, and paint contorts one's face in agony, slowly slipping off the wall. Old Ancestor! The Barbarian Clan young master exclaimed, and rushed forward to support 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor. It's okay, no problem. 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor were still on the wall, but there was a joy of avoiding a catastrophe in their eyes. Young master, What's wrong? Long Zai was worried. Rest assured, the young master is still rational. Long Kang said in a deep voice. The young master didn't suppress and kill the two barbarian clan old ancestor. It should be because they just stood out and blocked the two ancestral god. And the two barbarian clan old ancestors, who initially teamed up with the two ancestral gods, the young master threw them against the wall, which is a small punishment. Just as Long Kang whispered with the dragons, the battlefield had changed. Dragon Phoenix true body expression is cold, neither fast nor slow, moved towards two big ancestral god persecuted the past. I thought you had broken through to ancestor realm. It turned out to be just half ancestor. The middle-aged ancestral god divine consciousness was swept away, and the realm of the Dragon Phoenix true body was noticed. He couldn't help but calm down and sneer. Old woman, I silly said, if it was half ancestor, today you would die. Kill. The two big ancestral god gave a scream, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body rushed over. The divine abilities power on the second ancestral god surges, emitting a path of divine light, and the god phantom exudes endless majesty, making the second ancestral god even more powerful. Dragon Phoenix true body gaze as if a torch. A huge divine elephant suddenly appeared behind him, shake his nose, and screamed heaven-shaking, earth-shattering cry at the two ancestral god. Ang! The divine elephant keeps crying, tearing the void. The heaven god phantom behind the big ancestral god seems to have been frightened, but he shivered slightly, showing fear. Under the coercion of this divine elephant, under the oppression of the momentum, the two gods' phantom collapsed into nothingness. This scene caused an uproar. What does this mean? The divine ability that broke out from the great ancestral god was broken by this divine elephant. Six-tusked divine elephant is coming. Vibration of heaven and earth. Of course, this six-tusked divine elephant has only two ivory on its cheek. After all, Dragon Phoenix true body has just awakened this divine ability and can cultivate two ivory, which is already the limit. Even so, two ivory is strong enough. This means that the Dragon Lion Phoenix true body's bloodline, fleshly body, primordial spirit, magic power, divine ability, all the power will be doubled. What is 2x? The tide volume left by Blade Sovereign has been cultivated to the limit, but it is only a 90% increase in power, which is less than double. But just awakened the six-teeth power. The power of Dragon Phoenix true body has skyrocketed 2 times. Dragon Phoenix true body stepped forward, poking out the huge cricket's claws, and moved towards the middle-aged ancestral god. Grabbed it. This claw, in the sky, all appeared 5 cracks. The middle-aged ancestral god was horrified, but he still calmed down with effort, roared, urged chi and blood, rotated the giant sword in his hand, and moved toward the claw of Dragon Phoenix. When the giant sword is chopped on the claws of Dragon Phoenix, and there is a sound of Jinj fighting, fire star flowing in all directions. Then, middle-aged ancestral god's eyes widened. He felt a tremendous force, crushing down the claws of Dragon Phoenix. His magical treasure, under the claws of Dragon Phoenix, was like a toy. In front of this power, he is small like an ant. Sting. The claws of Dragon Phoenix directly tore the middle-aged ancestral god, drenched with blood, broken limbs, and internal organs scattered all over the place. On the side of the Dragon Phoenix true body, the old woman turned the dragon cane, and when she rushed up, a large scarlet-eared shadow appeared in front of her. The fleshly body of the old woman was swayed by the Dragon Phoenix true body casually, and the skeleton didn't exist, and became a blood mist. Crushing power. The two big ancestral god responded very fast, all in immediately. The primordial spirit came out and escaped. Soon, the middle-aged ancestral god used rebirth from a drop of blood to re-aggregate a fleshly body, which was restored as before, and his face was a little pale. Rebirth from a drop of blood, not 10,000 energy. Each rebirth from a drop of blood is a huge drain on the primordial spirit. With the middle-aged ancestral god's current primordial spirit's power, he can only release rebirth from a drop of blood up to 3 times. By the 4th time, his primordial spirit was exhausted, and even if he had the heart, he was unable to consolidate the fleshly body. The speed of the old woman condensing the fleshly body is significantly slower. The old woman was originally a twilight year. At first, her life essence was reduced by desolation, and then it was another battle. The fleshly body burst, and life strength quickly declined. This time rebirth from a drop of blood almost exhausted the old woman's primordial spirit's power. Although the old woman has been reborn, at this moment, she seems to be 1,000 years old, full of crane hair, wrinkles on her face, deeper and deeper, and permeated with the atmosphere of decay and twilight. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1547 Chapter 1547 Annihilation 5th. Even if the middle-aged ancestral god tried hard to restrain, there was a horror in his eyes. "What do you mean?" The middle-aged ancestral god swallowed and asked loudly, "How can you increase your strength so much in a short period of time? This is impossible. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I didn't want to believe it. Even if it is less a divine ability, I am afraid that it will not bring such amazing transformation." Want to know? Dragon Phoenix true body expression indifferent, looking at the two ancestral god. There is no emotion in his eyes, coldly said, "You go down to hell to ask. There are countless innocent creatures of immemorial war waiting for you." Immemorial era, the invasion of God Clan, deliberately provoked the three great taboos to kill each other, and then triggered an unprecedentedly tragic immemorial war. In this battle, countless creatures fell, and countless races perished. God Clan is the culprit. The deep meaning of Suzaimo's sentence, only the two ancestral god can understand. "I do not get what you are saying." Middle-aged ancestral god's eyes dodged a little, and he laughed loudly. "This is the secret of immemorial era. It has been buried in the years, let alone other races. Even within God Clan, only old ancestor is eligible to know." Middle-aged ancestral god doesn't believe Dragon Phoenix true body can know these secrets. Barbarian Clan everyone is fully. They vaguely heard that Dragon Phoenix true body seemed to have hidden meaning, but many Barbarian Clan were still confused. Longmo, a Barbarian Clan old ancestor, took a deep breath, stood out, and said in a deep voice, "This is the end of the matter. You can't go on wrong. Don't kill to the last one." Barbarian Clan is sandwiched between Dragon Clan and God Clan, which is quite uncomfortable, because God Clan and Dragon Clan arrived at the same time. Barbarian Clan was still figuring out how to get around the two big ferocious clan and get the most benefits, but didn't expect Dragon Phoenix true body's decision to kill directly gave the Emperor God. This time, completely disrupted their plans. The current situation is completely out of Barbarian Clan's control. Today, Barbarian Clan just wants to settle things as quickly as possible and get out of it. They can't let the two big ancestral gods suppress and kill Dragon Phoenix true body, but they can't let the Dragon Phoenix true body kill the remaining two big ancestral gods. Barbarian Clan thinks about right and wrong, but doesn't want to, and becomes dilemma. The Barbarian Clan young master also stood up, said with a bitter smile, "Brother Longmo, I don't want any gifts for Barbarian Clan. I can't stand this gift." "It's okay if you don't want this gift." Dragon Phoenix true body's cold eyes, firm tone, slowly said, "But these two people, I must kill." In fact, the moment I stepped into the wilderness hall and saw God Clan, the Dragon Phoenix true body had already killed the killing intent. The so-called gift is of course an excuse. Suppress and kill God Clan. In the end, Barbarian Clan can be forced to make a choice. Two is here for the truth of immemorial war. Dragon Phoenix true body has an uneasy heart. Unfair feeling. For immemorial war, countless fallen souls, countless racial injustices. Tone barely fell. Dragon Phoenix true body was killed again. Huge coercion came down suddenly, the wind roared, the hot flames rolled up, and raging. Longmo, you are too impudent. This is Barbarian Clan, not your Dragon Bones Valley. The two big Barbarian Clan old ancestral god was angry, and the big palm touched the storage bag, scooped up their respective magical treasures, loudly shouted and rushed up. They can no longer let the two ancestral god fall into the barren temple. Otherwise, barbarian clan will have no retreat and no choice. A barbarian clan was carrying a huge stone hammer, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body. Another magical treasure of barbarian clan old ancestor, a giant axe, is also made of an unknown stone. Although these two magical treasures are crafted in a rough way, the power of the stone hammer and axe is very shocking. The stone hammer came and weighed 10,000 June. Only barbarian clan's fleshly body can control such a magical treasure and use it freely. The stone axe splits, carrying the splitting heaven and earth apart, drawing a violent airflow, and moved towards Dragon Phoenix true body. Chop down. Get out. Dragon Phoenix true body shakes its tail, flaps its wings, and coldly shouted, "Boom! Boom!" The phoenix tail and feather wings hit the stone hammer and giant axe respectively, and these two magical treasures are directly pumped away. Two barbarian clan old ancestors were also shocked. As soon as they rushed in, they flew out at a faster speed and slammed into the wall of the barren hall. Honglong. At this time, the second barbarian clan was even more impacted, directly smashing the boulder on the wall of the barren deserted hall, and hit a large humanoid hole on the wall. The rubble fell, the dust was billowing, and the two large barbarian clan old ancestor was hit by the Dragon Phoenix true body by the barren house. The barbarian clan young master had just taken a step and was planning to team up with two barbarian clan old ancestor to see this scene. Barbarian clan young master's throat moved, swallowed, and pulled back the leg that was taken out without any trace. Dragon Phoenix true body is coming. 5 claws cover the sky. All the way of the old woman is sealed. There is no gap. Old woman expression desperate, screaming, "Long Mo, my god clan will avenge me." Pukai. The fleshly body of the old woman was shredded again by the claws of Dragon Phoenix. And at this time, the old woman's primordial spirit is dying, and she can no longer rebirth from a drop of blood. The speed of primordial spirit has also become extremely slow. In the blink of an eye, it was torn by the claws of Dragon Phoenix, body dies and Tao disappears. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged ancestral god looks pale, scaring the court entirely to break. The soul flew away and scattered. He has no guts and courage to fight Dragon Phoenix true body again. Middle-aged ancestral god urged chi and blood. The whole person turned into a divine light, and moved towards the barren deserted hall. But his speed is far worse than Dragon Phoenix true body. The middle-aged ancestral god did not escape far, was caught up by the Dragon Phoenix true body, bite it, and swallowed the entire fleshly body of the middle-aged ancestral god. The middle-aged ancestral god's primordial spirit quickly left the fleshly body and came out of the shell, escaping dangerously from the mouth of Dragon Phoenix true body. Pukai. The fleshly body of middle-aged ancestral god was bitten and torn by Dragon Phoenix true body. All the flesh and blood was swallowed in the abdomen, and no drop came out. The middle-aged ancestral god urged the primordial spirit and wanted to rebirth from a drop of blood, but he didn't even have a drop of bloodline left. Call. I saw the wings of Dragon Phoenix true body close together to form a huge cage of flames, trapping the middle-aged ancestral god in it and setting fire to it. The primordial spirit of the middle-aged ancestral god screamed amidst the flames. Between a few breaths, it was scattered ashes and dispersed smoke by the flame of Dragon Phoenix true body. Doraemon. Dragon Phoenix true body spit out the storage ring of middle-aged ancestral god, and fell to the ground. Barbarian clan young master, Long Kang. Everyone stunned, already completely stupid. Honglong. Outside the barbaric hall, the two barbarian clan old ancestor slowly recovers, break free from the gravel, full of anger, and aggressively rushed back to the barbarian clan. Old ancestor had just rushed into the wilderness hall, and his footsteps stopped, staring at the scene in front of him. Everything is over. God clan this trip, including God clan young master, 3 ancestral god, a total of 6 god clan, the entire army was wiped out. no one survived. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1548 Chapter 1548 Barbarian Clan Decision 6th. Deep in the giant stone forest, there are two big men sitting opposite each other, and there are several altars of liquor on the table, and the wine is overflowing. One of the big guys is 30 feet tall. Even if he sits cross-legged, there are nearly 2 zangs. The majestic eyes of this big man are exactly the patriarch of Barbarian Clan. The person opposite the Dahan was standing there, full head of red hair, like a flame burning, with a rough face and a beard, some unshaven, but ominous fiend chi exuded on his body. What? Suddenly, Feng Feng threw the wine jar on the ground, and shot the case. Expression shook, staring at the red-haired man on the opposite side, and asked, Long Ran, did you really say that? This red-haired man is actually the red-haired ghost of Dragon Clan. Red-haired ghost nodded, saying, 1,000 is indeed 10,000. The expression of the savage peak was hesitant, and groaned a little, frowns saying, Long Ran, in terms of your friendship with me, you little cub outside Dragon Clan, whatever he makes, I can ignore it. Turn a blind eye. But you can't talk about such things. Long Ran rolled his eyes and said, Man, we are faithful friends. How can I lie to you like this? It took a long time for Manfing to nod and said, I must believe you, but the question is how to convince the other old ancestor of Barbarian Clan. Barbarian Clan's decision is related to Barbarian Clan's future. Although I am a patriarch, I cannot dominate. The red-haired ghost waved his hand and said, Anyway, I have evidence. Manfing's eyes lighted up, but he was a little skeptical, saying, Immemorial war, after all, so long ago, what evidence can you have? The evidence is not mine, but at the 10,000 ethnic conference, everything will be revealed. Red-haired ghost said. Savage Feng Shen said, Okay, I believe you, and you can let Barbarian Clan attend the 10,000 ethnic conference. But before this is clear, I cannot guarantee that Barbarian Clan will definitely join forces with Dragon Clan. No problem. The red-haired ghost confidently said, at the 10,000 ethnic conference, the truth of nature was revealed. After a short pause, the red-haired ghost turned his head, his eyes seemed to cross the heavy void, fell into the barren deserted hall, and suddenly said, But now, you have to arrange a secret room for Long Mo. He wants to break through. Also, I can tell you, the little cub in your mouth is Taboo Dragon Phoenix. He's half Ancestor Realm, and he can suppress and kill Great Ascension early stages Old Ancestor. When he steps into the Great Ascension Realm and becomes Old Ancestor, he will be at the same level as you and me. Manfing complained, Understood, you protect him the most. If not for your face, I can make him so arrogant on Barbarian Clan's territory. I didn't know this time I came out, and you don't have to tell him. The red-haired ghost seemed to think of a thing in the past. A sorrow passed over his eyes, and softly muttered, After that, I was a bit scared. Savage Peak was silent, just the shoulders of Pate's red-haired ghost as a comfort. He knew that the red-haired ghost thought of his own child. 10,000 years ago, it was precisely because of the fall of the child of the red-haired ghost that the red-haired ghost was completely mad, and the killing was launched, causing a catastrophe. The red-haired ghost has long regarded Suzaimo as his own child. He didn't want the tragedy of that year to happen to Suzaimo again. Therefore, this time, he quietly followed the Dragon Phoenix True Body and the others, protecting him secretly. One step ahead, came to Barbarian Clan, found Barbarian Clan Patriarch, and stated the interests. Otherwise, Barbarian Clan was so shocked that the barbaric hall made such a big noise. It would have been so long since no other Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor appeared. In the Barren Temple, Barbarian Clan Young Master, 2 Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor looking at the ruined Barren Temple, looking at the blood on the ground. The bodies of several god clan are all ugly and angered. Barbarian Clan Young Master slightly fisted and clenched his teeth. Long Mo, here is Barbarian Clan, you're killing me in Barbarian Clan, it's too overbearing. Long Mo, a Barbarian Clan Old Ancestor also scolded, you are so arrogant and you want to force me Barbarian Clan into submission. I tell you, Barbarian clan will never join you. It's not me who kills, but God clan should kill. Dragon Phoenix drew body lightly saying, HMPH, that's ridiculous. Another Barbarian clan old ancestor said with a sneer, today, Barbarian clan will tell God clan truthfully. You go. Barbarian clan does not welcome you. Dragon Phoenix true body is silent. What happened today? This result is by no means his wish. He was unwilling, but he knew in his heart that if the truth of immemorial war was told now, it would only provoke Barbarian clan's ridicule. Barbarian clan would not believe it at all. After all, this truth is too terrifying. Completely subvert everyone's perception. Barbarian clan only preconceives that it is he who is planting the scams and making excuses for suppress and kill God clan. However, if you just leave Barbarian clan like this, Dragon Phoenix true body is still uncomfortable. Long Kang and the others don't think so. Dragon Phoenix true body is a big barren house, suppress and kill the Emperor God's son, and 3 ancestral God. If they can retreat from the whole body, they are afraid to laugh and wake up. Young master, stop thinking, let's leave here first. Long Kang secretly sounded the transmission, joining with Barbarian clan. In the long run, this place shouldn't stay long. Master, let's go. Guyun also hurried. The group of dragons expressed anxiety, for fear that Barbarian clan would regret it. And many more. Just then, Barbarian clan young master suddenly shouted, "It's over!" Long Kang and the others murmured in their hearts, and secretly exclaimed, "The expression of Barbarian clan young master is a bit weird." Instead of murderers looking, as expected in Long Kang and the others, it appears to be a bit convoluted. Cough cough. Barbarian clan young master lightly coughed, came to Dragon Phoenix true body, and arched slightly. That brother Long Mo, the younger brother, was offensive, and forgive me. In the eyes of Dragon Phoenix true body, there was a stun of surprise. Long Kang and the others are dazzling. What is going on? After a while, Barbarian clan's attitude towards them turned out to be a shocking reversal. Kulong's first reaction was that Barbarian clan cheated, but Kulong thought for a while that Barbarian clan had always acted neatly. Gratitude and grudges are clear, and never said anything. If you really want to ask for sin, it will never be this gesture. But Kulong was 100 puzzled and could not understand what happened. Barbarian clan young master gestured in an invitation, saying, "Brother Long Mo, please inside." Dragon Phoenix true body groaned a little, turned his eyes, and fell on the 2 Barbarian clan old ancestors, hesitantly said, "Isn't this good? 2 Barbarian clan seniors have just scolded me. Barbarian clan doesn't welcome me." 2 Barbarian clan old ancestor blushed and almost found a place to drill in. 2 Barbarian clan old ancestor hates gnashing teeth. They can't hear them when they are so old. Dragon Phoenix true body was intentionally told to them. 2 Barbarian clan old ancestor delightly came over and arched in front of the Dragon Phoenix true body, expressing sternly, "Please also forgive the Dragon clan young master, forgive us." Barbarian clan, straight, don't go inside. "Well, let's talk." Dragon Phoenix true body slightly smiled, saying, 2 seniors have a heavy point. Barbarian clan young master came up, holding the arm of Dragon Phoenix true body, said with a smile, "Brother Long Mo, let's drink a bit, and today's thing, even if it passed. Wait, when the time comes, we will go to the 10,000 ethnic conference. Although I don't play in the league, it's not easy to see some news." Congratulations Ig. Watching the last few minutes of winning the video, it is very flaming. It seems to be back to the days when I played games with friends. It is great. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1549 Chapter 15491000 Family Gathering 7th Kunlun Ruins, Linglong Secret Realm. After 100 years, Suzaimo is back here again. Over the years of cultivation, Suzaimo has learned a lot and has stepped into Half-Ancestor and realized a little divine abilities power. But he still failed to break through. There is no change in Linglong Secret Realm, but there is one less person around Suzaimo. Nian Chi left. Suzaimo looked at this secret realm and couldn't help recalling the scene where he and Jihuo and Nianqi entered the place. Although it happened 100 years ago, it looks like yesterday. Zaimo, rest assured, Nianqi is smart and she will be fine. Jihuo eased aside. Yiling is still transfigured into a black-clothed youth, following Suzaimo, always silent. What about the treasure here? 3 people came to the secret room in Linglong's secret realm and looked at the many treasures left by Fairy Linglong. Jihuo asked, frowning. Suzaimo groaned a little and said, leave them here. These treasures are the hope that Fairy Linglong has left for human race. But in the battle of ancient times, human race won. Now, the heavenly desolate is in chaos. The situation facing human race is more dangerous than antiquity time, internal trouble and outside aggression. This may be the last retreat for human race. Jihuo nodded. 2 people came to the wall where Fairy Linglong left a message and worshipped again before turning around and leaving the secret realm. Compared to 100 years ago, Suzaimo 3 people are much stronger. 3 people left Linglong's secret realm and entered the periphery of Kunlun ruins. They went all the way. Almost no ghosts and ghosts dared to approach, and had long avoided it. The 3 of them went all the way, and in less than half a day, they returned to Heavenly Desolate Continent. Suzaimo looked away from the Central Territory and softly muttered, I am here. Central Territory, Tanyan Mountain Range. In this mountain range, there is a thick fog perennially, but during this time, it seems that someone is controlling it, and all the fog is dispersed. Profound Principal Palace. Since ancient times, the most mysterious and powerful existence in true cultivation. The holy land of human race. Antiquity time so far, the Blue Sea turned into mulberry fields. Even the major super sects have many destructive rises and reincarnation. Only Profound Principal Palace can stand up. No bit of fighting has spread to the area of Profound Principal Palace. And, for the true cultivation world, Profound Principal Palace is the most mysterious existence. No one knows exactly what the Profound Principal Palace looks like. Except for the cultivator of the Profound Principal Palace, few outsiders can enter the Profound Principal Palace and see the appearance of the genuine. Now, hosted by Profound Principal Palace, a 10,000 ethnic conference is held to completely unravel the mystery of Profound Principal Palace. These days, there are countless sect forces, countless cultivators, and countless races in Profound Principal Palace. The 10,000 ethnic conference is the 100 rivers of Haina. Whether you are a big sect or a small sect, loose cultivator or the aristocratic family, or the python and the snake, all monster race monsters, as long as the cultivation base is enough and you want to participate in the 10,000 family conference, you can come. These days, I don't know how many sect forces, powerful creatures came to Tanyan Mountain Range, entered the Profound Principal Palace, and gathered experts. There are even some retreat loose cultivator experts who have appeared one after another. No one will miss this event. Everyone knows that this is not just a conference. At this conference, it is very likely to determine the future pattern of Heavenly Desolate, including the future destiny of 10,000 families. In the Profound Principal Palace, Dao palaces are scattered all over the place, and the location is mysterious. It seems to correspond to the stars in the sky. Spirit peaks are standing up, surrounded by green water, and the vast sea of clouds is floating around the peaks. In the roar, you can see the weeping waterfall, pouring down, agitating the waves, a rainbow across the 2 mountain peaks. In the lake on the waterfall side of the waterfall, a shimmering fish jumps from time to time. It's like Immortal Realm. The 10,000 ethnic conference is still a few days away, but there are many cultivators in the Profound Principal Palace. They are full of races, different shapes and lively. Dong. Just then, a distant bell suddenly came from the Profound Principal Palace. What's the big shot here? Look over there. Numerous cultivators, creatures have their eyes turned, looking towards the door of moved towards Profound Principal Palace. The big bell in the Profound Principal Palace will only ring when the big shot of honored status comes. When the time comes, there will be someone with honored status in the Profound Principal Palace. In the distance, a group of cultivators came along the stars, about 100 people, and the lowest of the cultivation realm was Law Manifestation Tao Monarch. Among these 100 people, there are also some body fusion great expert. The eye-catching cultivator can even sense the breath of half-ancestor expert in it. The head of the person, the crown on his head, and the robe on his body were engraved with many vast stars, shimmering with light. Its heavenly gang religion sect lord didn't expect. This 10,000 ethnic conference is actually the sect lord in person. Then you don't understood it. These days, the major super sects are brought by the major sect masters. This conference is so important. Many cultivators got together and whispered. Many cultivators of the Profound Principal Palace appeared and greeted them. The head is Profound Principal Palace Master, King's half-ancestor. Seeing that, 100 years ago, Huang Wu made a noise at Profound Principal Palace, and King's half-ancestor was punished behind closed doors and thought that it was only released recently. Speaking of this Huang Wu, it's strange. Over the years, Huang Wu hasn't heard anything. There is no news. I guess Huang Wu is probably dead. Even if he doesn't die, he doesn't dare to show up. Then Huang Wu's body was ordered by Bloodvine clan and killed by the remaining 5 ferocious clan. Unless he was dead, he would appear at this time. With the approach of the 10,000 clan convention, more and more sects are coming to Profound Principal Palace. Of the 108 high sects, many were destroyed by 6 great ferocious clans. The remaining dozens of high sects all arrived. On the day of the 10,000 clan convention, Immortal Sect 8 Faction, Demon Sect 7 Sects, Buddha Sect 5 Temple, 5 large heretic paths, 4 large side gates, 3 large ancient aristocratic family, all arrived. The 5 great heretic paths of the Emperor Zong are actually destroyed. However, there were still a few Yanshis who came to be regarded as representing Yanzong. To countless cultivators, it is a pity that the original Breeze View in the Immortal Sect 9 sects and the Clear Heart Monastery in Buddha Sect 6 have been completely destroyed, and no cultivator has appeared. 8 great monster territories have also come a lot. Some monster races, transformed into monster demon, look the same as human race. However, some monster races are simply the body shape. Monster Chi is soaring in the sky and is very conspicuous in the crowd. This kind of event gathers almost all the forces on Heavenly Desolate Continent. Even at antiquity time, it is rare. Only Profound Principal Palace has this appeal. Only Profound Principal Palace has such courage, and dare to summon 10,000 families. In the Profound Principal Palace, the area is vast, and even if it can accommodate 10,000 experts, it is more than enough. However, on the day of the 10,000 ethnic conference, 9 great ferocious clans did not have a ferocious clan. The sect master and palace master expressions of the major sect forces remain unchanged, so wait patiently. They knew in their hearts that this 10,000 ethnic conference was to negotiate with ferocious clan. Without ferocious clan, this 10,000 ethnic conference would be meaningless. Eternal Sacred King Chapter 1550 Chapter 1550 Brutal Rakshasa Chapter 8 After a long wait, 10,000 families gathered at Profound Principal Palace. From morning to noon, no ferocious clan appeared. Dong. Finally, the bell rang in Profound Principal Palace. Many cultivator spirits startled. Profound Principal Palace Master quickly led sect's disciples to welcome him. Not far away, there was a group of cultivators of different races, but not at all a ferocious clan. Profound Principal Palace Master slightly startled. The response is extremely fast. Cup One Fist in the other hand said, "It turned out to be Penglai Island. Welcome to come. Welcome, please inside." This group of people is the cultivator of Penglai Island. The head is the Island Lord of Penglai Island. Behind the Penglai Island Lord, followed by a gloomy young man with a sword hanging from his waist and cold eyes, is the young master of Penglai Island. After the arrival of everyone on Penglai Island, 10,000 people continued to wait. Normally, today should be the 10,000 ethnic assembly, but 9 great ferocious clans. No one showed up, and the 10,000 ethnic conference can only be postponed. Although no one has said it, the hearts of the 10,000 people are unclear. Among a group of monster races, there are several silhouettes. One of them is tall, with both hands hanging down naturally, almost reaching both knees, and occasionally passing a trace of bloodlight in his eyes, which is the illusion of adult who is surrounded by tigers and brains. Next to Ling Wu is King King, a long-legged woman transformed into a beautiful and alluring woman. On the other side of who's a Huang golden lion and small fox. Over the years, Who's and other brothers have been fighting Heavenly Desolate. Among the 8 great monster territories, except for the 3 sea territory, the other 5 monster realms have been racing. 5 brothers have been trained to the realm of the demon. Brother Who? Do you say he is alive? Big brother? Ling Wu asked quietly. Hearing this sentence, Small Fox's mouth slipped and his eyes turned red. Huzi glared at Ling Wu and said, "What are you talking about? The big brother must be alive. I guess he will show up on this occasion. Don't scare Small Fox." King King also extended the hand, fiercely scratched the fat on Ling Wu. The Ling Tiger was in pain, spit out his tongue at Small Fox, and made a face. Small Fox burst into tears and smiled. Then she seemed to think of something again, put away a smile and sighed softly. 10,000 families continue to wait in the profound principal palace. 9 great ferocious clans did not show up, nor did the 10,000 clan sect force to leave early. Human races super sect master and palace master look at each other without saying a word, expressionless, but their hearts are all mirror-like. All major ferocious clan moves are obviously intentional. In the evening, it was getting dark. The more agitated in the crowd, the patience of many cultivators and souls was gradually exhausted. This ferocious clan's shelf is too big. Yeah, the 10,000 clans are together, waiting for this 9 great ferocious clans. There was a complaint from the crowd. Dong. Just then, the bell rang. The distant sky was filled with dark clouds, rushing, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. When they came near, many cultivators could see clearly, and could not help but complexion slightly changed, and there was a look of fear in their eyes. This rolling cloud is actually a gathering of Rakshasa clan of each and everyone ferocious looking. Many of Rakshasa's bodies were dark and fanned huge wings. Each of them was extremely ugly. Their eyes were fierce, and they hovered in the air, looking away, like a large cloud. When this dark cloud came over the profound principal palace, many Rakshasa clan dispersed. Among the dark clouds came a beautiful and slender silhouette. Among the many ugly Rakshasa clan, there is a person beautiful and alluring. The flawless woman walks slowly, wearing a tight armor, and perfectly outlines the curvaceous figure of this woman. Ah! The beautiful and alluring woman appeared and was amazed. This feeling is like a dark cloud. The warm sunlight of the 1 meter transmitted through it, falling in the hearts of everyone. Is this the legendary Jade Rakshasa? Rakshasa clan is really strange. The other Rakshasa are born so ugly. The women in Rakshasa clan are born so beautiful and alluring. There was an admiration in the crowd. Suddenly, a Rakshasa clan expression behind you Rakshasa was cold, exposing the killing intent, and rushed directly into the crowd, passing by. Pukai. That crowd was cut in half by Rakshasa clan's wings. Blood spewed out. Just a moment, more than 10 cultivators were killed by one move. 10,000 clan uproar. Everyone didn't expect. Rakshasa clan, one of the 9 great ferocious clans, just appeared, and they started to kill, suppress and kill more than 10 cultivators. The nearby cultivator was startled and backed up. The Rakshasa clan coldly said, "Human race ants, my tribe, crime deserving 10,000 deaths." Many cultivators are silent. Even if some cultivator is angry, they dare not speak up. It was just discussed that there were only 3 or 4 cultivators, But this Rakshasa clan shot and killed more than a dozen cultivators. In the eyes of Rakshasa clan, these human race cultivators are really not in their eyes. Killing more than a dozen cultivators is as simple as crushing a few ants. Profound Principal Palace Master glanced at his face. His face paled, but still greeted him, cup one fist in the other hand said, "Welcome Rakshasa clan fellow Taoists. Please inside." Jade Rakshasa expression is indifferent, moved towards going inside. Several hundred ferocious-looking Rakshasa clan followed Jade Rakshasa. Suddenly, a Rakshasa clan shot again, rushed into the direction of the demon sect Overlord Hall, and turned two scimitars in his hand to kill two cultivators of the Overlord Hall on the spot. The two cultivators of Overlord Hall were unprepared until they died, staring at each other with a puzzled expression. Overlord Hallmaster clenched his fists, took a deep breath, solemnly asked, "This Rakshasa clan fellow Taoist, what does this mean?" The Rakshasa clan sneered, "I just heard it. These two are complaining. We are late. Dare to complain about us Rakshasa clan, you must die." Many Rakshasa clan grinned, revealing scarlet fangs, looking like a ghost in hell, terrifying. "What? Do you have an opinion?" The Rakshasa clan stared at Overlord Hallmaster with a dim look, and raised an eyebrow. Overlord Hallmaster gritted his teeth, and under the gaze of Rakshasa clan's gaze, gradually bowed his head, whispering, "No." Well, the Rakshasa clan expression was satisfied and turned to leave. Since then, the 10,000 clan have been snoring. Without any race, dare to make a little sound. No one wants to provoke Rakshasa clan, and provoke killing intent for no reason. Suddenly, a Rakshasa turned abruptly, moved towards another crowd and looked over, showing killing intent. The cultivator standing there is truly a Misty Peak crowd, led by Misty Peak's old immortal Crane. Misty Peak felt cold. They didn't say a word or make a sound, just looking at the Jade Rakshasa seemed familiar, then stared at it for a while, and didn't know why it caused a killing intent. 8 Even more. Today is gone. Good night everyone.